What's good with it? What's good with it? Whew, I finally got off the ground. Finally got off the ground, child. Finally. With these shenanigans I heard today. Now, as you see, we got to go and deal with. Aaron, I meant to do everything right before I got on here. I didn't go get my vitamins. You know what that is. My ginger ale. But listen, well, we got to deal with Jonathan Oddi. I don't know. We're gonna call him Oddi. This is crazy, right? This is crazy. But before I get to do all of that, I am going to go to. All right. So, give me a second.
Yeah,
You back?
yeah. Okay, 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 okay. Yeah. Look, me versus you and you know they pick it. Cheap and expensive, you know the difference. You know that it's hitting, you know what it's giving. Hair, nails, put a bear. I can survive in the coldest conditions. Hoes very low, they tone when they spitting. Bitches is washed, soap in the dishes. I fly pressure like ball constrictors. One bitch, two bitch, old bitch, new bitch. None of y'all bitches not gon' do shit. I'm in Miami, I pull up on cruise ship. You in Miami for also room shit. When I step, it's stampede. Put on neck, can't breathe. Lucky charm, Van Cleave. Diamonds on, I see my eyes linking up. I'm like, what in the fuck? If you scared, then just say that. Oh, enough is enough. There was just in my DMs. Ain't no trust in these sluts. I'm about to call up Diamond, bitch. No, if you linking up. I'm like, what in the fuck? If you scared, then just say that. Oh, enough is enough. There was just in my DMs. Ain't no trust in these sluts. I'm about to call up Diamond, bitch. No, if you fuck. I'm like, ooh, child, cool down. Too hot, too wild, too clear, new style. How you fucking with me? Girl, give me one shot and I'm raising the glass. Give me 2 shots and I'm shaking this ass. Give me 3 shots and I'm ready to fuck. 5 more shots, I be ready to splash. To me, so I gotta pop it. I'm sending on business, I'm ready about it. Bitch, be talking, I'll be big in they pocket. Girl, tell me about it. I'm litty, I'm pretty, I'm running the city. I'm shitting on bitches in every department. This ass is heavy, thick like peanut butter. Bitches jelly about it. A lot of winning, a lot of scoring. Yeah. Cardi Bronny, Cardi Jordan. Yeah. These bitches all losers. What they can't do is not important. Look, hey, I'm getting better and better. I do not see no competitors. You know the gang hit that pussy. Said it was regular. They don't see me if fighting. Can see me if that shit. Can see me with money. These bitches is bugging. Either these bitches blind or I'm invisible. Bitch can't see me in nothing. When I hop out, damn pee. Put on neck, can't breathe. Lucky charm, Van Cleave. Diamonds on, I see my eyes linking up. I'm like, what in the fuck? If you scared, then just say that. Oh, enough is enough. They was just in my DMs. Ain't no trust in these sluts. I'm about to call up Diamond, bitch. No, if you linking up. I'm like, what in the fuck? If you scared, then just say that. Oh, enough is enough. They was just in my DMs. Ain't no trust in these sluts. I'm about to call up Diamond, bitch. No, if you fuck.
Okay. I am back. So, people, so a lot went on today. Hopefully, I will be able to get the transcripts for today and for Wednesday. Listen, right? So, you know me, baby. I don't mind talking about folk, but I have to call it like I see it. Because what you going to do? Y'all be careful when getting these transcripts from people. These people are charging an enormous amount for transcripts that, yeah, you be glad you have, but over here, we from occasionally read it. And I like to show you what I'm reading, right? So when you um when somebody, get you the transcript, there ain't nothing wrong with nobody um distributing the transcripts for a price. There's nothing wrong with that, right? However, when they do that, then that transcript becomes yours. So if the transcript becomes yours, it shouldn't have a watermark on there. And you have people out here selling transcripts with watermarks on them. And they ain't giving to you for no $10, $15. Uh-uh. Like, oh my gosh. It is, I mean, oh my, it's too much. It's too much. Not giving it to you for no $10 or $15. Yeah, $5 or $10, yeah, you can give me a watermark. But $75 or $100, huh? And you got a watermark on there? Y'all be careful. As a matter of fact, let me, I don't know about think. Hold on 1 minute, y'all. Hold on, y'all. I'm coming. I'm letting somebody know. Hold on, I take care of business first, but I went to talking and want to make sure everybody know. Okay, so this ain't knocking nobody hustle, right? But if somebody said the transcript, that becomes your property. That means if you want to put a transcript on, a watermark on it, then you can, right? But I can't. It's one of these transcripts I can't even pop up here because I'm not sure if I'm going to get a copyright claim or something like that, right? And it could in one. I don't know why she would even put a watermark on there because she doesn't. That means she don't know who is. If somebody's mass producing something, somebody paid one amount from, and you understand what I'm saying? She don't know if it's being mass produced with a watermark on there or whatever, right? Is she keeping a list? Like what is going on? It's always some shit with these goddamn transcripts, honey. And that's why I wish my boy Keller and Atmos and Diva, I wish we were, all in synergy with this Diddy trial, because we're gonna be having these problems. You understand what I'm saying? I ain't got time for this, right? I can't even pop the damn transcript. I like to show y'all what I'm reading. I mean, I'm not petty. I don't give a damn about it screenshotting it and all of that. I don't care about that. But when you got somebody's watermark on him, let me tell you what I'm talking about. I'm talking about that Danny Robinson lady. I don't know if she's aware of it. I'm not calling her out, none of that, but I'm just saying, when you have a watermark on there, it defeats the purpose. Let me get it from you. Now, I'm grateful. Understand that I am grateful. I'm just saying. Because what if I wanted to put my watermark on there, right? Of course, I don't know how to do that, But anyway, I am grateful for because I got the best information specialist out. Okay, we be on it. All right. Before I get to recapping what happened today, of course, I'm gonna have the electronic read going on. When you see this picture up here, that's what's going on. And then I'm going to have our dude give us some context because I'm not going to read, trying to find all those sources because the day is over with. And then we're going to get into Jonathan Oddi. Do you want to go with Jonathan Oddi first or whatever? I think I'm going to go with him first, right? Because that will allow some more sources to come in. Check this out right here, though. Now, y'all know I play with the bull crap, right? I wasn't believing nothing until something official confirmed. All right. Now, I'm not saying everything he said was the truth. I didn't even listen to the interrogation, right? I was hearing this like rumbling, and they say he slept with Diddy. They said this. Well, I don't know what he said. So we're going to play the interrogation to see what he said. We're going to listen together. I don't know what's going on. But I heard that she dropped Chris Brown there with Did she not get the memo? Nobody is to say Christopher Maurice Brown, who just had a birthday this month, just turned 36. No one is to say his name. No one is to play his music but me. Always trying to get him in trouble. Darn, he be minding his own business, dancing and moving all around on the darn stage. And we back in the U.S., got his name coming up in foolishness. I'm sick of this couple. I'm sick of them. They should have stayed together. Just calling all this ruckus, and people got to spend all this money and be all outside the darn courthouse acting a fool. Like what? This is ridiculous. What's happening, Daniel? Y'all make sure y'all hit that heart button on the other side over there. And then if you're on YouTube and Facebook, hit the like button, thumbs up. Yeah, this is crazy, right? Uh-uh. So what do we, let's go with Jonathan Oddi first, right? Get him out the way because at the end I might want to tack on some more to this P Diddy situation, right? So let's go with Jonathan first. Now I'm going to read his how he first came on to our radar, right? Hold on. I don't say it's the first how he first came on the radio because I really don't know. Either this that interrogation or well no. I know he came on our radar first. His ass was shooting over there at the darn Trump. 'Cause that's what crazy people do. And yesterday, honey, when she said Johnny, I said, now, Johnny is supposed to be a sex worker, but she called him a dancer. That's what we got. We ain't know. That's what we got from the um, examination, right? When she's on the stand. So, well, let me read some information about that day, child. Okay. So this was April 8th, 2019, and is our final report regarding investigation. I probably shouldn't read that. So let's go here. So hey, so it says he deceased. That man ain't deceased. That man ain't dead. Hold on. All right. So this is a report that I probably shouldn't have posted that on the wall. Maybe I should take it off. This is a report about him. Um, whatever the police do, right? They close it out or whatever, just giving their summation of what happened, just to justify police involved shooting. Okay, we got the officers involved and all of that. So um, this happened on May 18th, 2018, approximately 1:30 a.m. And he had a Glock 17, 9 millimeter. So that I don't need to read all of that. Says on May 18th, 2018, members of the Miami-Dade Police Department and Doral Police Department received emergency calls to respond to the Trump National Doral Miami Hotel and resort regarding an active shooter in the lobby. Prior to the officer arrival, Jonathan Oddi can be seen on video surveillance entering the main lobby of the hotel dressed in all black, carrying an American flag and a black firearm. When 9/11 callers reported the initial gunshots, they described the shooter as wearing an all black and carrying an American flag. At 1:30 a.m., Oddi walked into the lobby area and fired shots toward the lounge, which struck a vase. At 1:31 a.m., Oddi returned to the lobby with the flag, and shortly thereafter, he fired shots into the lobby chandelier. Oddi can be seen on video firing gunshots into the ceiling of the lobby, causing glass to visibly fall from the ceiling. Oddi then draped the large American flag over the front desk in a manner that made it visible through the glass front door of the lobby entrance. So that's all I'm going to read off of that. Just to give y'all some context, right? All right. So we're going to get to him acting a fool at the hotel. And it goes into the interrogation. First time I've heard it. Okay.
Stormy's story is bad news because it's embarrassing. That's why he's going crazy with that. It's not that he's lying to the American people. He's embarrassed about Stormy's situation, okay?
So you don't have
family in the United States?
Yeah.
Just my dog Bubbles, my service
dog?
Yeah. Diddy and Ross, which are good buddies, okay? Mm-hmm. They're gay.
Who?
Both. Diddy and Ross and Khaled, they're all gay. Okay?
DJ Khaled, Rick Ross,
yeah.
and P. Diddy?
Yeah.
They all gay?
Yeah.
Gotcha. All right.
Khaled is a Hamas supporter. Okay.
Who supporter?
Hamas.
Hamas. Yeah. Gotcha.
Sorry, I said it wrong.
No worries.
Hamas supporter. Okay.
Right.
I had sex with Cassie and Sean. Basically, he would masturbate and tell me what to do with Cassie. I had like 15 encounters, and I heard a lot.
Oh, hidden in plain sight.
It's hidden.
I think I see what you're saying.
Okay, how do I know this?
Yeah, that's what I want to know. How do you know this?
Do you know Sean Combs?
Puff Daddy?
Yeah.
P. Diddy, whatever you call himself these days. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, he's part of what's called the Boule. The Boule is a branch of the Illuminati.
Okay.
It's the black people. Okay, I'm from Africa, so I'm not a racist.
Okay.
Okay, you're my brother, so I like black people.
Okay.
My mom, I was raised by an African woman in my house. Okay. She was just a servant, but she was she took care of me.
Right.
So I love black people.
Okay.
I had settlement with Sean, okay, against Donald Trump, okay, because he used to belong to their side. You understand? He used to belong to that illuminated group that I told you about, which is an elite group, okay, of individuals which run the whole country.
Alright. Alright.
Basically, what I did you tell him did you explain him about the message? Or
Please, elaborate.
On Thursday, turning to Friday, basically, I went to Donald Trump. I went through the gates. I took I jumped the fence and I took the American flag, I put it in the front desk, and I blew the chandelier. Basically, what I did that for is to transmit a statement to the American people and to Donald Trump that we're not accepting any more corruption and abuse from their system of friends. Okay? Donald's still blind because he thinks that he let Hillary off the hook and she's okay. You understand what I'm saying?
I'm trying, okay. Keep going.
It ain't like that. The CIA and then they want to do the same thing that he did to JFK. Okay?
Alright.
Why? Because they want the United States to fall. They've already been creating a state of chaos and confusion in the United States, and they want the United States to fall. Donald was against their agenda and won the presidency, okay? He did get help from Russia. He did get help from the Saudis. He also got help from a lot of Republicans in here, which is the electoral college vote. And he got a lot of support from Republican people, okay? The elections, they weren't fair, but he wanted the electoral college vote.
Right.
Which is the Republican vote, basically, got him through, okay? He didn't get the popular vote, okay?
Right. I hear you. Keep going.
So basically, the interior, he made it. He's president-elect by the Electoral College. So he made it. The situation is that he still hasn't kicked out the corruption from the system. He's letting them stay due to money, basically, because they all like making money. That's why they're all billionaires, etc. So there's only there's select few of that run the country, okay? So I know you may or may not, I know you're gonna believe me. You have what's called the Illuminati.
Illuminati.
Okay. Yeah, Illuminati.
Okay.
They've made it in dance. Basically what it means, illuminated.
I got you.
Okay. They do satanic ritual abuse, which is basically CIA mind programming techniques to their own family, kids, etc. They're in the group, and they bond that way. Okay, so they do sexual pedophilia, they do animal abuse, killing of animals, blood sacrifices, and everything in the Bohemian Grove. Okay,
right.
The Bohemian Grove, the Bushes go there. George Senior and George, both of them are in the same agenda. They cousins with the Clintons. Okay, so is Donald Trump. He's also a distant cousin. So if you see, there's a direct correlation of the presence of the United States being bonded between family ties, okay?
Gotcha.
All these family ties wound up, go back to the same place, the royal family in England, okay? The family here of the Illuminati are descendants of the royal British family, okay? They have children between themselves. Why? Because they have that issue, you understand? They want like superiority of the race. They see it that way. But it really it backfires on them because it makes them simple-minded. You understand? When you have sex with someone in your family, your kids are not gonna come out smart. You understand? They're gonna come out dumb. Alright? So Donald turn his back, but he's still trying to negotiate a peaceful way out, and they have an agenda to kill him. Okay? Example, if you look at the Illuminati card games, example, okay? You look at the game, Illuminati card game.
I'm not familiar with it, so help me understand.
It's a card game.
It's a card game.
That
okay.
tells you exactly what their agenda is.
Gotcha.
It's called mental pre-programming. That means that you predispose already. Once you play this, your mind is already predisposed at this happening, and you accepting it. Okay? So they have a picture of Donald dead in that game.
Oh, okay.
Alright? I'm not crazy. They have the picture of Donald dead. But they also had the Twin Towers. They had everything on there.
Gotcha.
Okay? From A to Z. So it's kind of like a hidden agenda, which they try to make it open to our eyes, but we really don't see it. We're so busy working.
It's kind of like hidden in plain sight.
It's hidden.
I think I see what you're saying.
Okay, how do I know this?
Yeah, that's what I want to know. How do you know this?
Do you know Sean Combs?
Puff Daddy?
Yeah.
P. Diddy, whatever you call himself these days. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, he's part of what's called the Boule. The Boule is a branch of the Illuminati.
Okay.
It's the black people. Okay? I'm from Africa, so I'm not a racist. Okay, you my brother, so I like black people.
Okay.
My mom, I was raised by an African woman in my house. Okay. She was just a servant, but she was she took care of me.
Right.
So I love black people.
Okay.
I had settlement with Sean. Okay, and he belongs to that agenda. That's why he's so famous. They land all the contracts. It's these attorneys, which are Mark Garagos and Ben Mercedes. Ben Mercedes worked for Bad Boy Entertainment for 4 years and worked for Hillary Rodman for 5. Okay? When I take Sean the threat of death on me, okay? I don't have it, but I can make it available under secrecy. That means that I wouldn't be liable because I don't want to be getting framed for anything. Okay.
Right.
I had sex with Cassie and Sean. Basically, he would masturbate and tell me what to do with Cassie. I had like 15 encounters, and I heard a lot of business. Because what they would do is Sean talks a lot on the phone and on the TV with speakers and stuff, and I was like a sex slave. Okay. For them, that's what I was. That's all right? I caught herpes, and I came back and I sued him for the herpes and won. But Mark Garagos and Ben Mercedes were his attorneys, okay? And Christopher Leon's here was my attorney. They asked me to turn in that, which was the video recording, and I did so. They gave it back to me accidentally, and it's possible I threw everything out. It's possible I can produce a copy.
Gotcha.
It's possible. I'm not sure. Now, how does this lead towards Donald Trump?
Okay.
The Mercedes family, Ben Mercedes, that works with Mark Garagos. Mark Garagos used to be Michael Jackson's attorney.
Yeah, out in Los Angeles.
Yeah. He had he drugged Michael and they OD'd him, okay? He didn't overdose. They OD'd him because they keep the royalties of the music. Michael alone made $860 million alone last year, okay, in 2017, which who keeps that royalty? The music companies. Who represents the media and entertainment in the United States? Most of them, Mercedes does. Kenny Mercedes, which is Gribman Mercedes Shire out of New York. Okay? So what they've been doing is they've been promoting a hate agenda against Trump. So people hate him. Okay? Because they know he is very alpha. Okay? Very alpha in the sense that he likes money, he likes to make money, and he likes women, and they know they want to defame him in certain ways with Stormy, with other people, because they want him out of the government, okay? But it ain't happening because it's too smart for them. You understand what I'm saying?
I'm trying to, right?
Don is intelligent. We have a similar type of intelligence and overview of things. The only thing is he's not seeing that Hillary is a distant cousin of his and Obama have a different plan for him. You understand? No offense with Obama. I love each and every American, but he was part of that 9/11 agenda. He's a CIA agent, an ex-CIA agent. That's why there's so much identity issues with Obama. Who knows his real name? They say he was born in Indonesia and he's also born in Hawaii. Nobody knows. Why? Because he's an ex-CIA agent.
Okay.
Basically, Osama bin Laden never existed. It was a creation of the CIA, and it was Obama in a cave talking shit and looking like an Arab. And then they bombed the Twin Towers. Okay? So my problem is, I'm here to expose each and single one of them to the American public for the crimes committed on September 11th, 2001, and therefore. Okay?
Now tell me though, how all of that led up to Thursday night, Friday morning.
Well, I've been trying, my settlement put me in a box. Basically, I couldn't talk because I was going to be sued. So I let it be, but they've been following me and they've had, Mark Garrett has had the FBI on me, has had other agencies looking at me and spying on me, okay, because they want to set me up as an extortionist. Like if I was extorting Sean for money. It's wrong. Basically what happened is Diddy and Ross, which they're good buddies, okay, they're gay.
Who?
Both. Diddy and Ross. And Khaled. They're all gay, okay?
DJ Khaled, Rick Ross,
Yeah.
and P. Diddy?
Yeah.
They all gay?
Yeah.
Gotcha. All right.
Khaled is a Hamas supporter. Okay?
Who supporter?
Hamas.
Hamas. Yeah.
Sorry, I said it wrong.
No worry.
Hamas supporter, okay?
Right.
Basically, he's Arab, Palestinian, okay? The Ciroc agenda, okay, is basically binge drinking poured out on a youth. They promote binge drinking and drugs.
Gotcha.
The hip-hop agenda was laid out by Obama during his last presidencies purposely. That's why they had Tupac killed, because when they kill them, you gain fame. When your record sales go up, and then people listen to your lyrics and everything, and then you become famous, okay? That's how they do it, all right? Tupac's still alive.
Yeah.
He's in Cuba. Basically, what happens is the following. The hip-hop agenda is an agenda to move drugs all over the United States. You need to involve the DEA. They move all the dope, okay, all the dope on private jets, which don't get screened by
customs?
By the inside the United States, okay? They move what's called high-grade powdered MDMA. They move cocaine and they move liquid cocaine in their bottles too. Okay, so they put the liquid cocaine in the bottles and they move it. I've seen the liquid cocaine, I've drank it myself, having sex with Diddy and Cassie. Okay, it's not good. He drinks it all the time. Alright, he calls it G-juice, but it's liquid cocaine.
Alright.
How do I know there's a conspiracy against Trump? Because it's in the Illuminati card deck. He should look at it for himself.
But let me bring you back to Thursday night, Friday morning.
Sure.
I mean, how did all of this? I think I better understand what you're saying. But what I want to know is how did that prompt you? How did that make you do what you did that night?
Well, we're getting to a point that his assassination is coming.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, because it's an agenda they're perpetrating on the media and the news. Example, Madonna is a client of Mercedes, Ben Mercedes.
Mm-hmm.
He has her go on public TV and say, "Oh, someone should." I thought so many times of going up and blowing up the White House.
Gotcha.
Okay, they gave her that little message. That little message is Hillary's message. Okay, because Hillary sends it to Gary Ross, and Gary Ross gives it to Mercedes, and they give it to
Gotcha.
the
Yeah,
dog.
yeah.
Okay, now
I get all of that.
you're gonna need an internet so I can show you. If I show you the website, you're just gonna go like, oh fuck.
All right. Help me understand you.
Sure.
How old are you?
I'm 42. I've been through all my life. I've had a great life. I've settled $4.125 million with Diddy. Okay, because he's scared that I was gonna expose him.
I don't want to talk about Diddy right now. I want to talk about you. Help me understand you. I mean, obviously we never met.
I know.
I don't know you from Adam's Cat.
I know.
I'm trying to, we'll get back to the
Hey,
event.
I got like 30 years of dogs. I'm good.
Where you from?
I was born in South Africa.
What town? What city?
Newcastle, the Valley of 1,000 Hills. I'm from Zululand. I'm what you call a Zulu.
Okay. All
I
right.
was born there, and then my parents were Latin descent from Argentina. They escaped the military dictatorship in Argentina.
Pinochet, all that.
No, the Argentine one. Yeah, my Pinochet was a Chilean one, but
Oh, Chile. Okay.
I can't remember. It was like a military dictatorship. I can't remember the names.
All right. All right. How many years did you stay in South Africa?
12 years in South Africa, and I stayed 12 years in Argentina, and then I came here to the United States, and I've been here 20 years since.
Okay.
18 years actually.
Parents. So you got a mother and father? They're
Dad,
still alive?
Dad came and visited me. He died here of
Okay.
cancer, and Mom went back at home. I think, visiting with my sister in Europe.
Okay. What year did your father pass away?
2 years ago.
2 years ago?
Yeah.
Okay. Did that have any effect on you? I mean, what was
Not really.
your
I'm not
relationship like with your father?
Well, I suffered a little child abuse when I was a kid,
Okay.
and I believe he's not my real dad, but it's okay,
All right.
I sometimes maybe that's what he thought. I don't
Okay.
know.
All right. And your mother, where's your mother right now?
She's in I think in Argentina or traveling in Europe.
Okay. What's your relationship like with her?
Distant, but
Okay.
distant but nice.
All right. Well, any brothers, any sisters?
Yeah, both also distant but nice.
Okay.
They're in Argentina. Well, my brother's in Argentina, my sister's in Europe with my mother.
Oh, so you don't have,
Family in the United States?
yeah.
Just my dog, Bubbles. My
Just your
sister.
dog?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. You're not married? You single?
I'm divorced.
You're divorced?
Yeah.
Okay.
My ex-wife is Tanya Troutwine. I told her she's an attorney.
She's an attorney?
Yeah.
Where she live?
In Boca Raton.
In Boca Raton?
Yeah.
Okay. Does she know anything about this? Have you talked to anybody?
Yeah, she kind of knows. But what happened was they've been tapping me so much on my phone through intelligence. I figured out how they tap their iPhones.
Okay.
And basically it's gone all the way up. And I seen even Hillary knows that they've been watching me. They've been watching my
Now come back to me. We'll get back into that in just a minute. Let's just stay with your family members and everything.
Sure.
I'm just wondering if you talked to your ex-wife or anybody.
I thought no about what happened about this.
Yeah.
No, this was only me. It was premeditated to give a message to the American public, a wake-up call. It's called a wake-up call.
Uh-huh.
It's like when somebody rings a bell for Americans to wake up. Americans like you, like me, like all of us here.
You said premeditated, so you thought about this. You thought this through.
Yeah.
How long have you been thinking about it?
It's easy. That's like.
That helped me understand. I don't.
Well, really,
when you say premeditated, you must have been thinking about it for a while. How long have you been thinking about doing what you did?
Well, when I say premeditated, it means that I went and did it by myself. That's all. And I didn't think about it like for a month.
Okay.
I didn't plan it for a month.
Okay. When you say premeditated, I thought maybe you planned it out. Like
I ran my own
that.
personal investigation, which I figured out with myself that this is going on, and we're still having issues of corruption at the highest place in our government.
I get that. Now, when you say you did your own investigation, what'd you do?
basically, out of all the times I went and saw the attorneys, I did my research online, and I found out the whole puzzle of their organization.
Okay. All right. So you didn't tell, well, before I ask that question, so you have an ex-wife, you got a girlfriend, you got anybody that you talk to? I'm trying to understand
I
if
don't
you got
talk to
somebody
people.
that you interact with on a daily basis.
Yes, I have a good friend, a breakfast buddy. His name is Luis David Gonzalez, and we go to the gym every day. He has nothing to do with what happened Thursday. Though he's a witness, he's gotten shot at by them, and he's a witness that Ross came and threatened me at my house post-settlement. After we settled, Diddy sent Ross, and I asked him to go see if that was Ross, and he confirmed his identity.
So Gonzalez, he can back up what you're saying about P. Diddy and Ross and all that? Okay, all right. And you said Gonzalez didn't know anything about what you did? You didn't talk to him before?
Nothing.
Nothing? Okay.
He knows nothing. He was actually worried about me. He's like, hey, what's up? And I told him, look, man, what's happening is he's trying to cool things down, but then the feds have been harassing him. The feds. They have a big file of me like this. Because P. Diddy and Mark Garibus have been trying to set me up and lock me up as an extortionist, asking for money. It was not so. My settlement was breached, and my settlement terms is one was called peaceful enjoyment. That means that if I went to your house or I did something, you'd have to pay me the full amount back and forth.
I get all that.
So I've been going through that since like 2012 still.
All right, and Gonzalez knows about that? You talk to him about that kind of stuff?
I talk to him alone because he's the only one that knows since the beginning.
Gotcha.
And then my ex-wife, she knows she saw the contract. She has a contract, a picture of the contract. Talking to you need to call her and ask her for a copy of the settlement agreement.
Okay, all right. Where do you live at? Where's your house? Or
Really
do you have
close.
a house?
Unit 177, just down the road from Trump's. You see, I want you to live close to Trump because I know they don't like being close to Trump. You understand what I'm saying? They don't like that. So that's why I want you Trump's.
Okay. All right. You got a roommate? You live alone? Okay, all right. How do you get around? You got a car?
Yeah,
motorcycle, things like that? You got a Jeep?
It looks like a military Jeep.
Okay. Where's that Jeep right now?
Police have it in custody.
Okay, all right. We'll get back to the Jeep in a minute. Tell me about your employment. What do you do for work right now?
Okay, right now I'm self-employed. I work with minerals and gemstones. With my own company called Pegasus Mineral Trading.
Okay.
That I inherited from my father. Previously, I've been...
Well, before you go any further, do you have like an actual office someplace? Do you work from home?
Work from home.
Okay, so you pretty much like online business?
Yeah, but I get busy 2 seasons a year. Like really busy. I get September and February. Okay. So it's like 15 days non-stop each one, and then it's like just slide it.
Well, where I'm going with that is if you work from home, do you have a computer? Do you work on the telephone? How do you do business?
What I did is I threw away everything I had because...
Well, before you go, what is everything? What did you, when you say you threw away everything, what's that?
My documents, everything I had, because I know they've been trying to follow me. And I just don't want my personal info getting,
I got you. No, I think I understand. But I mean, what I'm trying to understand is how can you have a business and not have a computer or work the phone?
Oh, I had it. I just threw them away the same day. I threw it all away.
You threw what away?
My computers and everything.
Well, where do you throw them away at?
The garbage.
And your garbage?
Yeah, because they've been spying at me through that. They spy you through your computer, through your iPhone. They spy you through your TV screen, the cameras. Even if they're off, they manage to do it. It's called intelligence. The CIA is available. Can do anything.
Let me make sure I understand you now. Now, when you say you threw them away, you threw them into like a dumpster, or did you just throw them away in your trash can and you threw them away in the dumpster?
In my trash can.
Okay. Well, exactly what was it? Just like one computer?
No, everything. My documents, the settlement agreement, my computer, everything I threw. The TV, everything that they had been surveilling me on, I took it off because I wanted them to be in the dark.
Okay.
Because they've been watching me. So now they kind of freaked out, they kind of spooked out. But it needed to be done. And Donald needs to do his presidency correct. And he needs to know that these people are running him into the ground, running the country into the ground.
All right, we're going to come back to that. I'm not done with that, but I'm trying to help you and I'm trying to understand you, your daily routines, your business, that kind of stuff.
But I'm very different than you. I'm very intelligent.
Okay.
We all are very intelligent.
I can see that, yeah.
The thing is, you've been fed the wrong foods and medicines which blind you, okay? Most of the pharmaceutical industry is bogus.
I agree with you there.
I can tell you right now, they have you popping pills and they poison you slowly so you die, okay? That's the truth. You don't need any medicine. You're strong. You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
Your body is called, the only way to come out now is called immunotherapy. That's all you need. Vitamins, immunotherapy. That's all you need.
All right.
About my work ethics, okay, previous places that I've worked at. In the United States. Well, do you want to know all of them or?
Oh, as much as you can tell me, help me understand.
You
said you work for Pegasus right now, right? But you threw all your stuff.
Yeah, because it's a family business. It's really
Okay.
simple. It's just like I just need to use square cash.
Let's go back. What did you do before Pegasus?
I worked. I took a break off during the summer. I did my research. I took care of my dad. He had died. Before that, I did real estate investments with Section 8 properties, but I started getting harassed. So, because they threatened to sue me, I sold the properties. Before that, I worked for Oddi Electronics. I was the top producer, the top salesman on TV in 2012, in the last quarter. Before that, I worked for a company called MA Labs, out of the Raw here in 87th. They computer components manufacturers. Before that, I worked for SMT of America, which is Micron out of Idaho. They semiconductor artificial memory chips, DDR memory basically. Before that, I worked as a self-employed trading electronics South America. Before that, I came here as an internship as an accounting manager for the Pier House Resort in Key West, Florida.
Okay, all right. So pretty much all those jobs were in South Florida, in Miami area.
I always stayed in South
Okay.
Florida.
Where'd you go? You
School.
College? You go?
I went to University of Salvador, which is the same school as the Pope we have right now. I studied travel industry management, business and travel industry management. But then I went into the electronics sector.
Okay, all right.
Here that's what's been growing.
Okay, all right. Do you have anybody that you can think of that you used to work with, that you trust, anybody, any former coworkers, anybody that you would reach out to if you ever needed help at any of those jobs?
No.
No? Okay.
I'm pretty self-confident. I mean, I have my head on my shoulders and I know what I'm doing.
Okay, all right.
And I mean, I know you all think this is bogus, or you may not yet understand it. But look, I got 3 bullet holes.
I got you.
I did this for the country. Trust me, I feel great.
Okay.
And I'll do it any day. Because at least I avoid a president getting shot. And at least I avoid other dummies trying to fuck up our country. Excuse my language.
No, you're good, man.
And my people. Because my Americans are my people.
Okay.
I have issues with people mess around with my people.
All right, tell me, all right, let's go back to a Thursday night, Friday morning. Before you did what you did,
Well,
what was your state of mind? I mean, what were you thinking?
Cool as ice. I went there, I knew what I was doing. It's not like I didn't know what I was doing. I knew what I was doing, and my point was, take down the flag and put it in the front desk and call the police, shoot the chandelier to tell them to stop getting Saudi Arabia money.
All right.
That's all, because Obama is behind him. So is Hillary. Okay? So he's got to stop taking the Arabian money because he's letting everything slide. He's letting Obama stand right behind him, and so Hillary. He knows who they are.
Mm-hmm.
He knows who they are. So does the CIA. Maybe the Secret Service doesn't because you all work for the president, correct?
Right.
You only work for the president.
Correct? Some other people, but mainly the president, right?
Exactly. So the problem is, you're his circle, the CIA, and then a different circle.
Well, let me rephrase that. We don't work for him. We provide a service to protect him.
Exactly. That's why I want you to talk, and I would like this to be told to Donald Trump. Tell him I'm a supporter of him. I love him. I don't hate him. I know what his issues are. He has an issue right now with him that's bugging him a lot. It's called Stormy Daniels, right?
Mm-hmm.
Why is it bugging him so much? Why is he lying to the people? Why is Donald lying to the people about Stormy?
And how does that make you feel personally?
I know the truth. I think it's a dummy situation. I think he should put his pants up and explain to the American people what the problem is. Stormy was sent by Geragos to Avenatti. Okay? They know each other because I know Christopher's been talking to Geragos for years. They've been doing, my attorneys here, Mace Laura, they've been doing business. They've been getting referrals for years after I cut the deal with Diddy. They made friends and they be doing deals.
I understand
and
all that.
They threw me into the feds
Well,
for conspiracy of something that I had not done. I was claiming breach of settlement. Now, the way the story is, it works as the following. Donald has an issue. His doctor prescribing Propecia. You know what Propecia is?
it's the skin or the hair.
Hair growth thing.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Okay? So basically what happens when you take Propecia, your dick goes limp. But limp because you're taking Propecia. He has air issues. His doctor, birthday, slipped the Propecia out, okay? So for him, Stormy's story is bad news because it's embarrassing. That's why he's going crazy with that. It's not that he's lying to the American people. He's embarrassed about Stormy's situation, okay? He paid her and she's coming back with some bullshit stories, okay? Trying to expose and defame the president so he falls and collapses.
Child. Child. Lord have mercy. So, you know, I'm the type of person, right? I'll go down to the wire. But I try very hard not to put something out that's speculative, hasn't been confirmed. You know, it seems like it's some kind of conspiracy theory. It seems like it's somebody that's stating their opinion and trying to say it's a fact. Hasn't been verified. It hasn't been supported by another credible piece of evidence or a credible person. So that's just me. But yesterday when she said Johnny, I'm like, and when she said dancer, I'm like, okay, I want to know him to be a porn star. So let me look to see if they got anything about him being a dancer. And that's when I posted yesterday. Oh Lord, they see he's a dancer. So please don't let it be Jonathan Oddi, right? And in my opinion, right, when he said that he had sex with Cassie and Diddy, um, based on just a lot of factors, right? The way his speech pattern is, and also it's clearly, there's something wrong with them and all of that. I'm taking it to mean that that he meant like, Diddy is sitting in the corner while they are casting the dudes are, doing whatever, right? And because he immediately said that, he said, I had sex with Cassie and Diddy, he would be over in the corner masturbating, right? And that's what he said. And he made the distinction that Diddy, Ross, and Khaled is gay. Um, you know, that is just, to me, that hasn't been confirmed yet. We don't know if it will be confirmed, but I'm not ready to stamp it until I have creditable witnesses and evidence, right? The government is pretty creditable, and you have Cassie, So, damn, boy, when I tell you, I got them JJ Walker lips today. I'm talking about, they every day I swear, right? But it seemed like for the past week, it's just really, really been my lips and my cheeks, right? But well, for the past 2 weeks, like my God, give sister a break. And when it's something that's not normally your natural body parts, right? Just like people get breasts, they have to get used to it, right? To get butts, they have to get used to it. It's not your normal body part. Your body have to get used to it. And hunty, I remember I used to sweat so bad. Well, I still do, but when I was working in the evening, when I would go like up in the afternoon and then get off at late at night, on some days, I literally, like sometimes the people be asking me questions and stuff like that. I have to repeat myself 2 or 3 times because they can't understand what I'm saying. My mouth, blah, 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 what? I'm like, blah, 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 blah. That's what I sound like. Blah, 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 blah. I'm like, oh, no. They have another doctor at the place I go to. He's like, I'm going to see if there's another medicine that we can try to achieve the same results. Because ain't nobody should be going through this. You know how they get them new doctors in and they be trying the new stuff, whatever. My thing is, I don't like trying something experimental, right? I like stuff where it has been checked and checked and checked and been out for a minute. I ain't no lab rat and I ain't no goddamn outbreak monkey. Don't come, That ain't what we're going to do. God. So, yeah, so this Johnson Oddi stuff is just, it's crazy, right? It is crazy. So, we're going to have to come back, right, to Jonathan because he's is being mentioned in today's read. Hold on. And Tisa, I just don't understand why, girl. Why are you putting all that in your thing? And in your title, and you talking as if it is, I don't, girl, just say what happened. I don't know if this is clickbait. I don't know what it is. And then you have people who don't check behind it and come out here and do what? Run with it. I'm like, And then another thing, right? And no shade to no YouTuber or no one, no what they call independent media, I guess. But everyone has a different level of understanding. I ain't trying to be funny, but I like somebody that has some sort of that have demonstrated that they have a level of comprehension skills. That if they hear something in the courtroom, I don't expect them to get the legal shit right. But if you hear something in the courtroom, you can, if you're trying to give a summation of it, you have a general understanding of what you've heard. I know reporters have that, and they also have their research and verification skills and stuff. I can't do it. I'm sorry. I can't deal with nothing less because that's crazy. So let me see if I can get this to play up here without hiding it. Put my overlay up. There you go. That overlay. One sec. Okay. I'll let this thing read. Right in the video. It just wants me to do something else, but I'll do it. Okay. So because you can't see it. We good. All right, we're going to get the reading of what happened today, right? Okay.
Advise that viewer discretion is strongly recommended. None of the content presented here has been exaggerated or taken out of context. These are the exact statements made by the defense team, prosecution team, and Cassie Ventura in a federal court on May 16th, 2025. Some words have been censored to comply with YouTube's guidelines. What you're about to hear is a voiced-over reading of the Day 5 testimony from the Sean Diddy Combs trial. Source: courtroom reporter at Inner City Press on X.com. All parties are presumed innocent until proven guilty. Listen at your own discretion. What you're about to hear is the full finale of cross-examination testimony given by Cassie Ventura today from beginning to end.
You believe Mr. Combs was blacked out for the Intercontinental event?
I believe he was intoxicated. Everyone's definition is different.
But you said blacked out. What did you write here?
I wrote, when you get fucked up the wrong way.
You meant drugs?
And alcohol.
Here Mr. Combs writes to you, I am so horny for you.
At this moment, the prosecution objected and said this was not an evidence. Then they continued.
Here Mr. Combs is asking you for sex soon after the Intercontinental, right?
I was saying how he felt.
What did you write back?
I wrote, we need a different vibe than Friday at the Intercontinental.
Mr. Combs wrote, Vuck Friday, I don't even want to do that again. What did you write?
I wrote, LOL, true.
Mr. Combs suspected you of having an affair with someone else in the industry. What happened when he took your phone?
We were in a car, and he told me to call my mother. When I did, he grabbed my phone and took it.
It was a big fight.
He was just gone.
For how long?
A few hours until my mother called the police.
Did Mr. Combs go through your phone?
I think so. And he called someone on it.
The person you had an affair with?
I don't know if he's playing anymore.
But he was an NFL player, and he was jealous. Wasn't there a time he found out you were dancing with another person in the entertainment industry and took your phone, right?
I don't remember.
It was Chris Brown.
I was not dancing with him.
Look at this. It's from 2013.
Now I see.
What else did Mr. Combs take?
My car, my passport, when he was angry.
Let's refresh you about Mr. Combs being in rehab.
I vaguely remember.
Why did you go to Sedona?
I went to Arizona to get away from the drugs.
I'm going to go to a new topic. Mr. Combs told you to go get the video you'd heard about. What did you write?
I wrote, you keep putting me down.
I'm going to play you some audio.
At this moment, the defense played an audio. This voiceover is what was said in the audio.
If you saw a video of someone f***ing me, who was f***ing me? You have it. Why didn't you show me? 'Cause I'm not disrespectful, bro. If you don't show me, I will kill you. Cut you up. I will f***ing kill you. I've never killed anyone in my life. I am going to fuck you up. It's not going to be blood on my hands. Someone else is going to do it. I'm not playing with you, Sujit. Tell me.
That was you, right?
Yes.
Did Mr. Combs express concern about these videos being released?
When?
Ever.
Yes.
The escort, Jonathan. You thought he took a video?
Yes.
Mr. Combs spent a lot of money to make sure the video did not get released?
I don't know.
You had a conversation with Jonathan Oddi that was transcribed?
I'm not sure.
He was volatile?
I didn't trust him.
What did Mr. Combs say when you told him you thought Mr. Oddi was recording?
He said he'd take care of it.
Are you aware of an escort leaving comments on Mr. Combs' Instagram page?
I am not.
Now let's talk about rehab. Do you still take Suboxone?
Something like it.
What does it treat?
Opioid addiction.
At this moment, the prosecution objected, but was overruled by the judge.
You wrote a book in rehab. The place treats sexual compulsion.
At this moment, the prosecution objected, and the judge asked for a sidebar.
Did you get neurofeedback therapy?
Yes.
What is it?
They hook something up to your head and show you things. See how you react.
Were you told the effects of it?
Help me with my trauma.
Did you participate in EMDR?
Yes.
What does it do?
Memories and processing them.
The idea is you recall prior traumatic memories, like for PTSD. You were being treated for PTSD.
Yes. I was still physically developing.
You were 22.
Women keep developing after 22, don't you think?
But you're not suggesting you were still physically developing after 22.
I am not.
This message is about having a freak off without ketamine, right?
At this moment, the prosecution said,
May I confer with counsel?
the judge said, no, but we will take a break. Then they came back and continued.
Mr. Combs wrote, "You're so predictable." You've said you were going to tell him you didn't want to do freakouts anymore, but you didn't say it, did you?
I did not.
Here, you were suggesting freaking off with a girl. You say you found a photo of Mr. Combs with Gina while you were staying with your parents in Connecticut, right?
Yes.
You decided to break up with him, and he didn't threaten you but suggested couples counseling?
I don't know.
In August 2018, you called it a closure conversation. Mr. Combs was inviting you to Burning Man, right?
Yes.
I'll read Mr. Combs. You have anger.
I wrote, my family knows I am not running around telling our business. I wrote, I don't need you to be taking care of Kim and Gina. I needed you to put me first.
Please read these.
I wrote, you lied to me. She never went away. It was the nail in the coffin.
You meant Gina, the photo?
Yes.
In your civil lawsuit, you say Mr. Combs raped you in September 2018 after you had dinner at an Italian restaurant in Malibu, right?
Yes.
Did you meet with the U.S. on November 30th, 2023?
Yes, not the exact date.
In this meeting, you said the rape took place after Mr. Combs returned from Burning Man. You said he was acting strangely at that dinner.
I don't remember exactly that word.
Did you meet the U.S. on April 8th, 2025?
Around then.
This message to FB, who's that?
Frank Black, a name he used.
He wrote, I'm in an investors conference. We'll get back to this. You still have love for him?
I have love for the past and what it was.
After this, they took a sidebar, but then continued.
You wrote, I didn't mean to be a bitch. I just don't get the time. He writes, just need you to be positive, correct?
Yes.
DX1309, this is about a yoga instructor?
Yep.
What did you write?
I wrote, I've stopped even caring.
But you did care.
Yeah.
So he said, you could date other people, let's just talk about it, correct?
Yes.
What did you write?
I wrote, I do love you. I would just prefer not being one of your girlfriends. Let's get up tomorrow night. I'll do studio from 6 to 9.
He writes, can I hold you? Or are you just going to break up with me? And you write back, we can embrace LOL. And you wanted to hug him, right?
That's what I said.
Did you have sexual intercourse with Mr. Combs that night?
I did.
And during that, your now husband FaceTimed you.
Yes.
Your now husband didn't know you were with Mr. Combs at the time?
I don't know what he knew.
Later, he discovered it?
At this moment, the prosecution objected, but was overruled.
You didn't tell your husband you were raped.
Not that evening.
After Ms. Porter's memorial service, you wrote to him that you were going home. Why had he called Kim his soulmate? What was the 11 years all about?
Yes.
That was hurtful.
At that time, yes.
And after that memorial service, you never saw Mr. Combs again, right?
I did not.
He let you go, right?
I never saw him again. I don't know about letting me go.
You got married to the love of your life, right?
At this moment, the judge interrupted and said to take a break.
Ms. Ventura, we're almost done here.
Thank you.
I will read Mr. Combs' messages. You're going to make a beautiful mother. God bless.
I said, thank you, God bless. I wrote, we should talk and have closure.
Mr. Combs sent back a tear face emoji. He said, you were always my ride or die.
I thought it was nice.
You'd been craving that.
Before. I don't think I was craving now.
You shaped you over 11 years. You shaped each other.
Yes.
Your husband's a physical trainer.
Yes.
The house you grew up in Connecticut was relatively modest compared to mansions.
Yes.
You were preparing to tour with a Matt Testa.
Yes, he's an engineer.
Once you settled your lawsuit, you canceled the tour, right?
Yes.
Because you no longer needed the money?
That wasn't the reason.
After the hotel video came out, you posted on Instagram that domestic violence is the issue, right?
Yes. I still feel that way.
DX1015. Mr. Combs wrote, want to freak off one last time. What did you write?
I don't want it to be the last time. I want freak off for the first time.
No further questions.
At this moment, the judge asked the prosecution if they wanted to redirect, and it begun.
Ms. Ventura, you were shown this message where you ended. I don't want to freak off for the last time. I want it to be the first time for the rest of our lives. What did you say after that?
Yes, I'm horny. Just got over a UTI.
You were shown messages today in which you and Sean were kind and loving?
Yes.
Did those periods ever last?
At this moment, the defense objected but was overruled.
No, they didn't last. There'd be a downswing.
What world did Sean open up to you?
A world of chaos.
In your 11-year relationship, who did you want to have sex with?
Only him at that time.
When Sean wrote, "Seduce me all day," what did you do?
Write about FOs.
Were you able to cancel work obligations for freak-offs?
Yes, if I was told to.
When you were shooting the movie in South Africa and you blocked him, how did he contact you?
Through Mia.
He said he didn't remember hurting you. Did you believe him?
Not always, because I knew him. There were times he was pretty aware of what he was doing. It's just who he was. I'd seen him be violent with other people.
On the way back from Cannes, what did Sean do?
He played a video of me having sex with an escort.
What did he say he'd do?
He'd release it.
When you got to NY, what did Sean ask for?
A freak off, or he'd release it.
When Sean wrote, "You ready for tonight?" what did he mean?
Freak off.
What were you afraid he would do if you did not do that freak off?
At this moment, the defense objected, but the judge overruled it. Then after Cassie said,
I don't know that week.
the judge interrupted and said, next question.
Do you have any doubt that Sean raped you?
At this moment, the defense objected, but was overruled.
I have no doubt.
After Sean raped you on August 18th, did you later have consensual sex with Sean during which your now husband FaceTimed you?
Yes.
Why did you cancel the tour?
After I filed my civil suit, I was overwhelmed. Addressing the past the way that I chose to was overwhelming. I didn't want to go.
Do you plan to file more lawsuits?
No.
Would you give the $20 million back if you hadn't have had to do freak-offs?
At this moment, the defense objected, but was overruled.
I would give it back to get my agency back.
Did he beat you during freak-offs?
Yes.
Were you open to freak-offs at the beginning?
At the beginning.
Did you tell him when you no longer wanted to do them?
Yes. More than once.
What concerns did you have about saying no to freak-offs?
Safety, career, love.
No further questions.
At this moment, the judge asked if there was a recross, and they continued,
You knew Mr. Combs' sexual preference was these freak-offs, right?
I learned.
It was part of being his girlfriend?
Yeah.
You kept your old device?
Yes.
And freak-off videos in this case. They were all on those devices you kept from 2012 and 2014.
I don't know what year.
You were able to stand at his side at the Met Gala. Being his girlfriend gave you access to producers.
Yes.
Beyond Kid Cudi, what other musicians were you put in the studio with? Were you put in the studio with Nicki Minaj?
Yes.
You were put in the studio with Lil Wayne.
Yes.
And with Rick Ross and Pusha T. Am I forgetting any names?
You've got a lot of names.
You are self-conscious about your musical talent.
I wouldn't say that.
You had a bad performance on 106 and Park.
Early in my career.
You did music videos. Were they successful?
At this moment, the judge asked for a brief sidebar. Then they continued.
D-Rock was like a member of your family?
Yes. Like a brother.
The assistant Mia, you also had a friendship with?
Yes.
Okay, here you begin with an explicit message, and he responds with one, you are actively sexting.
Yes.
You stated that you were feeling overwhelmed after filing your civil lawsuit, right?
Yes.
You recently received a settlement from the Intercontinental?
No.
You made a demand?
Yes. $10 million, maybe.
At this moment, the judge asked anything further, and the prosecution said,
I just have one question.
but the judge said, I was asking Ms. Esteval, can you wrap up in 2 minutes? And they continued.
This is the last thing I'll ask you to read, Ms. Ventura.
Thank you. We need closure and understanding.
Why'd you keep your devices?
I was afraid of what was on them. I wouldn't take them to the Apple Store.
One question. You just reached a $10 million settlement with Intercontinental last week before trial?
At this moment, the prosecution objected, but was overruled, and Cassie answered.
Yes.
At this moment, the judge took a break and revealed the next witness would be, in his words, special agent. And we do know that the next witness, after Cassie, would be special agent, and Don Richard. Diddy's defense, however, objected to the testimony of special agent, and Don Richard and the judge said, why is this coming up at 3:30 p.m.? Going forward, you just address things before the courtroom. This was the end of Cassie's testimony. What did you think about it? Who do you think did better in questioning Cassie? Let us know in the comments down below. We will see you tomorrow.
The most powerful part of Cassie's testimony today, and probably out of all four
I'm coming, y'all. Mhm. Okay, people. Sorry about that. I had a call. Woo! Child. Now she done sued the hotel for 10 million. Now, I don't blame her. Get your coin, because if you were injured, right, then you get your coin. So you know what the defense is doing, right? And well, it's not a problem, because sometimes if you get enough defenses going, it can sometimes, convince the jury that, hey, that the defendant should be found not guilty, or maybe they should mitigate his liability, right? Meaning, find him guilty, but of the bare minimum, right? If anything. So far, we see that they're going to, and I've said this early on, they're going to probably put everything on drug and alcohol use. Also, that this was consensual, that they were in a loving relationship. She still loved him. She went back to him after she alleged that he raped her and did all this stuff and whatever. That this is largely about domestic violence, and maybe in some of their behavior, whether or not it was drug fueled or not, she was complicit. Now, I know you're probably saying, the R. Kelly people probably saying, well, you ain't say that. One, again, when it has something to do with people under 18, there's no consent. There's no, um, there's no, oh, well, I just used the word, I'm getting old. She's not, there's no complicity in it. There's none of that. I told y'all from the beginning, this is going to be a little different. But I'm just giving it to you as we go. Now, that's the defense side of it. On the prosecution side, I believe that they've established their elements, right? The ones that they were trying to establish. They established that they went all over to do all these freak offs and all this type of extra stuff. Now, I don't know if the defense will try to raise a point that may be, well, try to maybe focus on, well, she's gone now, but that more, that more, let me see. We do this in real time, honey, so I'm thinking as I go. All right. That it's going to be a play on the legal language, right? But unfortunately, the jury doesn't know that. They're going to say, well, she was willing to go. The argument is a little different when you're dealing with a minor, because it don't matter if they was willing to go, this, that, and there, whatever. You still can't consent. When you're dealing with somebody over 18, it's a little different. because they can consent. Sometimes the defense can make the point that because you got your ass on the plane and went there and you continue to see him, you were complicit. You was giving your consent to do it over and over and over and over again. Again, I'm not being hypocritical. These are two different things. It's before 18 and after 18. The defense changes. I told you before in the R. Kelly case, ain't really much of defense. Okay? You can't blame it on the parents, you can't blame it on this person, you can't blame it on it. All the people you try to blame it on, you can't blame it on nobody. And the legal arguments that you can curate around a case involving minors is very, 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 very small. However, there are some ambitious defense attorneys that will, try. Sometimes it works, but most times it doesn't. Because the prosecutors are very, very good with letting the jury know that, hey, minors can't consent, right, when it comes to sex. Okay? I don't care if it had a bow on it and the parents walk you up to them. So, we have that. But again, with her being over 18 and she's being, very active, the one thing she has going, and the prosecutors did point out that, did you ever tell him no? And that you didn't want to do it. And I believe they showed evidence to support that. Okay. Now, boy, when they start introducing the different assistants and security guards and all those people, what that is filling out the requirements of RICO, to prove a RICO, that there's an enterprise. You have that. So I believe that the prosecutors are establishing the fact and proving the elements. But I also believe that the defense has a lot of wiggle room. They have a lot of mitigating factors that they can consider. They have affirmative defenses that they can use. So they have, they have a lot. So depending on what side you're on, actually both of y'all are sitting pretty good, and this is only week 1. Okay. So I want to try to get. That's 1 hour. Okay, give me one sec. Give me one sec, y'all. One night I love a stranger, like the beginning of fantasy. Was right, love a stranger. There was nobody to care after me.
there'll be no stranger. There will not be another man. My baby call, she's on her way. The only one who ever cared about me. La, 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 la. Somebody, la, 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 la. Somebody, somebody, the one, somebody, who ever cared about me. Love is back, say it ain't no surrender.
All right, Jeffrey. All right. Okay. So now, actually, that's not where I want to go. So we need some context, right? On what we just heard. We're gonna put a little review on. See what we get.
Hi, everyone. Mike Page here. Thanks again for joining us worldwide on Live Now from Fox. We are continuing to give you these updates as fast as we get them. We want to bring them out to you. But right now, we are seeing the cross examination really start today, talking about the drug use and alcohol use of Diddy. And the defense wants to frame this as look to the jurors. They want to say, look, we know our client is not the best guy. We know that he has several issues. Domestic violence is one of them, but also drug use is very paramount in his life. They want to establish this because any of the other really allegations that come out against Sean Combs, the defense can always say that he was under the influence at this time. So they are trying to plant that right now in the jury's mind, also by describing the amount of rehab that he went to. That is going to be brought up a little bit later here in this trial, where we will get a little bit more info on Sean Combs going to rehab, how he overdosed and almost died in one of his freak off marathon sessions that happened there. So this is going to be key as we move forward here in this trial, as the defense really, again, like I said, trying to establish that moment of Sean Combs having a deep alcohol and drug use problem. So we'll be keeping our eyes on that. If you're just joining us, cross examination really starting with the incident in 2016. Cassie did say on the stand that Sean Combs was visibly intoxicated and on drugs during that time when he did assault Cassie, and that was caught on the camera. Then days after, we were shown some text message exchanges that Diddy seemed remorseful, wanted to have sex with Ventura in the coming days. She was recuperating, she said, and it felt a little strange given that he just beat her down. But they both, at the end of that conversation, did exchange love yous once again. And this is key because defense are trying to show that Cassie was not totally scared of the incident, was still engaging and having conversations with him during this time. So again, just a little bit more details coming from the cross examination that we're able to pass along to you always worldwide, on live now from Fox, giving you these updates to the best of our abilities here. Let's wait for some more updates as we get them. They are continuing to talk about the incident in 2016 and really the timeline after, just days after, talking of the relationship of Sean Combs and Cassie. Now, what the defense wants to do is showcase a moment that we've all seen, right? The jury has seen this video in 2016. It's brutal, right? I mean, he's beating her, dragging her, kicking her, stomping on her. Defense wants to show, though, that in most relationships, if someone did that to someone, they'd be out. They would have ran away. They would have said, "Okay, I'm done with this. I don't want to be a part of this." But they are going to try to show from these text messages that Cassie still loved him and wanted to be with him, and felt that he only did this when he was intoxicated and when he was on drugs. That's one of the key things that came out earlier this morning, because in those text messages, she says, when you get this effed up, this is the way you act. So, really showcasing to the defense and really the jury, saying, okay, you can see he clearly has a problem. She knows he has a problem. I'm sure other people in the industry knew he had a problem. And I'm sure that some of the defense witnesses later on in the trial will be bringing some of those witnesses to clarify and really drive home that, yeah, Sean Combs did have a problem with drugs and alcohol. He'd act loopy, he wasn't himself, and he would just sometimes get really violent as well. So, yeah, that is something that we should really, really focus in on today as one of the major takeaways that we are seeing. Again, Diddy is watching this all from the defense stand. And I was talking a little bit yesterday, I remember, to Attorney Ben Taylor. We'll have him on throughout this trial, but I was talking about how weird this must be and strange for Sean Combs that his life, everything that he knew about it, probably for the last 30 years, is completely reversed. I'm talking about having, a 20,000 square foot mansion, multiple mansions on each coast. Now he's in a cell. He's lucky to have 500 square feet. So the mental, really tingling, if you will, that Sean Combs is under right now has to be very, very eye opening. And they always say when that cell door does click in and you hear it bang and you know it's up, things have definitely changed in your life here. But Sean Combs fighting for his life. Not only is he fighting because if convicted on all the counts, he's looking at life in prison, but because of the serious nature of these allegations. And if he's found guilty on some of these RICO charges, the government is going to do what is called asset forfeiture, meaning they are going to take all of his assets as well. So they are going to, again, take anything that's in the bank accounts, which is probably a lot. They're going to take and assume ownership of his homes, sell those at market value, impound his cars, take all his jewelry, and everything else. So there is his attorney right now. Let's listen.
All situationships where they're on again, off again, and then it evolved, and then very soon, by the end of that first, she really wanted was a kind of a basic.
Examine Cassie. Confirm this as well. All right. So again, some major takeaways happening right now. We'll continue to provide you these updates when we get them more.
I don't know if they're letting him out, but I think I'm looking.
When he did assault Cassie, that was caught on the camera. Then days after, we were shown some text message exchanges that Diddy seemed remorseful wanted to have sex. And the defense wants to frame this as look to the jurors. They want to say, look, we know our client is not the best guy. We know that he has several issues. Domestic violence is one of them, but also drug use is very paramount in his life. They want to establish this because any of the other really allegations that come out against Sean Combs.
And then they went out, and then, believe it or not, while she's 21, these freak offs started happening. So the relationship evolved. It was on again, it was off again. They also detailed the relationship she had with Ryan Leslie. A producer and a musician for about 3 years. He was 10 years her senior. That was right before she got involved with Combs. So there were a lot of.
So it always tends to go a little bit longer. That's okay. We're waiting right now, just along with you on Live Now from Fox, bringing you these updates just like you want to see. And again, we're waiting for these major updates to come. But just let me just give you some of the latest rundowns, just in case maybe you're just joining us here. Some wild stuff happened right before they went to break. So let me just refresh, make sure we're not missing. Oh, yeah, they're still on break. Okay, so we're not missing anything right now. But let me just go back just a little bit here. All right. Earlier today, there was more text messages and emails that were shown, and it was said, "I just don't trust anymore. That last shot put the nail in the coffin." Cassie texted Combs, referring to the photo of Combs with a woman identified in court as Gina. "I promised myself I wouldn't be with you anymore if you did that to me again," Cassie wrote, telling Combs, "You lied to me," and she never went away. Soon after, Cassie said she started dating her now husband, Alex Fine. Defense attorney also asked if Cassie Ventura hated Sean Diddy Combs now. "I don't hate him," Ventura testified. "Do you still have love for him?" The defense asked. "I have love for the past and what it was," Ventura said. During cross examination, texts between Cassie Ventura and Combs were read aloud. She admitted expressing love but frustration, saying she didn't want to be one of those many girlfriends. Combs replied, "Can I hold you, or are you just going to break up with me?" During cross, Ventura confirmed that she had sex with Combs the night she texted, we can embrace, LOL." Her now husband FaceTimed during it. When asked if she told her husband she was raped, she replied, "Not that evening." Cassie Ventura, 8 months pregnant, now appears tired and dazed in court after a long morning of questions about rehab, rape, her past with Combs, and dozens of texts spanning 15 years. She frequently fidgets in her seat, clearly feeling the strain. In a message from early October 2018, Combs told Cassie Ventura he was going to fall back and to call him when she needed him. Ventura responded that she wasn't sure how to handle things and said, in part, "I'm lost without you." That's when the jury went on break, but I want to see if there's any more updates to bring to you. Much of the defense's cross examination of Cassie Ventura the past 2 days has used text messages to try to suggest that she was more sexually mature and enthusiastic that she expressed than she expressed in her testimony, and to cast doubt on her recollections of her ex, Sean Combs. But the big moment of the morning was actually an audio recording in which Ventura threatened to kill a DJ who said he had a lurid video of her having sex with Combs. On the stand, Ventura appeared taken back by the recording, but also amused. She has occasionally smiled at the defense when answering their questions. Cassie also testified that after the Intercontinental incident, Cassie Ventura now feels odd. She recalls returning to New York for promos for her 2016 film. We are continuing to give you these updates as fast as we get them. We want to bring them out to you. But right now, we are seeing the cross examination really start today, talking about the drug use and alcohol use of Diddy. And the defense wants to frame this as look, jurors, they want to say, look, we know our client is not the best guy. We know that he has several issues. Domestic violence is one of them, but also drug use is very paramount in his life. They want to establish this because any of the other really allegations that come out against Sean Combs, the defense can always say that he was under the influence at this time. So they are trying to plant that right now in the jury's mind, also by describing the amount of rehab that he went to. That is going to be brought up a little bit later here in this trial, where we will get a little bit more info on Sean Combs going to rehab, how he overdosed and almost died in one of his freak off marathon sessions that happened there. So this is going to be key as we move forward here in this trial, as the defense really, again, like I said, trying to establish that moment of Sean Combs having a deep alcohol and drug use problem. So we'll be keeping our eyes on that. If you're just joining us, cross examination really starting with the incident in 2016. The Cassie did say on the stand that Sean Combs was visibly intoxicated and on drugs during that time when he did assault Cassie, that was caught on the camera. Then, days after, we were shown some text message exchanges that Diddy seemed remorseful, wanted to have sex with Ventura in the coming days. She was recuperating, she said, and it felt a little strange given that he just beat her down. But they both, at the end of that conversation, did exchange love yous once again. And this is key because defense are trying to show that Cassie was not totally scared of the incident, was still engaging and having conversations with him during this time. So, again, just a little bit more details coming from the cross examination that we're able to pass along to you, always worldwide on Live Now from Up. Things have definitely changed in your life here. But Sean Combs fighting for his life. Not only is he fighting because if convicted on all the counts, he's looking at life in prison, but because now she is being cross examined about a missed video call Ventura received on September 27th from Alex Fine, her then boyfriend and current husband. Ventura has testified that Fine punched a wall upon learning that she had sex with Combs that night. The defense was also throwing in on a series of text messages from September 2018 between Cassie Ventura and Sean Combs, a month after the incident where Ventura claimed Combs raped her. Attorneys are dissecting every message, potentially laying out an argument that the couple were still enjoying each other's companionship and friendlier than Ventura had previously conveyed. I don't want to have a conversation where you break up with me again. I want you to love me. I need you to love me, Combs wrote in one message. The couple agreed to see each other and embrace. The defense also asked Cassie Ventura about a weedy series of dates, texts, and meetings with prosecutors that seemed confusing even to her. There have been multiple objections and a sidebar in a little coherent testimony. The defense is currently bouncing between an incident in 2018 where Ventura claimed Sean Combs raped her in Malibu and her account of that incident to federal prosecutors in 2023 after she filed her sexual assault lawsuit against Combs. The defense also has asked her to recall meetings with prosecutors in 2025. We have also heard from testimony, and in the court, they were picking up with an exchange of text messages between Sean Combs and Cassie Ventura from 2010. Previously on direct, Ventura testified that in the text messages, she wanted to tell Combs that she did not want to participate in freak offs, but was afraid that he would be upset. The defense is bringing up text messages from around the period when Ventura asked to have a freak off with a girl. They are also most likely hoping to paint her as complicit in organizing freak offs and not being forced into doing so, like the prosecution did allege a couple of days ago. Cassie Ventura's voice is markedly lower as the defense asked about her rehab experience, including neurofeedback therapy, a treatment that allows patients to monitor mental activity in real time and regulate brainwave patterns and eye movement, which can help recall prior traumatic memories. This was part of trauma therapy, Ventura says. I don't want to talk too much about it, but if you are beat up and can't walk out of the room, it helps you walk out of the room, she said. Cassie Ventura, who is normally unflappable on the stand, but you can hear her voice shrink as the defense asks about her mental health and drug abuse and also rehab. An attorney asked about what medications Ventura was taking, mentioning some medications for to treat opioid addiction. The rehab center Ventura went to as services for sex addiction and sex compulsion, the lawyer noted. It also treats something called love addiction. Were you treated to any of these things? Ventura said she was not. Prosecutors have objected twice during the sensitive line of questioning while the judge allowed the defense to carry on. He has now called for a brief sidebar as well. All right, folks. So we are awaiting more big testimony. We are live here for you on Live Now from Fox. Thanks again for always being with us, waiting on some more major updates from our court reporters. But just wanted to give you this insight in really the day of things that have been happening on the stand for Cassie in her last day, it looks like, of cross examination. I say that because after fears that Cassie's testimony could spill over to next week. The defense says that she'll finish questioning Cassie much sooner than expected this afternoon, even before the next break. The defense questioning may have been speeded because Cassie has been a cooperative witness through her 4 days on the witness stand. She hasn't challenged. Combs's lawyer claimed often that she can't remember what happened during a period of her life when she concedes she was addicted to drugs. Much of the key testimony before lunch traced the end of the relationship and the role jealousy played in it. The final straw, as Cassie acknowledged, came in November of 2018 when she learned that Combs considered a woman he had dated for several years during his time with Cassie to be his soulmate. I didn't see him again after that, she did testify. Just waiting on some more key updates here for you on Live Now from Fox. We'll continue to wait for them right now.
Y'all, right now we get some context from what we heard earlier from that reading of the live update that went on in the courtroom, the one that everybody used. I just
All right, let me
found
just go
somebody
over just
that
some
speaks.
more of the testimony here and also just to update you all on things that we are seeing and hearing from inside the court by our great court reporters here. Earlier today, the defense played audio from 2014 in which Cassie Ventura threatens to kill a man who seems to have a lurid video of her having sex. Ventura first asked politely to see the video before shouting. She says, "It's my effing life and I will kill you. I will kill you. I will cut you up and I will hide you," she is heard saying. "I've never killed anyone in my life, but I will kill you. And it's not going to be my hands. There's not going to be blood on my hands. It's going to be someone else." Sean Combs was upset after sex videos of Cassie Ventura leaked. She testified Mr. Combs would make sure that a video would not get out and released, right? The defense attorney asked, and Ventura seemed to confirm this. The defense is apparently trying to portray Combs as protective of Ventura and of the couple's intimate videos, in contrast to her previous testimony that Combs used sex videos to blackmail her. Cassie Ventura and Sean Combs were in a relationship for more than a decade, projecting an image of hip hop royalty as they appeared together on red carpets and lavish getaways. The perception shifted dramatically in 2023 when Ventura filed a 35-page lawsuit accusing Combs of physical and sexual abuse and sex trafficking allegations that recast their relationship as violent and tumultuous. The lawsuit was settled just one day later for $20 million. Ventura testified this week as well. Cassie Ventura is normally unflappable on the stand, but you can hear her voice shrink as the defense asked her about mental health and drug abuse. An attorney asked what medications Ventura was taking, and she told them she was taking drugs for opioid treatment. The rehab center Ventura went to as services for sex addiction and sex compulsion, the lawyer noted. It also treats something called love addiction. Were you treated for any of those things? Ventura said she was not. Earlier today as well, the court was also defense suggesting that an exchange of text messages between Sean Combs and Cassie from 2010, previously on direct, Ventura testified that in the text messages, she wanted to tell Combs that she did not want to participate in freak-offs, but was afraid that he would be upset. The defense was bringing up text messages from around the period when Ventura asked to have a freak-off with a girl. They're most likely hoping to paint her as complicit in organizing these freak-offs and not being forced to do them. The defense also asked Cassie Ventura about a weedy series of dates, texts, and meetings with prosecutors that seemed confusing even to her. There have been multiple objections and a sidebar earlier in the day and a little coherent testimony. The defense is currently bouncing between an incident in 2018 where Ventura claimed that Sean Combs raped her in Malibu and her account of that incident to federal prosecutors in 2023 after she filed her sexual assault lawsuit against Combs. The defense has also asked her to recall meetings with prosecutors back in 2025. Let's look for some more fresh updates here for you, all our great viewers that are a part of the stream. We enjoy everyone continuing to bring you these updates. And again, just waiting for some more back and forth from the court reporters and also just the media updates that we are getting throughout the really gamut here. Again, if you're just joining us, attorneys said that they will work through the break to introduce any new evidence that they might have. That was just a little bit ago. They're saying that it could be wrapped up with Cassie much sooner than 4:30 p.m. that was expected. Much of the defense's cross-examination of Cassie Ventura the past 2 days has used text messages to try to suggest that she was more sexually mature and enthusiastic than she expressed in her testimony, and to cast doubt on her recollections of her ex, Sean Combs. But the big moment of the morning was actually an audio recording in which Ventura threatened to kill a DJ who said he had seen a lurid video of her having sex with Combs. On the stand, Ventura appeared taken aback by the recording, but also amused. She has occasionally smiled at the defense when answering their questions as well. Let me see if there's any more fresh updates that I could pass along to you. Okay, yes, we are getting another one. Cassie Ventura said that she never met up with Sean Combs after seeing him and his ex-partner, Kim Porter, at his ex. Let me say that again, folks. Cassie Ventura said that she never met up with Sean Combs after seeing him at his ex-partner Kim Porter's memorial service in 2018. When asked whether Combs had let her go since then, Ventura paused. "I don't know about letting me go," she said. Let me just replay some more of what we heard today in this back and forth, everyone. Messages between Combs and Cassie, both romantic and sexual, were the focus of yesterday's testimony in a Manhattan courtroom. The defense attorney read what Combs wrote while Cassie recited her own messages about her participation in marathon encounters with sex workers called freak-offs. Just some of the notable details. In August of 2009, Combs asked when she wanted the next encounter to be, and she replied, "I'm always ready to freak off." 2 days later, Cassie sent an explicit message and he replied in eager anticipation. She responded, "Me too. I just want it to be uncontrollable," she said. Later that year, however, she also Combs' messages that she was frustrated with the state of their relationship and needed something more from him than just sex. In a 2017 text message, Cassie told Combs, "I love our freak offs when we both want it," using the initials of FO. On the stand, Cassie explained, "I would say loving freak offs were just words at that point." Cassie complained at one point that jurors weren't hearing the full context of the messages the defense was highlighting, saying that there's a lot we skipped over. Combs' attorney presented Cassie with sexual texts she sent before a 2016 encounter at a Los Angeles hotel, where Combs was caught on surveillance video kicking and dragging her in a hallway. Cassie said she wanted to get the encounter over with in order to keep Combs happy and then avoid a scene ahead of a movie premiere that she was attending just days later. Also, earlier today, prosecutors told the judge that the defense is trying to filibuster its cross examination, a day after an attorney for Combs claimed that prosecutors purposely delayed calling Cassie to testify so that the defense would have less time to cross examine her. Prosecutors shot back in a letter to the judge overnight. Prosecutors said it seemed defense lawyers were intent on forcing Cassie to return to the witness stand on Monday so that Combs could review transcripts over the weekend and help them prepare additional questions for her. They also raised the risk of a mistrial if Cassie is required to return Monday, but instead goes into labor with her third child over the weekend as well. Prosecutors want the judge to force Cassie's cross examination to end on Friday. Their complaints included the defense will have multiple more hours to question Cassie than the government took in its direct examination. A defense lawyer asked a question stemming from civil lawsuits against Combs rather than the criminal case, for example, by asking her if illegal substance were in the baby oil used during their freak-off sex parties. Considerable time was lost making Cassie read lengthy text message chains out loud, even though they contained sexually explicit content or expressions of love. The defense effectively sandbagged prosecutors by turning over 400 exhibits at the last minute that might be used during its cross examination, thereby losing time on discussion about the evidence as well. We should also let you know that the judge has tried to clear the way for jurors to be brought in on time for what was hoped to be Cassie's last day on the witness stand. One item in dispute, a recording Combs made when he went to rehab after a March 2016 attack on Cassie at the elevator bank of a LA hotel. Prosecutor Emily Johnson said the video showed Combs wandering through nature as he spoke of religion, of God. She described it as an effort by Combs's lawyer to seek sympathy from the jury. On the video, Combs says that he has God in my heart. The judge watched it and then decided that the argument was moot because the defense agreed not to show the video to the jury. Again, Cassie returned to the witness stand today with a dark striped suit jacket over a light colored blouse. A defense attorney resumed her cross examination with questions related to the March 2016 recording of Combs attacking Cassie at the elevator bank of a LA hotel. In it, Combs can be seen slinging Cassie to the floor, kicking her, and dragging her into a hotel hallway. The defense had Cassie read aloud a text message in which she complained that Combs was out of control from drugs and alcohol that day. In the message, Cassie told Combs, "I'm not a rag doll, I'm somebody's child." After the hotel attack, she says there was a different vibe going on. And we'll read that to you here in just moments on Live Now from Fox. Through text messages read aloud to the jury, defense attorney showed that Combs and Cassie were expressing love to one another again just days after the LA hotel attack as they tried to recover. Cassie told Combs in one text, "We need to change the vibe of this relationship." All right, some new updates we're getting here for you. Cassie has denied financial troubles before suing. Cassie denied a defense suggestion that she was having financial trouble before suing Combs in November of 2023 and securing a $20 million settlement. Combs's lawyer noted that Cassie, her husband, and children had moved in with her parents in Connecticut prior to the lawsuit. But Cassie said they were relocating to the East Coast and that the move had nothing to do with money. Cassie, an R&B singer who was also planning to go to a concert tour to Australia and New Zealand in 2024, but ended up canceling after Combs settled her lawsuit within 24 hours of it being filed. That wasn't the reason why Cassie testified as well. So some more takeaways coming as the defense are now trying to put into the jury's mind. Well, maybe she sued him because she was in some financial distress. Again, I just want to read that again because I think that's pretty clear. Cassie denied a defense suggestion that she was having financial trouble before suing Combs in November of 2023 and securing a $20 million settlement. Combs's lawyer noted that Cassie, her husband, and children had moved in with her parents in Connecticut prior to the lawsuit. But Cassie said they were relocating to the East Coast and that the move had nothing to do with money. Cassie, an R&B singer who was also planning to go on a concert tour to Australia and New Zealand in 2024, but ended up canceling after Combs settled her lawsuit within 24 hours of it being filed. That was not the reason why she canceled, she says on the stand. All right, some other updates we're getting for you. Ventura told Combs that they needed closure. He replied with a tear emoji, calling her his ride or die. She admitted it once meant something, asked if they shaped each other over the 11 years. She agreed. She confirmed her husband is a trainer and her upbringing was modest. Ventura admitted that she canceled a tour after settling her lawsuit, but said it wasn't about money. She stood by her domestic violence post when asked about a suggestive message from Combs. She replied, "I want it to be the first time for the rest of our lives as well." Again, we're waiting just for more major updates. I will continue to provide those to you when we do get them here on Live Now.
Looking at that hat you got on. It's a nice hat. No. I mean, this ain't even my equipment because I didn't get to grab. I didn't get to go. You didn't see nobody else? Like, you got footage of the family though, right? Yeah, you got footage. That's what I'm saying. You have cool. Yeah, let me grab. Yeah, listen, let me tell you something, bro. I'm going fishing right now. So look, you want to catch fish? Whenever you see that van pull up, it's showtime. Whenever you see the Mercedes Sprinter, the Sprinter van, that's the showtime. Who you with? Who you with? All right. Okay.
But right now, we are seeing the cross examination really start today, talking about the drug use and alcohol use of Diddy. And the defense wants to frame this as, look, to the jurors. They want to say, look, we know our client is not the best guy. We know that he has several issues. Domestic violence is one of them, but also drug use is very paramount in his life. They want to establish this because any of the other really allegations that come out against Sean Combs, the defense can always say that he was under the influence at this time. So they are trying to plant that right now in the jury's mind, also by describing the amount of rehab that he went to. That is going to be brought up a little bit later here in this trial, where we will get a little bit more info on Sean Combs going to rehab, how he overdosed and almost died in one of his freak off marathon sessions that happened there. So this is going to be key as we move forward here in this trial, as the defense really, again, like I said, trying to establish that moment of Sean Combs having a deep alcohol and drug use problem. So we'll be keeping our eyes on that. If you're just joining us, cross examination really starting with the incident in 2016. The Cassie did say on the stand that Sean Combs was visibly intoxicated and on drugs during that time when he did assault Cassie, and that was caught on the camera. Then, days after, we were shown some text message exchanges that Diddy seemed remorseful, wanted to have sex with Ventura in the coming days. She was recuperating, she said, and it felt a little strange given that he just beat her down. But they both, at the end of that conversation, did exchange love yous once again. And this is key because defense are trying to show that Cassie was not totally scared of the incident, was still engaging and having conversations with him during this time. So again, just a little bit more details coming from the cross examination that we're able to pass along to you, always worldwide on Live Now from Fox, giving you these updates to the best of our abilities here. Let's wait for some more updates as we get them. They are continuing to talk about the incident in 2016 and really the timeline after, just days after, talking of the relationship of Sean Combs and Cassie. Now, what the defense wants to do is showcase a moment that we've all seen, right? The jury has seen this video in 2016. It's brutal, right? I mean, he's beating her, dragging her, kicking her, stomping on her. Defense wants to show, though, that in most relationships, if someone did that to someone, they'd be out. They would have ran away. They would have said, "Okay, I'm done with this. I don't want to be a part of this." But they are going to try to show from these text messages that Cassie still loved him and wanted to be with him, and felt that he only did this when he was intoxicated and when he was on drugs. That's one of the key things that came out earlier this morning, because in those text messages, she says, when you get this effed up, this is the way you act. So, really showcasing to the defense and really the jury, saying, okay, you can see he clearly has a problem. She knows he has a problem. I'm sure other people in the industry knew he had a problem. And I'm sure that some of the defense witnesses later on in the trial will be bringing some of those witnesses to clarify and really drive home that, yeah, Sean Combs did have a problem with drugs and alcohol. He'd act loopy, he wasn't himself, and he would just sometimes get really violent as well. So, yeah, that is something that we should really, really focus in on today as one of the major takeaways that we are seeing. Again, Diddy is watching this all from the defense stand. And I was talking a little bit yesterday, I remember, to attorney Ben Taylor. We'll have him on throughout this trial, but I was talking about how weird this must be and strange for Sean Combs that his life, everything that he knew about it, probably for the last 30 years, is completely reversed. I'm talking about having, a 20,000 square foot mansion, multiple mansions on each coast. Now he's in a cell. He's lucky to have 500 square feet. So the mental really tingling, if you will, that Sean Combs is under right now has to be very, very eye opening. And they always say when that cell door does click in and you hear it bang and you know it's locked up, things have definitely changed in your life here. But Sean Combs fighting for his life. Not only is he fighting because if convicted on all the counts, he's looking at life in prison, but because of the serious nature of these allegations, if he's found guilty on some of these RICO charges, the government is going to do what is called asset forfeiture, meaning they are going to take all of his assets as well. So they are going to, again, take anything that's in the bank accounts, which is probably a lot. They're going to take and assume ownership of his homes, sell those at market value, impound his cars, take all his jewelry, and everything else. So there is a lot on the line, and not only for Sean Combs, but his family as well. The sons and daughters have to be thinking, okay, if he goes in and is convicted, we aren't getting any of his money where maybe they did think down the line they would after he died. So that's another key thing to definitely talk about here on Live Now from Fox as we continue to roll on. And I'm just waiting for more key updates to pass along to you. Again, we like to give these updates to you to the best of. Oh, okay, we're getting a lot more. A lot more are just coming in right now. Let's see here. Oh, wow. A lot came in. All right. Ventura says Diddy often took her phone, passport, and other belongings when angry, usually over men she had dated or was suspected of talking to. Cassie Ventura testified, if I was with anyone else, I wouldn't call it cheating. We weren't married. She said in a boyfriend girlfriend relationship, it's more of a technicality when you're not officially together. Cassie Ventura testified Combs took her phone back in 2013 over suspicions that she danced with Chris Brown. She said she didn't. In 2016, he took her phone again after learning she was dating someone else. She said they weren't really together then. In August of 2016, Cassie Ventura said Combs. Folks, I do want to chime in right now on Live Now from Fox. We are now being told the defense has ended their cross examination by having Cassie read yet more text messages in an attempt to show jurors that she was a willing participant in Combs's freak off lifestyle of drug fueled sex marathons. The defense has her read another exchange. In the exchange in September of 2012, Combs told Cassie he wanted to FO one last time using the initials for freak off. What, Cassie said? Combs replied, you can't read. I don't want to freak off for the last time. I want it to be for the first time for the rest of our lives, Cassie told him. The defense ended her questioning there, but prosecutor Emily Johnson, questioning Cassie in a phase of testimony known as redirect, had Cassie read more of the text messages to provide additional context. I want to see you, but I'm emotional right now, Cassie told Combs. I don't want to do one last time. I'd rather not do it at all. All right. So we are going to be continuing to get these updates here for you now that we know that the defense has just ended their cross. We'll wait for more updates and provide them to you here on Live.
While we wait, like, wow, this is only week one. And you see that the judge is moving his case along expeditiously, right? You see that, right? Now they still claiming that's going it can last between 6 to 8 weeks. They must be got a hell of a witness list. I haven't seen a witness list. I haven't looked really hard. I did look, but I didn't look like really, really hard for it. But again, I don't go off speculation. I don't like that because you have to come back out here and what clean it up. Now I will come back out and clear it up, but most people don't. You know, that's just crazy to me. I don't give a damn if it's 4 o'clock in the morning. I'm gonna try to get it correct. So, but let me advance this and see if he has some updates.
Trusted his lead, which made his put downs hit even harder. I was already hard on myself, but his words made it worse. There was some good,
He
but
backed it up a little bit.
poor. The prosecutor is now asking Ventura about the messages the jury saw when she and
They're
Sean
on
Diddy Combs
redirect.
expressed love for each other. Were there periods during which Sean was kind and loving? Johnson asked. Ventura testified there were. Did those periods ever last? Johnson asked. Ventura replied, no. When Sean wasn't happy anymore, it affected everybody around him. The person said, did his moods affect you? Ventura said, they affected my whole life. So again, redirect is happening right now. Day 5 of the Diddy trial continues. We are with you here worldwide on Live Now from Fox, continuing to give you these updates to the best of our abilities. And we thank everyone here in the chat for continuing to voice your opinions, letting us know what you're thinking about the trial up to this point here. And remember, it is so early on right now. We are just day 5, 1 week in, and how this will much go for about another 7 more weeks. Should also let you know that some legal experts have gauged and made an estimate of how much Sean Combs is spending on his legal defense, and it could be anywhere up to about $10 million for his legal defense here. That is for all the lawyers, the paralegals, the assistants, the investigators, as well as all the documentation and everything else that goes into a high profile federal court case. So again, it looks like Diddy's spending about $10 million for the fight of his life as defense continues. Well, what I should say, I was just going to defense continues to roll on, but that is not the case anymore since they have stopped in their questioning of Cassie. The cross examination is over. Cassie is still reading more text messages now from the prosecution. We'll wait on more updates and pass that along to you, of course, when we get them. Oh, we are getting some more updates. Good, 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 good. Ventura says, if Sean was in the mood for a freak off, my work would take the back seat. So that would mean my career not being paid attention to because I had to do other things. Ventura said that she clung to Diddy's words and trusted his lead, which made his put downs hit even harder. I was already hard on myself, but his words made it worse. There was some good, but a lot of negative too. She is testifying as well. So again, we're bringing you these updates. I'm glad I was able to get that little tidbit in there for you as well. Staying worldwide for you here on Live Now from Fox with all of the major updates. And worldwide for you here on Live Now from Fox. Great to be with you. Host Mike Page continuing to look for more updates for you to get you these major testimony exchanges with Cassie. And now redirect back with the prosecution. Again, I want to read off as this is what the defense ended the cross examination by having Cassie read yet more text messages. In an attempt to show jurors that she was a willing participant in Combs's freak-off lifestyle of drug-fueled sex marathons, the defense had her read another exchange. In the exchange in September of 2012, Combs told Cassie he wanted to FO one last time using initials for freak-offs. What? Cassie said. You can't read? Combs replied. I don't want to freak off for the last time. I want it to be for the first time for the rest of our lives, Cassie told him. The defense ended her questioning there, but prosecutor Emily Johnson, questioning Cassie in a phase of testimony known as redirect, had Cassie read more of the messages to provide additional context. I want to see you, but I'm emotional right now, Cassie told Combs. I don't want to do one last time. I'd rather not do it at all. Again, Ventura said that she clung to Diddy's words and trusted his lead, which made his put downs hit even harder. I was already hard on myself, but his words made it worse. There was some good, but a lot of negative too, she testified. A lot came in. Let's continue on bringing you these updates all in real time. Always great to be with you here, waiting on more key updates. But I just want to rehab the big things that we have already heard today in this Diddy trial that has been all consuming for so many people that continue to want to get these updates in real time here. Early on in today, the defense brought back the 2016 incident that happened on the hotel. The jury saw Ventura's March 10, 2016 text to Combs. When you get effed up the wrong way, you always want to show me power and knock me around. I'm not a rag doll. I'm someone's child, read aloud, detailing the abuse. The jury also views messages from days after the 2016 intercontinental altercation. Combs expressed a sexual desire for Ventura. Under cross examination, Ventura says she found it a little strange post assault. Combs in the text wrote, I felt that way from Friday. What are you doing? Ventura replied. Not a good vibe. We need a different vibe than Friday. Combs said, F Friday, LOL. I don't want to do that again. They exchanged love yous. Ventura says Diddy often took her phone, passport, and other belongings when angry, usually over men that she had dated or was suspected of talking to or dating. Cassie Ventura testified, "If I was with anyone else, I wouldn't call it cheating. We weren't married." She said, "In a boyfriend girlfriend relationship, it's more of a technicality when you're not officially together." Cassie Ventura testified Combs took her phone back in 2013 over suspicions that she danced with Chris Brown. She said she didn't. In 2016, he took her phone again with learning that she was dating someone else. She said they weren't really together back then. In August of 2016, Cassie Ventura and Combs took her phone after seeing that she was dating someone else. They weren't really together then. While driving to a doctor's appointment, he grabbed her phone and ran off after she unlocked it. Cassie Ventura said to her mom, then called police after she came home without her phone. She got it back later that day. While Combs had it, he used it to call the NFL player she was seeing. That player wasn't mentioned. Cassie also testified that after the Intercontinental incident, Cassie Ventura remembered not a whole lot. She recalled returning to New York for promos for her 2016 film, The Perfect Match, but didn't remember much after that. The defense questioned Cassie Ventura about a 2013 birthday party for her brother, where she allegedly got into a physical altercation with a woman and told Sean Combs that she tried to kill the bee. During cross examination, audio was played of Cassie saying, "I will kill you, cut you up, and I'm not playing with you." Diddy is heard replying, "Because I'm not disrespectful, bro." Cassie confirms that it was her voice in the audio. She said Combs had expressed concern about the videos being released. She also believed an escort named Jonathan may have recorded a video of their sex session. Sean Combs was upset after sex videos of Cassie Ventura leaked. She testified Mr. Combs would make sure that a video would not get released. "Is that right?" the defense lawyer asked Cassie, and she agreed on that. Ventura testifies that she and Sean Combs used Cowboys for Angels, an escort service featured on Showtime's Gigolos. Ventura confirmed that she'd been worried escorts that she and Combs used might appear on Gigolos and expose their relationship. A defense attorney also noted that some freak off escorts were on the show, but Ventura said that she never watched it. Cassie Ventura said that she entered inpatient treatment for mental health episode in early 2023 and began writing her book there. She also confirmed that she's been on medication since 2022 for opioid addiction. The program lasted for 45 days. Cassie Ventura, who is normally unflappable on the stand, but you can hear her voice shrink as the defense asks about her mental health and drug abuse. An attorney asked what medications Ventura was taking, and she talks about those medications, the drugs for opioid treatment. The rehab center Ventura went to as services for sex addiction and sex compulsion, the lawyer noted. It also treats something called love addiction. Were you treated to any of these things? Ventura said that she was not. Prosecutors have objected twice during this sensitive line of questioning. While the judge allowed the defense to carry on, he has now called for a brief sidebar as well. And again, folks, we are just waiting for more major updates here on Live Now from Fox. As we continue to get them, we will break it down for you and showcase always the very latest to you on Live Now. All right, folks, continuing on here on Live Now from Fox, wrapping up its nearly 2-day long cross examination of Cassie Ventura. The defense asked about her reaction last year when CNN aired leaked security footage showing Sean Combs beating her in a hotel several years earlier. Sean Combs' attorney asked Ventura about an Instagram post that she made in which she said domestic violence is the issue. Combs' team has tactically acknowledged that he physically abused Ventura, but argued that domestic abuse does not prove the government's sex trafficking and racketeering charges. The defense ended its cross examination of Cassie Ventura by raising a text exchange from 2012 in which Sean Combs wrote that he wants to freak off one last time that evening. The defense attorney pointed to Ventura's reply further down the thread where she wrote that she didn't want to freak off one last time. She wanted it to be the first time for the rest of our lives. Big, crucial ending there as the defense wrapped up. Now, redirect is happening right now. Prosecution trying to tie up some loose ends with Cassie before they send her home. Again, we'll be waiting for more updates here for you on Live Now from Fox.
See themes of betrayal and of distrust in the relationship, and that Diddy admittedly was jealous over what Cassie might have been doing. Other celebrity, I know we had just in fact talked, I think yesterday, Andy, about other celebrities and if other names were going to be brought into this. Well, yeah, we heard today about Kid Cudi and jealousy issues with Kid Cudi and Cassie being together and hooking up. We heard about Michael B. Jordan and Cassie possibly having a relationship that angered Diddy. So again, there was these themes of distrust and of cheating in the relationship that seemed to go both ways. And again, this is probably not the end of it. She is going to be back tomorrow, and hopefully that's it for Cassie. She does not want to have to come back next week and carry her testimony into a second week. But it's only day 4, and it's explosive. It really is.
Yeah, it really is. And the lawyer for Cassie is saying hopefully wraps up tomorrow.
We are continuing to give you these updates as fast as we get them. We want to bring them out to you. But right now, we are seeing the cross examination really start today, talking about the drug use and alcohol use of Diddy. And the defense wants to frame this as look to the jurors. They want to say, look, we know our client is not the best guy. We know that he has several issues. Domestic violence is one of them, but also drug use is very paramount in his life. They want to establish this because any of the other really allegations that come out against Sean Combs, the defense can always say that he was under the influence at this time. So they are trying to plant that right now in the jury's mind, also by describing the amount of rehab that he went to. That is going to be brought up a little bit later here in this trial, where we will get a little bit more info on Sean Combs going to rehab, how he overdosed and almost died in one of his freak off marathon sessions that happened there. So this is going to be key as we move forward here in this trial, as the defense really, again, like I said, trying to establish that moment of Sean Combs having a deep alcohol and drug use problem. So we'll be keeping our eyes on that. If you're just joining us, cross-examination really starting with the incident in 2016. Cassie did say on the stand that Sean Combs was visibly intoxicated and on drugs during that time when he did assault Cassie, and that was caught on the camera. Then days after, we were shown some text message exchanges that Diddy seemed remorseful, wanted to have sex with Ventura in the coming days. She was recuperating, she said, and it felt a little strange given that he just beat her down. But they both, at the end of that conversation, did exchange love yous once again. And this is key because defense are trying to show that Cassie was not totally scared of the incident, was still engaging and having conversations with him during this time. So again, just a little bit more details coming from the cross examination that we're able to pass along to you, always worldwide on Live Now from Fox, giving you these updates to the best of our abilities here. Let's wait for some more updates as we get them. They are continuing to talk about the incident in 2016 and really. All right, folks, I do want to continue to update you here on Live Now from Fox. So we are getting more information on this redirect that is indeed happening right now. So let me give you those updates. Let's see here. Ventura says she felt like basically a sex worker and her other job stunted her music career. The prosecution then asked Ventura about her testimony that Sean Diddy Combs stunted her music career. She said, I had a whole other job, she testified. Johnson then asked what that job was, and Ventura replied, I was basically a sex worker. The judge granted a defense motion to strike that response from the record. Jury is now seeing a 2012 text where Cassie was asked if Combs was okay with her doing a video with rapper Common. She replied, I don't know. He'll probably say no, lol, suggesting his control over her career decisions. She confirmed that Combs had said no to the video. For more updates, but we should let you know of some of the other things that we are monitoring in this case. The defense now says it'll finish Cassie's cross examination a little bit earlier as well, sooner than expected. So, after fears that Cassie's testimony could spill over to the next week, the defense says she'll be finishing questioning of Cassie much sooner than expected this afternoon, even before the next break. The defense questioning may have been speeded because Cassie has been a cooperative witness throughout her 4 days on the witness stand. She hasn't challenged Combs's lawyer or claimed often that she can't remember what happened during a period of her life when she concedes she was addicted to drugs. Much of the key testimony before lunch traced the end of their relationship and the role jealousy played in it. The final straw, as Cassie acknowledged, came in November of 2018 when she learned that Combs considered a woman he had dated for several years during his time with Cassie to be his soulmate. I didn't see him after that, she testified. All right, let's see some other updates. We could also tell you again, the defense has sought to discredit Cassie's rape allegation. She noted that Cassie's trial testimony differs in some ways from what she told investigators back in 2023. Cassie contends Combs raped her in her Los Angeles home after they had dinner in Malibu to discuss the end of their decade-long relationship, either in August or September of 2018. On his demeanor, her testimony, Combs was just being really nice at the dinner, playful, laughing, and giving off a kind of romantic vibes to investigators. She said that Combs had been acting very strangely that night, that he was anxious, not in his right mind, and possibly experiencing signs of bipolar disorder. On cross examination, nice but strangely, yeah, Cassie clarified and tried to tell the jury there. Her testimony at the dinner on the timing of everything, Combs was trying to get her to go to the Burning Man Festival in Nevada. To investigators, she said the dinner and rape happened after Combs got back from that year's festival. On cross examination, Cassie reaffirmed that Combs was trying to get her to go to Burning Man while acknowledging that she told investigators that he raped her after the festival. So again, just some timing that is being talked about in this trial right now, and the defense said they are going to wrap up a little bit sooner than originally thought here, much probably to the likes of the judge, who has been trying to keep a tight timeline. And let's see if we get any more updates I want to pass along to you here. All right. Yeah. Well, like I said, their court is back in session. Before Cassie Ventura and the jury came back from lunch, the defense said it expects to wrap up its cross-examination before the mid-afternoon break, and that the prosecution should get ready to ask their final questions of the star witness. That opens the door for prosecutors to call a new witness today, who they have indicated could be former Danity Kane singer Dawn Richard, who was signed to Sean Combs' Bad Boy record label and has sued him, alleging physical and sexual abuse as well. Waiting on more key updates here on Live Now from Fox. Let me just go back to some of the day that has already been, just in case maybe you are just joining us here on Live Now. And then again, thank you again for all our viewers continuing to be with us here, active in the chat. We really appreciate everyone joining us as well. All right, Sean Combs' three sons returned to court today as the first week of testimony in their father's sex trafficking case comes to a close. At the start of the week, the music mogul's 6 adult children arrived at court holding hands in seemingly coordinated attire as the family made a public show of solidarity. But Combs's daughters have not been back since Cassie Ventura's first day of testimony on Tuesday. And notably absent today for the first time all week was Combs's mom, Janice. And again, just to reiterate to some of our new viewers here, I know a lot of you are wondering why there's no cameras in. Sean Combs' trial will not be broadcast, and sketches are the only visuals the public will have of him and witnesses in the courtroom. An illustration captured Combs' lawyer questioning Cassie Ventura on Friday. We'll be able to get that sketch a little bit later here. The singer has maintained composure on the stand all week, but her voice was markedly lower as she was asked about going to rehab. Court did recess for lunch a little bit ago. Attorney said that they will work through the break to introduce any new evidence that they might have. A long morning of questions seemed to have an effect on Cassie Ventura. She was fidgeting on the stand, leaning forward to read on a screen, leaning back, appearing tired and dazed. On Friday alone, she has been asked about her stint in rehab, a rape allegation, and whether her current husband was aware of the extent of her relationship with Sean Combs. She has been asked to read dozens of messages over the course of 15 years. She is also 18 months pregnant. The defense is probing the events of September 27th, 2018, when Cassie Ventura and Sean Combs met and had sex weeks after he allegedly raped her. In previous testimony, Ventura said that she had consensual sex with Combs once after the rape, explaining, "We've been together for 10 years. You just don't turn feelings off that way." Now she is being cross-examined about a missed video call Ventura received on September 27th from Alex Fine, her then boyfriend and current husband. Ventura has testified that Fine punched a wall upon learning that she had sex with Combs that night. The defense was also zeroing in on a series of text messages from September 2018 between Cassie Ventura and Sean Combs, a month after the incident where Ventura claimed Combs raped her. Attorneys are dissecting every message, potentially laying out an argument that the couple were still enjoying each other's companionship and friendlier than Ventura had previously conveyed. "I don't want to have a conversation where you break up with me again. I want you to love me. I need you to love me," Combs wrote in one message. The couple agreed to see each other and embrace. The defense also asked Cassie Ventura about a weedy series of dates, texts, and meetings with prosecutors that seemed confusing even to her. There have been multiple objections and a sidebar in a little coherent testimony. The defense is currently bouncing between an incident in 2018 where Ventura claimed that Sean Combs raped her in Malibu and her account of that incident to federal prosecutors in 2023 after she filed her sexual assault lawsuit against Combs. The defense also has asked her to recall meetings with prosecutors in 2025. We have also heard from testimony, and in the court, they were picking up with an exchange of text messages between Sean Combs and Cassie Ventura from 2010. Previously on direct, Ventura testified that in the text messages, she wanted to tell Combs that she did not want to participate in freak-offs, but was afraid that he would be upset. The defense is bringing up text messages from around the period when Ventura asked to have a freak-off with a girl. They are also most likely hoping to paint her as complicit in organizing freak-offs and not being forced into doing so, like the prosecution did allege a couple of days ago. Cassie Ventura's voice is markedly lower as the defense asked about her rehab experience, including neurofeedback therapy, a treatment that allows patients to monitor mental activity in real time and regulate brainwave patterns and eye movement, which can help recall prior traumatic memories. This was part of trauma therapy, Ventura says. I don't want to talk too much about it, but if you are beat up and can't walk out of the room, it helps you walk out of the room, she said. Cassie Ventura, who is normally unflappable on the stand, but you can hear her voice shrink as the defense asks about her mental health and drug abuse and also rehab. An attorney asked about what medication Ventura was taking, mentioning some medications for to treat opioid addiction. The rehab center Ventura went to as services for sex addiction and sex compulsion, the lawyer noted. It also treats something called love addiction. Were you treated to any of these things? Ventura said she was not. Prosecutors have objected twice during the sensitive line of questioning while the judge allowed the defense to carry on. He has now called for a brief sidebar as well. All right, folks. So we are awaiting more big testimony. We are live here for you online now from Fox. Thanks again for always being with us, waiting on some more major updates from our court reporters. But just wanted to give you this insight and really the day of things that have been happening on the stand for Cassie in her last day, like, of cross examination. I say that because after fears that Cassie's testimony could spill over to next week, the defense says that she'll finish questioning Cassie much sooner than expected this afternoon, even before the next break. The defense questioning may have been speeded because Cassie has been a cooperative witness through her 4 days on the witness stand. She hasn't challenged. Combs's lawyer claimed often that she can't remember what happened during a period of her life when she concedes she was addicted to drugs. Much of the key testimony before lunch traced the end of the relationship and the role jealousy played in it. The final straw, as Cassie acknowledged, came in November of 2018 when she learned that Combs considered a woman he had dated for several years during time with Cassie to be his soulmate. I didn't see him again after that, she did testify. Just waiting on some more key updates here for you on Live Now from Fox. We'll continue to wait for them right now. Let me just go over just some more of the testimony here and also just to update you all on things that we are seeing and hearing from inside the court by our great court reporters here. Earlier today, the defense played audio from 2014 in which Cassie Ventura threatens to kill a man who seems to have a lurid video of her having sex. Ventura first asked politely to see the video before shouting. She says, "It's my effing life and I will kill you. I will kill you. I will cut you up and I will hide you," she is heard saying. "I've never killed anyone in my life, but I will kill you. And it's not going to be my hands. There's not going to be blood on my hands. It's going to be someone else." Sean Combs was upset after sex videos of Cassie Ventura leaked. She testified Mr. Combs would make sure that a video would not get out and released, right? The defense attorney asked, and Ventura seemed to confirm this. The defense is apparently trying to portray Combs as protective of Ventura and of the couple's intimate videos, in contrast to her previous testimony that Combs used sex videos to blackmail her. Cassie Ventura and Sean Combs were in a relationship for more than a decade, projecting an image of hip hop royalty as they appeared together on red carpets and lavish getaways. The perception shifted dramatically in 2023 when Ventura filed a 35-page lawsuit accusing Combs of physical and sexual abuse and sex trafficking allegations that recast their relationship as violent and tumultuous. The lawsuit was settled just one day later for $20 million. Ventura testified this week as well. Cassie Ventura is normally unflappable on the stand, but you can hear her voice shrink as the defense asked her about mental health and drug abuse. An attorney asked what medications Ventura was taking, and she told them she was taking drugs for opioid treatment. The rehab center Ventura went to as services for sex addiction and sex compulsion, the lawyer noted. It also treats something called love addiction. Were you treated for any of those things? Ventura said she was not. Earlier today as well, the court was also defense suggesting that an exchange of text messages between Sean Combs and Cassie from 2010, previously on direct, Ventura testified that in the text messages, she wanted to tell Combs that she did not want to participate in freak-offs, but was afraid that he would be upset. The defense was bringing up text messages from around the period when Ventura asked to have a freak-off with a girl. They're most likely hoping to paint her as complicit in organizing these freak-offs and not being forced to do them. The defense also asked Cassie Ventura about a weedy series of dates, texts, and meetings with prosecutors that seemed confusing even to her. There have been multiple objections and a sidebar earlier in the day and a little coherent testimony. The defense is currently bouncing between an incident in 2018 where Ventura claimed that Sean Combs raped her in Malibu and her account of that incident to federal prosecutors in 2023 after she filed her sexual assault lawsuit against Combs. The defense has also asked her to recall meetings with prosecutors back in 2025. Let's look for some more fresh updates here for you, all our great viewers that are a part of the stream. We enjoy everyone continuing to bring you these updates. And again, just waiting for some more back and forth from the court reporters and also just the media updates that we are getting throughout the really gamut here. Again, if you're just joining us, attorneys said that they will work through the break to introduce any new evidence that I have. That was just a little bit ago. They're saying that it could be wrapped up with Cassie much sooner than 4:30 p.m. that was expected. Much of the defense's cross-examination of Cassie Ventura the past 2 days has used text messages to try to suggest that she was more sexually mature and enthusiastic than she expressed in her testimony, and to cast doubt on her recollections of her ex, Sean Combs. But the big moment of the morning was actually an audio recording in which Ventura threatened to kill a DJ who said he had seen a lurid video of her having sex with Combs. On the stand, Ventura appeared taken aback by the recording, but also amused. She has occasionally smiled at the defense when answering their questions as well. Let me see if there's any more fresh updates that I could pass along to you. Okay, yes, we are getting another one. Cassie Ventura said that she never met up with Sean Combs after seeing him and his ex-partner, Kim Porter, at his let me say that again, folks. Cassie Ventura said that she never met up with Sean Combs after seeing him at his ex-partner Kim Porter's memorial service in 2018. When asked whether Combs had let her go since then, Ventura paused. "I don't know about letting me go," she said. let me just replay some more of what we heard today in this back and forth, everyone. Messages between Combs and Cassie, both romantic and sexual, were the focus of yesterday's testimony in a Manhattan courtroom. The defense attorney read what Combs wrote while Cassie recited her own messages about her participation in marathon encounters with sex workers called freak-offs. Just some of the notable details. In August of 2009, Combs asked when she wanted the next encounter to be, and she replied, "I'm always ready to freak off." 2 days later, Cassie sent an explicit message and he replied in eager anticipation. She responded, "Me too. I just want it to be uncontrollable," she said. Later that year, however, she also sent Combs messages that she was frustrated with the state of their relationship and needed something more from him than just sex. In a 2017 text message, Cassie told Combs, "I love our freak offs when we both want it," using the initials of FO. On the stand, Cassie explained, "I would say loving freak offs were just words at that point." Cassie complained at one point that jurors weren't hearing the full context of the messages the defense was highlighting, saying that there's a lot we skipped over. Combs' attorney presenting Cassie with sexual texts she sent before a 2016 encounter at a Los Angeles hotel, where Combs was caught on surveillance video kicking and dragging her in a hallway. Cassie said she wanted to get the encounter over with in order to keep Combs happy and then avoid a scene ahead of a movie premiere that she was attending just days later. Also, earlier today, prosecutors told the judge that the defense is trying to filibuster its cross-examination, a day after an attorney for Combs claimed that prosecutors purposely delayed calling Cassie to testify so that the defense would have less time to cross-examine her. Prosecutors shot back in a letter to the judge overnight. Prosecutors said it seemed defense lawyers were intent on forcing Cassie to return to the witness stand on Monday so that Combs could review transcripts over the weekend and help them prepare additional questions for her. They also raised the risk of a mistrial if Cassie is required to return Monday, but instead goes into labor with her third child over the weekend as well. Prosecutors want the judge to force Cassie's cross-examination to end on Friday. Their complaints included the defense will have multiple more hours to question Cassie than the government took in its direct examination. A defense lawyer asked a question stemming from civil lawsuits against Combs rather than the criminal case, for example, by asking her if illegal substance were in the baby oil used during their freak-off sex parties. Considerable time was lost making Cassie lengthy text message chains out loud, even though they contained sexually explicit content or expressions of love. The defense effectively sandbagged prosecutors by turning over 400 exhibits at the last minute that might be used during its cross-examination, thereby losing time on discussion about the evidence as well. We should also let you know that the judge has tried to clear the way for jurors to be brought in on time for what was hoped to be Cassie's last day on the witness stand. One item in dispute, a recording Combs made when he went to rehab after a March 2016 attack on Cassie at the elevator bank of a LA hotel. Prosecutor Emily Johnson said the video showed Combs wandering through nature as he spoke of religion, of God. She described it as an effort by Combs's lawyer to seek sympathy from the jury. On the video, Combs says that he has God in my heart. The judge watched it and then decided that the argument was moot because the defense agreed not to show the video to the jury. Again, Cassie returned to the witness stand today with a dark striped suit jacket over a light colored blouse. A defense attorney resumed her cross-examination with questions related to the March 2016 recording of Combs attacking Cassie at the elevator bank of a LA hotel. In it, Combs can be seen slinging Cassie to the floor, kicking her, and dragging her into a hotel hallway. The defense had Cassie read aloud a text message in which she complained that Combs was out of control from drugs and alcohol that day. In the message, Cassie told Combs, "I'm not a rag doll, I'm somebody's child." After the hotel attack, she says there was a different vibe going on. And we'll read that to you here in just moments on Live Now from Fox. Through text messages read aloud to the jury, defense attorney showed that Combs and Cassie were expressing love to one another again just days after the LA hotel attack as they tried to recover. Cassie told Combs in one text, "We need to change the vibe of this relationship." Updates we're getting here for you. Cassie has denied financial troubles before suing. Cassie denied a defense suggestion that she was having financial trouble before suing Combs in November of 2023 and securing a $20 million settlement. Combs's lawyer noted that Cassie, her husband, and children had moved in with her parents in Connecticut prior to the lawsuit. But Cassie said they were relocating to the East Coast and that the move had nothing to do with money. Cassie, an R&B singer who was also planning to go to a concert tour to Australia and New Zealand in
Okay, let me
2024, but
advance
ended up
that.
canceling after Combs settled her lawsuit within 24 hours.
Yeah, like the grab. Yeah, listen, let me
We are seeing the cross examination really start today, talking about the drug use and alcohol use of Diddy.
Let me
And
keep
the
advancing
defense
it.
wants to frame this as a little bit more details coming from the cross examination that we're able to pass along to you, always worldwide on Live Now from Fox, giving you these updates to the best of our abilities here. Let's wait for some more updates as we get them. They are continuing to talk
If this is a repeat,
about
I'm gonna
the incident
keep
in
going. It's just a little bit
2016 and
more.
really the timeline after, just days after, talking of the relationship of Sean Combs and Cassie. Now, what the defense wants to do is showcase a moment that we've all seen, right? The jury has seen this video in 2016. It's brutal, right? I mean, he's beating her, dragging her, kicking her, stomping.
That's a repeat.
Ventura says Diddy often took her phone, passport, and other belongings when angry. Usually is completely reversed. I'm talking about having, a 20,000 square foot mansion, multiple mansions on each coast. Now he's in a cell. He's lucky to have 500 square feet. So the mental really tingling, if you will, that Sean Combs is under right now has to be very, very eye opening. And they always say when that cell door does click in and you hear it bang and you know it's locked up, things have definitely changed in your life here. But Sean Combs fighting for his life. Not only is he fighting because if convicted on all the counts, he's looking at life in prison, but because of the serious nature of these allegations, and if he's found guilty on some of these RICO charges, the government is going to do what is called asset forfeiture, meaning they are going to take all of his assets as well. So they are going to, again, take cross examination by having Cassie read more text messages in an attempt to show jurors that she was a willing participant in Combs's freak off lifestyle of drug fueled sex marathons. The defense has her read another exchange. In the exchange in September of 2012, Combs told Cassie he wanted to FO one last time using the initials for freak off. What, Cassie said? Combs replied, "You can't read? I don't want to freak off for the last time. I want it to be for the first time for the rest of our lives," Cassie told him.
That's a repeat.
The defense ended her right, folks, some other takeaways that we are getting for you right now in court. The prosecutor is now asking Ventura about the messages the jury saw when she and Sean Diddy Combs expressed love for each other. Were there periods during which Sean was kind and loving? Johnson asked. Ventura testified there were. Did those periods ever last? Johnson asked. Ventura replied, no. When Sean wasn't happy anymore, it affected everybody around him. The prosecution said,
That's a
did his
repeat.
moods affect you? Ventura said, they affected my whole life. So again, redirect is happening right now. Day 5 of the Diddy trial continues. We are with you here worldwide for you here on Live Now from Fox with all of the major updates.
That's Cassie's attorney, her private attorney.
Again, worldwide for you here on Live Now from Fox. Great to be with you. Host Mike Page continuing to look for more updates for you to get you these major testimony exchanges with Cassie. And now redirect back with the prosecution. Again, I want to read off as this is what the defense ended the cross-examination by having Cassie read yet more text messages. In an attempt to show jurors that she was a willing participant in Combs's freak-off lifestyle of drug-fueled sex marathons, the defense had her read another exchange. In the exchange in September of 2012, Combs told Cassie he wanted to FO one last time using initials for freak-offs. What? Cassie said. You can't read? Combs replied. I don't want to freak off for the last time. I want it to be for the first time for the rest of our lives, Cassie told him. The defense ended her questioning there, but prosecutor Emily Johnson, questioning Cassie in a phase of testimony known as redirect, had Cassie read more of the messages to provide additional context. I want to see you, but I'm emotional right now, Cassie told Combs. I don't want to do one last time. I'd rather not do it.
I hope that my testimony has given strength and a voice to other survivors and can help others who have suffered to speak up and also heal from abuse and fear. For me, the more I heal, the more I can remember. And the more I can remember, the more I will never forget. I want to thank my family and my advocates for their unwavering support, and I'm grateful for all the kindness and encouragement that I have received. I'm glad to put this chapter of my life to rest. As I turn to focus on the conclusion of my pregnancy, I ask for privacy for me, for my growing family. Then I have a statement from Alex Fine. Over the past 5 days, the world has gotten to witness the strength and bravery of my wife, freeing herself of her past. There has been speculation online surrounding how it must feel for me to sit there and listen to my wife's testimony. I have felt so many things sitting there. I have felt tremendous pride and overwhelming love for Cass. I have felt profound anger that she has been subjected to sitting in front of a person who tried to break her. So, to him and all of those who helped him along the way, please know this: you did not. You did not break her spirit nor her smile that lights up every room. You did not break the souls of a mother who gives the best hugs and plays the silliest games with our little girls. You did not break the woman who has made me a better man. I did not save Cassie, as some have said. To say that is an insult to the years of painful work my wife has done to save herself. Cassie saved Cassie. She alone broke free from abuse, coercion, violence, and threats. She did the work of fighting the demons that only a demon himself could have done to her. All I have done is love her as she has loved me. Her life is now surrounded by love, laughter, and our family. This horrific chapter is forever put behind us, and we will not be making additional statements. We appreciate all of the love and support we have received, and we ask that you respect our privacy as we welcome our son into a world that is now safer because of his mom. Thank you, everybody. We really appreciate the media's attention to this case as well. Thank you. I'll answer a few questions if I can. There's probably a lot of questions that I won't be able to answer, so I apologize. Can you tell us about the Intercontinental settlement?
What did you make of the defense questioning Cassie's credibility throughout this?
You know, I don't want to get into the province of what the jury is going to be deliberating on in this case. And all I would say and repeat is that my view as her lawyer, a witness to this case and not a party, is that she was brutally honest. She was candid, and she told him how it was.
Can you tell us about the intercontinental settlement that was just revealed in court?
I can't speak about that. The record is the record in the court, and I can't speak about it.
It's BBC. I mean, you obviously saw her as she came off of the stand each day. Diddy was there in court. I mean, can you just give us a sense of what she was like coming off the stand?
Resilient is a word that comes to mind. She is a remarkable person. I mean, I've been representing victims, and I don't like to rank clients because they're all amazing people in their own right. But I have to say, in the last year and a half that I've known Cassie, I can't think of another person that I've met like her. In her, not only her truth, but in having everything that she's gone through in the 10 years or so with Sean Combs, her drug addiction, her recovery, to be able to come into this courtroom and testify for the last week on these very graphic subjects is a true testament to her character.
How anxious is she for the outcome?
How much money did she make off of this?
She said on cross-examination that she does not hate Mr. Combs, and that when she looks back on their relationship, she still has some love for what they share. Can you explain that dynamic?
It's a dynamic, I think, that'll be explained further in this case, perhaps through the expert witness, but it's a complex situation, obviously. I think we all know and can appreciate that there are many women, as I'm speaking here today, who are used by people who they love. They had a 10-year relationship. I think she readily admitted that there were some good times in that relationship, but that doesn't that does not obviously permit someone to do the things that she testified to her, and to control her, and to subject her to physical and mental abuse that she suffered.
The last thing she said, hello, Mr. Weaver, thank you. I think when she ended her redirect this afternoon, she said she would give the $20 million back if she never had to do a freak off again. Speak to that, because I believe that was a very powerful moment in her testimony today.
It certainly was, and I believe it to be true. Cassie wanted to file that lawsuit because she wanted people who suffer in silence to be able to come forward and to give people confidence that they could do that. And I have no doubt in my mind that if she could change her life, and this never would have happened, she would very thankfully give up that large sum of money.
Mr. Wigdor, do you think after all of this, after she's given birth, that she wants to go back into the entertainment business, or would she rather just put this whole chapter behind her? What's in store for her future?
I think it's too early to tell. She's obviously a great person, a talented person. And so I think right now she's focused on her family, putting this behind her, giving birth to a healthy child, and then seeing what the next chapter of her life is going to be.
Is there any
I have to go, so thank you very much. Thank you.
But is she giving birth
In the coming days, yeah. Thank you.
Prepare herself for any outcome in this trial?
Thank you. Good job, bro. Thank you. Good job. Thank you.
Redirect is happening right now. Prosecution trying to tie up some loose ends with Cassie before they send her home. Again, we'll be waiting for more updates here for you on Live Now from Fox. And again, everyone, welcome back here worldwide on Live Now from Fox as we continue our coverage, bringing you the very, very latest. Again, I want to reiterate in an attempt to show jurors that she was a willing participant in Combs's freak-off lifestyle of drug-fueled sex marathons. The defense has her read another exchange. In the exchange in September of 2012, Combs told Cassie he wanted to FO one last time tonight using the initials for freak off. What? Cassie said. You can't read, Combs replied. I don't want to freak off for the last time. I want it to be for the first time for the rest of our lives. And again, folks, Cassie Ventura has finished her cross-examination testimony and is now giving her redirect testimony, where prosecutors get a chance to ask her about issues defense lawyers have grilled her on over the past 2 days. They have told the judge that this will not take too long. So we'll wait here for more updates on Live Now from Fox, everyone.
The big takeaways for you.
Hey, Andy, thanks for having me back. Yeah, look, obviously, this is the third day that Cassie was on the stand. Now, the first 2 days were the prosecution, who obviously is trying to paint the picture that Diddy, using a number of different leverage methods, coerced her into doing these really horrible things that Cassie did not want to do. Well, the defense side of things, and today they were up, their job was to say, look, Cassie is an adult and she chose on her own free will to engage in some of this sexual activity. And they started the day, Andy, by going through some text messages that are obviously many, many years old now, but that showed or seemed to show a really loving relationship between Cassie and between Diddy. And it really painted the picture of two people who were in love. And I think obviously that was something that they were trying to show. Look, this is not a horrible, abusive relationship. This was a loving relationship. And again, perhaps they in the bedroom did things that other people might not, necessarily get down in their own lives, but that this was what they like to do. A little bit later, I think you really started to see themes of betrayal and of distrust in the relationship, and that Diddy admittedly was jealous over what Cassie might have been doing. Other celebrity, I know we had just in fact talked, I think yesterday, Andy, about other celebrities and if other names were going to be brought into this. Well, yeah, we heard today about Kid Cudi and jealousy issues with Kid Cudi and Cassie being together and hooking up. We heard about Michael B. Jordan and Cassie possibly having a relationship that angered Diddy. So again, there was these themes of distrust and of cheating in the relationship that seemed to go both ways. And again, this is probably not the end of it. She is going to be back tomorrow, and hopefully that's it for Cassie. She does not want to have to come back next week and carry her testimony into a second week. But it's only day 4, and it's explosive. It really is.
Yeah, it really is. And the lawyer for Cassie is saying hopefully wraps up.
We are continuing to give you these updates as fast as we get them. We want to bring them out to you. But right now, we are seeing the cross examination really start today, talking about the drug use and alcohol use of Diddy. And the defense wants to frame this as look to the jurors. They want to say, look, we know our client is not the best guy. We know that he has several issues. Domestic violence is one of them, but also drug use is very paramount in his life. They want to establish this because any of the other really allegations that come out against Sean Combs, the defense can always say that he was under the influence at this time. So they are trying to plant that right now in the jury's mind, also by describing
Okay, let me see if I can
amount of
advance it
rehab
because
that he went to. That is going to be an ex-worker. The judge granted a defense motion to strike that response from the record.
hold on, let me see.
And drug use problem. So we'll be keeping our eyes on that. If you're just joining us, cross-examination really starting with the incident in 2016. Cassie did say on the stand that Sean Combs was visibly intoxicated and on drugs during that time when he did assault Cassie, and that was caught on the camera. Then days after, we were shown some text message exchanges that Diddy seemed remorseful, wanted to have sex with Ventura in the coming days. She was recuperating, she said, and it felt a little strange given that he just beat her down. But they both, at the end of that conversation, did exchange love yous once again. And this is key because defense are trying to show that Cassie was not totally scared of the incident, was still engaging and having conversations with him during this time. So again, just a little bit more details coming from the cross examination that we're able to pass along to you, always worldwide on Live Now from Fox, giving you these updates to the best of our abilities here. Let's wait for some more updates as we get them. They are continuing to talk about the incident in 2016 and really. All right, folks, I do want to continue to update you here on Live Now from Fox. So we are getting more information on this redirect that is indeed happening right now. So let me give you those updates. Let's see here. Ventura says she felt like basically a sex worker and her other job stunted her music career. The prosecution then asked Ventura about her testimony that Sean Diddy Combs stunted her music career. She said, I had a whole other job, she testified. Johnson then asked what that job was, and Ventura replied, I was basically a sex worker. The judge granted a defense motion to strike that response from the record. Jury is now seeing a 2012 text where Cassie was asked if Combs was okay with her doing a video with rapper Common. She replied, I don't know. He'll probably say no, LOL, suggesting his control over her career decisions. She confirmed that Combs had said no to the video. We're continuing to wait for more updates, but we should let you know of some of the other things that we are monitoring in this case. The defense now says it'll finish Cassie's cross-examination a little bit earlier as well, sooner than expected. So after fears that Cassie's testimony could spill over to the next week, the defense says she'll be finishing questioning of Cassie much sooner than expected this afternoon, even before the next break. The defense questioning may have been speeded because Cassie has been a cooperative witness throughout her 4 days on the witness stand. She hasn't challenged Combs's lawyer or claimed often that she can't remember what happened during a period of her life. She concedes she was addicted to drugs. Much of the key testimony before lunch traced the end of their relationship and the role jealousy played in it. The final straw, as Cassie acknowledged, came in November of 2018 when she learned that Combs considered a woman he had dated for several years during his time with Cassie to be his soulmate. I didn't see him after that, she testified. All right, let's see some other updates. We could also tell you, again, the defense has sought to discredit Cassie's rape allegation. She noted that Cassie's trial testimony differs in some ways from what she told investigators back in 2023. Cassie contends Combs raped her in her Los Angeles home after they had dinner in Malibu to discuss the end of their decade-long relationship, either in August or September of
Okay, it seems to
2018.
keep
On his
repeating.
demeanor, her testimony.
So I'm gonna abandon this. It keeps repeating. I thought we were gonna have more context, but no, we're not. So hold on. All right, let me get this up. I think I have it arranged in such an order where it makes sense. Oh, wait a minute. What is that at the bottom? Oh, no, I can't use that. Let's see what happened. Now we can get our legal analysis and recap in.
Week one of P. Diddy's criminal trial is in the books. Compelling opening statements, surveillance footage of a savage beating, photos of alleged injuries, and disturbing accounts of alleged sexual exploitation, abuse, and humiliation. A lot for the jury to think about. But after week one, who's winning? Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. Well, it has certainly been quite the week in the Sean Diddy Combs trial. Actually, it was the first week. It was week one in a trial where he's facing racketeering, sex trafficking, prostitution charges, a trial that could end possibly in his conviction and possibly a sentence of life in prison. That's what we're talking about. Opening statements, witness testimony, pictures, videos. There was a lot the jury saw so far in this trial. Here's the question, though. After week one, who's winning? Who's winning the case? Now, obviously, I have to give the caveat. It is impossible to know that exactly. It's impossible to know what the jury is thinking about. But
not bad. I don't want to start there. That's more of a recap. I need to title this a little bit better. Okay.
It matter. So it's just giving more prison on.
Welcome to TMZ Live. Harvey Levin here.
Charles here.
Well, the Diddy trial is just riveting. And the defense is now cross-examining Cassie, the star witness. So what we heard from prosecutors and the story told was that of an incredibly brutal, horrific relationship that Cassie had to suffer through. What the defense is now telling, or what they're trying to tell, is a love story mixed with a healthy dose of kink.
Yes, they are clearly wanting to show the jury that you've heard this side of their relationship with all of the graphic details of their sexual acts. Now we want to show you that this was really a loving relationship, maybe even most of the time. They have pages, more than 40 pages of text messages exchanged between them over the years that they were dating. And some of them, they started right away with exchanges like this one. Diddy sending her a text, "It makes me so happy that you would fly to ATL just to see me. I'm a very lucky man. I love you. I miss you. Can't wait to hold you." And she replied, "I'm a very lucky woman. I miss you so much. I'd fly wherever you needed me, whenever. I love you."
Now, the centerpiece of a lot of what happened during direct testimony were freak-offs. And what the prosecution tried to show was that he forced and or coerced her into doing these freak-offs. And we've talked about this earlier this week, that at least my opinion is that in a lot of these, the prosecution just didn't close the loop. It was something she felt, whether it was communicated or not. It doesn't seem like, at least the prosecution didn't get her to say, "I communicated it."
Because the defense will say, if that's just Cassie telling you how she felt and she never actually said those words
That's correct.
to Diddy, how is he to know that
That's right.
he is forcing her
That's
to
right.
something?
So they now produced some texts showing that Cassie was actually into freak-offs.
Right. In particular, this is one from 2009.
Just a year after they started dating.
I'm always ready to freak off. It can be whenever.
So what they're trying to show is, because look, they're looking at a pregnant woman on the stand, and it's hard to juxtapose that with this. But the defense is saying, let's go back in time where this relationship started. And they're saying it was grounded in this and that it's not a crime.
But this was their lifestyle. In fact, Cassie admitted on the stand that they led a swingers lifestyle.
Yeah, and at some point, what Cassie has said during her direct testimony was that the first freak off they had made her feel humiliated, made her feel confused. But what was she actually expressing? And this text message does a lot to show what Diddy was receiving, which sounded like enthusiasm, excitement about freak offs. It would be hard to say that he felt as though she felt she was being pressured. So that's what they're trying to draw that distinction by looking at her text messages. What were you saying during this time? And it sounded a lot like you were enthusiastic about freak offs.
And she also, I mean, there were some we just cannot read, but it got really graphic.
Still very graphic about things that she wanted done to her, things that he wanted. during their encounters that they were, it seems, setting up very frequently.
And Charles, I got to say that, you know, we have somebody in the courtroom who's been talking to the other people who were there. I've been looking at transcripts. You've been looking at transcripts. There is a lot that the prosecution brought up about domestic violence, and it is horrific what she went through. It is almost unspeakable. But the domestic violence that was raised, and a lot of it was raised, doesn't all, and most of it does not connect to the crimes for which he's charged. There are state crimes, but this is a federal case with very specific charges.
Now, you tell me, in your experience in covering trials like this, and even as a lawyer, the prosecutors don't have to slam dunk their case with one witness, two witnesses, or even three witnesses. Right?
Absolutely true.
They are painting a picture here, and they're just giving you little pieces of it. And at the end is when they want the jury to say, "Look what we've shown you."
You're 100% right.
So maybe Cassie is just not. She's not there to close the loop. She is there to paint to start the tapestry. Right. But this is just. This is who he is. These are the things that happened. These are the things I went through. And then later, you're going to have people who are testifying about how all of those things were set in motion. Who was planning?
Listen, I agree. I agree with everything you just said. But I go back to what happened in the Rodney King case, where there were expectations. And when the jury started seeing him, it was different. And the expectation in this case from the jump, with the U.S. attorney speaking, everybody said Cassie was the beginning and end of this. And I don't know how you feel. I mean, her testimony was compelling, and the stories are horrific.
I think we all felt like she was going to be that witness, because we know that the whole reason that the U.S. Attorney's Office even started their investigation
was because of her lawsuit.
Was because of her lawsuit.
Right.
But maybe they discovered way more once they started looking into this, and those are the counts he's facing.
And so far, guys, you're right that they have been focusing a lot on her testimony and on her cross-examination about domestic violence, which is not what he's being charged with. But we've learned that just moments ago, Diddy's own defense read out text messages that Diddy sent to Cassie in 2017 of him saying, "Didn't hear from you, so I just put some plans in motion. Let me know to stop. Surprise package coming in from out of state. Just let me know if I'm headed in the wrong direction and I can cancel." So that is the first time that I have heard or seen them mention anything about what he's actually being charged with, which is the Mann Act.
So what is the?
What is this? Depends on what that surprise package.
Yeah, what's the package?
I would assume a escort coming from out of state.
See, that's the thing. We can't make that assumption,
and that's the thing.
And that does come back to what you're saying about closing the loop.
Listen. He has a huge problem with that, with the Mann Act. I mean, because the Mann Act doesn't require force or coercion with Cassie.
It's just the transaction.
It's the transaction. I think he has a huge, with all of the charges, because I think there are, listen, we did a mock jury in one of our Tubi, and we did not in any way prime them to go in any direction. We gave them the jury instructions. They saw evidence in the case. They immediately honed in on racketeering, and they started saying, why is this racketeering with one guy? And they're charging this one guy. They had a real problem with that. They did not have a problem with the Mann Act. They found him guilty in the Mann Act, and they hung 6-6 on racketeering. The ovulation we should talk about.
Yes, because this is going to be debated by people, by couples around the country as to what she meant here. So Mr. Combs wrote a text message to Cassie saying, "Do I have your permission to set up freaky fun?" And the defense attorney says to Cassie, "You wrote back to him ovulation." And Cassie said, "Yes."
We can say so right there. That is not even code. She is saying, I do not want to have intercourse.
I do not want to have that freaky fun. I am ovulating, and that's a no without saying no.
That is a no. I don't even think that's debatable.
But it.
In other context, ovulation is when people are trying to have babies. Okay. They say, "I'm ovulating. Come home.
He said
I'm
freaky
ovulating.
fun.
Let's have babies."
Yeah. Although
not here.
Freaky
I agree
fun
with
doesn't necessarily mean
it's a freak off. I mean,
from everything we've heard, when he says freaky fun, That's
It's a freak
probably
off.
a freak off.
So
She says ovulation, but what is interesting is
this
that
is the turn.
she agreed and said, okay, we can set this up.
We should get into what they said about kissing, because that's the
She
key.
does agree to go forward. And what he said to her in a text message was, okay, can we kiss a lot? And the lawyer asked, what did you say to that? And she said, yes. So
Cassie
it sounds
said
as though
yes.
she said no to sex, but agreed to a freak off that was more tame with just lots of kissing.
A modified freak off.
A modified.
Now, and then see, here's the twist again. There are two twists here. And then the twist is she testifies that the freak off lasted 10 hours.
Diddy said to her, all right, we're going to start at 10 p.m. and no getting out of character until 8 a.m.
So did they just kiss for? The thing is, they never said what
also
happened in
getting
the
out
room.
of character.
Well, one of the
So
keys to
there
this,
was-
though, to your point, Harvey, is if for 12 hours he stayed respectful and just kissed, then it sounds like they had an agreed upon consensual freak off on her terms that she
Right.
allowed.
Right.
If it turned into sex and she had said ovulation, meaning no at the time, then it sounds more like a forced freak off. So it does depend on what happened.
But we don't know what happened because they never
remember,
said.
But remember, it's the defense that's raising this. So I'm guessing they know
What
based on what.
But then
Diddy-
why didn't they ask? Why didn't they say, and what happened
And what
during
happened
the 12?
during the-
Yeah.
Can I just point out that, she said ovulation and we're assuming that that means no, but ovulation is a time when you are most likely to get pregnant, but it's also the time when women are most erotically charged.
Horny.
Well,
Yes.
but the thing is, what follows up then makes sense, because Diddy says, "What about kissing?" She
Right.
says, "Okay." So
Right.
you would
the
think
fact that she's saying, all right, I'm fine with.
You know, the other
kissing.
thing, it's a subtlety, but the other thing I think is really important in that text exchange, he says, "Do I have permission?"
Yes, which is exactly why the defense brought it
That's
up.
right.
He asked your permission.
That's right.
Hey, this is Latrell from Atlanta. The Diddy Cassie trail is definitely monumental, unprecedented, and definitely perplexing. Hopefully, if these allegations are true, justice gets served. But I can't say that with Cassie's testimony, it might not be enough. They might need more witnesses in order for this to even go any further.
Yeah,
And there will be.
They're going to be again.
There will be.
Judges said expect us to go 8 weeks at least. So.
Okay, we are going to take a break.
All right. When we come back, Justin Bieber showing off his drug use. While we told you what's been going on over in Iceland, well, he is very proudly showing it now on social media. And how is that sitting with Haley? Well, we're going to get into that when we come back. I don't want to say that Justin Bieber was watching Fox last night.
I thought of the same thing.
When our documentary.
Sean Combs' legal team is coming out swinging, cross-examining his ex-girlfriend, Cassie Ventura, for days on the witness stand. The defense zeroing in on a series of text messages between Ventura and Combs, trying to cast doubt on her claims that she was coerced into so-called freak-offs. Combs denied all allegations against him, and his attorneys are now trying to portray Ventura as a willing participant in what they describe as his swingers lifestyle. One message from Ventura reads, "I'm always ready to freak off." In another, she writes, "The freak offs felt right." I'm Kennedy Walker, and I'll walk you through what happened in court, what's next, and how these messages could impact both sides of this explosive legal battle. Cassie Ventura was back on the stand Friday in the federal racketeering and sex trafficking case against music mogul Sean Diddy Combs. The defense trying to paint the picture of a complicated but consensual relationship between the two. Ventura testified that Combs beat her and coerced her into having sex with male escorts, sometimes on camera. But Combs' attorneys are pushing back, arguing that Ventura wanted to participate and enjoyed them. According to court transcripts obtained by Law and Crime, in a 2009 exchange nearly 2 years into their relationship, Combs texted, "I miss you already." Ventura replied, "Me too." Combs then asked, "When do you want to freak off? LOL. Ventura answered, "LOL. I am just going up to change and put my ring in. I just picked it up. I'm always ready to freak off. LOL." Combs wrote, "You tell me the day, you choose." Ventura responded, "It can be whenever." He answered, "Name the night." 4 years later, in 2013, Ventura messaged Combs saying, "Wish we could have FO'd before you left," using the initials for freak off. And in 2017, she texted him again saying she, quote, loved their freak offs. In another exchange, Combs wrote, I want a freak off right now, LOL. Ventura replied, LOL, me too. Well, I want to have fun with you. Having Ventura read those messages out loud in court was most likely strategic. It's a key moment for the defense as they work to undermine her claims of coercion, because in this case, it all comes down to consent. For the jury to convict Combs on charges of sex trafficking and racketeering, they must believe force and coercion were involved. The defense also arguing that if Ms. Ventura was ever hesitant to participate, it wasn't because she was forced, but because she was jealous and wanted more out of the relationship. The attorney asked, you testified on direct that you were insanely jealous, right? Ventura responded, I did say that, yeah. The attorney asked, and you reacted when you saw social media posts of Mr. Combs with other women, right? Ventura responded, yeah. Combs' attorney also brought up Ventura's past comments about Diddy's longtime partner, Kim Porter, who is the mother of 3 of his children. Ventura admitted that she used to resent Diddy spending holidays with his family and Porter instead of her. Ventura wrote to Combs, I understand you feeling like you need to protect your children, but after a while, for what? It's like, for what? They've never known you and Kim to be together unless there's something that I just don't know about. They were babies when we started dating. If Chance can go away with her dad and not her mom, I think the other kids can too. The more time that goes by, the harder it is to understand. During the first week of trial, the defense also brought up Diddy's long history of drug abuse, trying to shift the narrative away from a man allegedly running a criminal operation and instead paint him as someone spiraling out of control from addiction. Ventura testified that Combs' addiction played a role in his mood swings, admitting that at one point he was hospitalized after overdosing. The defense asked, so almost the entire duration of your relationship, you were both addicted to painkillers? Ventura responded, very close to it, yeah. The attorney asked, but periodically withdrawing and being affected by the withdrawal symptoms in your relationship, right? Ventura responded, yep. The attorney asked, and that was a big part of Mr. Combs' mood swings, right? Ventura responded, I don't know if it was a big part, but it was a part. The attorney asked, you understood that if he did not get his painkillers that he was relying on, that it would affect his mood, right? Ventura responds, yeah, anybody that's addicted to painkillers is like that. And joining me to talk more about this is federal trial attorney Alexis Rosenberg. Alexis, thank you so much for coming on today. Let's just jump right in. How do you think the defense did, questioning Cassie for hours and hours and hours?
So, I mean, it's very trying. What they had her testify obviously was very sensitive. They're having her read text messages. This is very personal, and coming from someone who had testified, before about what she was an abused woman and having to relive that under the circumstances and the fact she's so pregnant, I think she did very well.
Prosecution, they were arguing that, and Cassie testified to this, that she was abused, that she was raped, that she was coerced essentially and did not want to participate in these freak offs. But after reading the text messages and that the defense brought up, it seemed like it was a different picture. They painted a different picture. How do you think the defense is doing to try to counter some of what Ms. Ventura said during that testimony?
The defense is doing a really good job at chipping away at it. I think the defense is that basically, Diddy did abuse her. We have the video. I don't think they're countering that. And he had a public apology, as we know. But he's saying that abusing someone, domestic violence, is not RICO. She wasn't coerced into it. And bringing out those different text messages where she was saying that, she was asking and saying that she liked these freak offs does support that it was not, she wasn't coerced into doing it, that she actually enjoyed it. And the question is really, is the jury believing that? Because we do know battered woman syndrome. Sometimes they do things that seem out of the ordinary and contra to what was really going on.
Right. And I was just about to ask that. Do you think that the jury is believing the defense, or do you think that they're taking the side of the prosecution? Because I feel like everyone is really leaning in to Cassie's every word the first couple of days when the prosecution was questioning her, listening to, her what she alleges is abuse, right? And then when they saw those text messages, and Ms. Ventura said things like, oh, I always want to freak off. She said something along those lines, or, oh, I wish I could freak off right now. Mr. Combs is asking her when she wants to do it, and she's saying whenever you want to. Just seeing those things, how do you think that they're taking it?
Well, we'll see ultimately how they take it. But remember, for coercion, you can be consenting and then change. You can change your position that you don't want to do that anymore. Number one. Number two, once we add drugs to the mix, that really does support coercion. If you are drugging someone, that supports the fact that they weren't consenting at the time to what they were doing. So they really defense needs to chip away and really go towards that she was consenting. But the prosecution needs to hammer down that, yeah, at one point she may have been consenting, and she may, she changed, or that she was just saying this. And I'm assuming they're going to have an expert that's going to come testify about, the psychological aspects of being in this type of relationship. But she also said on the stand that she still has feelings for him. That it's not that she has a hatred towards him, even as she sits there today, which to me was extremely surprising, because what we heard when she was testifying for the prosecution, I think I would personally have extreme hatred for him based on that testimony.
Well, what do you think that means? I guess, like how you said, we're waiting to hear just from an expert that can really touch on the psychology of it all. But the fact that a person that she's claiming did do these things to her, right? Did allegedly rape her, did allegedly drug her, and participate in these freak offs, and she doesn't hate them. What do you think that the expert will say to kind of combat that?
So I think it would support the fact that someone who has been battered does have that push me, pull me, that you have a situation where, listen, somebody doesn't stay in a battered relationship because it is bad all 100% of the time. There has been testimony that he can be very charming. He's a very charming person. It was like a switch. So there had to be some good times that were in those bad times. And it does seem the text messages do seem to support that as well. So I think that the testimony from the expert is going to say, yeah, there was this conflicted feeling, this conflicted relationship that was going on, and there was grooming that was done as well.
What do you think we can expect to happen next? I know the witness that's supposed to take the stand is Dawn Richard, and she was in a former group that Diddy had made. What can we expect to hear from that?
I think we're going to expect to hear the same, similar of the same. I think each person is going to get up, the victims, and talk about the same pattern and how they were either drugged and coerced. And the prosecution does need to do that. They need to show this coercion, because right now with her, because this was a long relationship she was in with him. This was over a decade. That the question that the jury is probably asking is, why stay? Why did you keep coming back? So then if we show the next person, and that cumulative is going to get us to the jury most likely being able to see that there was coercion.
And I just want to touch back on what you just said about Cassie and Diddy being in a long relationship. I mean, it was 11 years. And the defense, they showed text messages from 2009, 2013 to 2017, really showing in each of these messages, showing her saying things that, she did enjoy the freak offs. I'm still just trying to figure out, because it seemed like they laid down the foundation. While yes, it's true, like how you mentioned that she does have the right to change her mind and she does have the right to say no, how exactly just does the government prove that? Like, how do we know when she did say no, or how do we know when she did change her mind if they said that throughout the course of their relationship she kept saying yes?
So they have to just put her testimony. I mean, I think her testimony saying that, but it seems to me that her testimony wasn't very, very clear. I think the prosecution may have missed the mark a little bit with the coercion to make it very clear. And that's why you're asking this question right now, which is a very good question. How, how are you going to get the jury to say, okay, there was coercion, and when did the coercion start and end? And that's going to be a jury question. And that is really why you need that cumulative of the next witness saying, yes, I was drugged. The drugging is a very big element, because if you're drugged, that really goes towards the coercion, because how did you consent, especially if you didn't know you were being drugged? And we also have her testimony about the fact that she was raped that last time. So that we have that situation, which does seem like a very clear divide, because she said she ended the relationship and she was meeting him one last time. And then there was this rape situation that had happened.
Right. And I think you bring up a good point there with the prosecution seemingly dropping the ball. I mean, the prosecution, they were the ones that handed the defense the text messages. How did they miss this? Or why didn't they bring it up, when they were first just introducing Cassie, or first had Cassie on the stand go around? Why wouldn't they kind of just field some of this out and explain it before, the defense questioned her?
I agree with you. I mean, one of the things that lawyers do, they have to turn over the text messages. They have to do that. It's part of their required discovery disclosures. But you are right. They should have lessened the blow by going ahead and front-ending it and saying, were these text messages, letting her explain them in context? Because now it seems the way it was presented, because they didn't disclose those on the front end, that they were trying to hide something, and now there's a smoking gun. And that really should have been done. They should have had her read some of those and say, yeah, and give some context and the ability to say, oh yeah, but you don't know leading up. And she kind of got into this a little bit in her response, but leading up, you don't know what was going on ahead of time leading up to that, and why. For instance, maybe I was scared that he was going to, get angry, so I was saying these things to put him in a good mood, or whatever it may have been the reason.
What does the prosecution have to do to win this case?
Well, they really, I mean, there's a couple different claims. We have the RICO, but we also have, remember, the prostitution, the trafficking end of it. So if we have some testimony about a minor that's being trafficked across state lines, then we, he could serve some pretty long time in prison for that. So there's a couple different things that they're floating around. For him to go to prison and being convicted, it's not just that RICO claim that we have. We have the trafficking claim as well. And there's been a lot of testimony related to that trafficking claim about that they were bringing the people in. But, a lot of times she was also paying for those sex workers as well, meaning she was personally paying them. So there has to be testimony. Where was the money coming? Was it directed from him and all that, which gets into that enterprise.
The defense also brought up Sean Combs's drug addiction, right? And so they're trying to prove that, he wasn't this mastermind the prosecution is painting him out to be. Rather, he was just suffering from, this addiction. Do you think they're doing a good job in proving that?
No, but it's early on in the trial. I think that they're going to, on their case, obviously put on that he had this drug problem. And so he didn't necessarily know, or, wasn't orchestrating what was going on. I think that's going to be a hard sell. I think at one point they were tossing around that they were going to, do the defense of that, he was this individual and people wanted to take him down because he was successful. So they've tossed around a couple different theories here. I think from the testimony, he did have a drug problem. I don't think that anybody's going to dispute that. But the fact that you have a drug problem is not a defense to doing criminal acts.
Absolutely. Like, having an alleged drug problem does not excuse rape or beating and assaults or any of that, correct?
Absolutely. You're absolutely right. That's not a defense. You chose to take the drugs, whether you have a problem with it or not. That doesn't give you any right to go out and harm somebody else, rape somebody, like you said, or any other crime. That's not a defense. Now, would they at sentencing possibly take that into consideration in sentencing? Yeah, maybe they could take that at sentencing into consideration. But at this stage, that's not a consideration. I think that that's being floated to try to go at the RICO claim that it wasn't this organized enterprise that was doing this for the purpose of doing it. They're really trying to say that these are like consenting adults, and that the issue that happened in the hotel and the allegations of abuse were domestic violence. Now, remember, domestic violence, as horrible as it is, he's probably would end up, even if they proved all of the claims, he's not going to serve substantial jail time or prison time for domestic violence. Unfortunately, I mean, looking at this, he probably should. But the reality is it's a totally different game than if he's convicted of the other charges of what he's actually on trial for.
Now, we talked about that they're most likely going to put a psychologist on the stand. What other legal experts could we potentially see in this trial?
Well, I mean, the psychologist is probably going to be only, and they may not put the psychologist on the stand. That's only whether they think that and I don't know if there's a psychologist actually on the list, because really for the RICO, they don't need the psychologist. So the psychologist would only go if they feel like, say, and they're not going to be able to do it if they hadn't already disclosed it and it wasn't on the list to start with, but would go towards her reaction to counter those text messages. But remember, we've got all these other witnesses. It's cumulative because it's a pattern. It's multiple acts for racketeering. It's an enterprise for them doing it. So just because you have the witnesses that we've already heard, that we don't need to necessarily know their motive. I think they've put her on the stand first because A, she's pregnant and she could go into labor at any time, but B, because that was the one that, in my opinion, started all of this, her doing that civil case. And we have the video. We have that video of her in that hotel room, in the hotel, that's, very shocking to show that the actual physical abuse. We need that extortion factor. That extortion factor about him making the videos and then threatening to release the videos if they don't do what they want him to have done. That is a really key factor. So if we keep having people, he kept the videos, and there's other text messages that he said, if I didn't do this, or I told somebody this, that he was going to release the videos, that they could get a conviction just from that.
Right. And then how many years could he get just from the extortion piece?
He could get a lot of years because the extortion is a part of the RICO. So that he could get a lot of years for that. But, the life is the trafficking with the minors, that's the life. So there has been, and I am not sure, I've heard different, philosophies or theories or, leaked information as to whether the prosecution plans on putting on any evidence related to the trafficking of the minors. So I'm not sure that if they're going to do that or they're not going to do that, but we're going to see. But if there was trafficking of minors, he can get life in prison for trafficking of minors.
Absolutely. Well, this is just week 1, and we have 6, 7, maybe even 8 more weeks to go. So this is something that we will for sure be following. Alexis, thank you so much for coming on today.
Thank you so much for having me.
Again, Sean Combs denies all allegations. For all of the Diddy trial coverage, you can watch our live shows every weekday at 12 noon Eastern and continue to follow our uploads here right on Law and Crime's YouTube channel. For Law and Crime, I'm Kennedy Walker.
Cassie Ventura has officially wrapped up her testimony in Sean Diddy Combs' sex trafficking and racketeering trial after nearly 20 hours on the stand. Her account included graphic details of alleged abuse, rape, and coercion. But the defense, particularly today, pushed back with texts, audio, and claimed she was a willing participant in their so-called freak-offs. But that's not all. We even learned more today about what was inside Diddy's hotel room and heard striking testimony from Dawn Richard. I'm going to be breaking down what happened in today's courtroom, with Elizabeth Milner, law and crimes reporter who was inside to hear and see it all. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. Well, after 4 days of harrowing testimony, Cassandra Ventura has finally stepped down from the witness stand in Sean Diddy Combs' federal sex trafficking and racketeering trial. And her account that spanned allegations of physical abuse, rape, coercion, alleged freak-offs, even this purported $20 million settlement, this painted quite a picture of their decades-long relationship. And it gives the jury a lot to think about. And I got to say, I think it made this case a whole lot grayer, particularly after the cross-examination. So we're going to break down everything that we learned from today's proceedings, day 5 of this bombshell trial, and also what we can expect to come. So to help me do that, I want to bring back on law and crimes reporter who has been inside that courtroom for every second of these proceedings. Elizabeth Milner is back with us. Elizabeth, so good to see you. First of all, I got to say, before you came out to do your hit, there was a little bit of like commotion out there. Basically, there's a lot of people watching this case. There's a lot of people outside that courthouse. Can you briefly explain to us what the atmosphere is like, both inside and outside the courtroom? It feels like that is the scene. That's the epicenter right now.
Absolutely. And, look, there's been a lot of public interest in this case, not just from us in the media, but also those who just either want to get a glimpse of Diddy himself, want to get a glimpse of Diddy's family. And so there is never, just not enough people from the public who are here outside that courtroom. When I came outside today just to chat with you, Jesse, I walked outside and all of a sudden I saw a woman with kind of hair extensions in her hair. She was yelling back and forth with a man. A man was yelling at her. It was pretty tense. I didn't know kind of what was going on, but a lot of people were crowding around them. I walk across the street and all I see are free Diddy t-shirts, which is very surprising, something I didn't see when I entered the courtroom this morning, but that was very early this morning. So maybe a lot of people were realizing it's a Friday. Let me go to the courthouse. Let me see what's up. And let me just see if I can get a glimpse. Because some people are still under the assumption Diddy just walks out of the courtroom every day, but that's not the case. He still goes back to NBC Brooklyn every night, every day after trial. But for the most part, there's still kind of a busy scene. Even right behind me, a lot of people kind of crowding around. Either the media is going to be out there. It's people with cameras, their cell phone cameras, actual physical cameras as well, too, just trying to get a glimpse of what all this action is. Because, even with us in the media, the cameras still go all the way down the block. You can think of pretty much every big legacy station that is here at the courtroom covering this case. You can think of podcasts. You can think of YouTubers and influencers who just want a piece of this action to see what this proceeding is like, to see the trial of Diddy, because that's exactly what is happening. As far as inside the courtroom today, as far as the mood goes and everything like that, it was another highly anticipated day because we were wondering how the cross-examination of Cassie Ventura would continue. As far as those who were there to support Diddy today, again, it was definitely a different scene than it was the first couple of days of trial, in that, his daughters aren't there anymore. His mother wasn't there. But, I do want to say, as far as why they're not there, a source did tell me it's because the twins are about to graduate. It is graduation season. It's prom season. So they did fly back home in order to attend to those events. But as far as the support system that Diddy did have inside the courtroom, it was his sons, his 3 adult sons, who are inside that courtroom today: Quincy, Justin Combs, Christian Combs. And then as far as Cassie's support system inside that courtroom today, you had her attorney, Doug Wigder, inside that courtroom, Cassie's mother inside that courtroom, her brother, and then, of course, her husband, Alex Fine. And so a lot of people just in general were anticipating where this cross-examination would go, how the government would come back from the cross-examination, especially, after seeing a bunch of text messages that were either about, them being in love together, or the sexually explicit messages that were talked about at nauseum today. But that was kind of the mood and the atmosphere as far as kind of what's going down here at the federal courthouse.
Now, we've said this before, I'll say it again. There are no cameras allowed in this courtroom, unfortunately. There's no recording devices or transcribing devices that are allowed. But if they were, you know how much Claude Notepin would help? This is an incredible tool that leverages AI to boost productivity. So first of all, you can wear it in all different kinds of ways on your wrist. Right now, I have it on my lapel. And you can use it during meetings, interviews, anytime you need to capture everything without lifting a finger. It transcribes in 112 languages. It tags speakers automatically, and it summarizes everything into one clean template in seconds. And NotePen doesn't just record, it also serves as a note taker, allowing you to take notes anywhere, anytime, hands-free. It extracts insights, it boosts efficiency, it saves time, it allows you to stay engaged in the conversation. So right now you can get 10% off. Just click the link below or scan the QR code on screen. If you are serious about leveling up, start here. And before we get into the substance of the actual cross-examination, and by the way, there was 2 other witnesses who took the stand too that are very, very pivotal to this case, which we'll get to. Overall, real quick, what did you notice from the jury today? What was their demeanor? Anything catch your attention about them? I know it's so hard to try to read what they're doing, but anything you can tell us about the jury?
Yeah, it's always hard to kind of read them, especially from where I was sitting inside the courtroom today. So I got that angled view, which means I got a lot of the back of their head. So I saw a lot of them, for the most part, doing what they've been doing all week, something that the judge even noted, paying attention. They were paying attention. They were jotting down notes. They were looking at exhibits. Again, still doing that tennis match between either looking at Ana Maria Estevao doing the cross-examination, then looking at Cassie, or they're just focusing on Cassie. But there was still, as far as what I could see from the jury, it doesn't seem like they're bored of this case, maybe just yet. But for the most part, they are being very attentive. As the judge pointed out today, they're coming in on time. They are ready to serve on this jury, and they have been paying very close attention to everything that's going on.
And that's interesting you say that, because yesterday, I think you were saying during the cross-examination, they looked a little checked out maybe. I was wondering maybe it was they understood where the defense's case was going. Was it a bit too repetitive? But I felt today's cross-examination was different. I'll tell you, one of the things that everybody's been talking about while you've been in the courthouse was apparently this audio recording. This audio recording that was played of Cassandra Ventura, where she was apparently quite angry. This is interesting because in a case where the defense is trying to characterize everything that Cassandra Ventura allegedly went through was consensual, and that Diddy's actions are being mischaracterized as criminal, what was this audio tape? What was the value of this audio tape? What did the jury hear?
Well, the value of the audio tape seemed pretty great to the defense. It was from 2014, and it was an audio recording between Cassie and somebody that she had worked with named Sujit. Now, Sujit's kind of important to Cassie's story because Sujit had told Cassie he had an sexually explicit video of her on his phone, that somebody had told him about this video. And so she confronted Sujit about this because she had initially thought this was a freak off video and just wanted to know where he had gotten this video. How did this video come into his possession? And so the audio was, I think, kind of a pretty bombshell moment this morning with the testimony goes, because when you're listening to Cassie on the stand, she is very soft spoken. She is very quiet, and she is very calm, cool, and collected when she's answering questions. But under this audio, you could tell, and this was, more than 10 years ago at this point, but you could tell she was very, very upset while trying to confront Sujit about essentially this sexually explicit video. So it was taken in Atlantic City, and then the defense had kind of point out during this time Diddy was all the way in California. But Cassie had told Sujit on this audio recording, we'll figure it out, and asked him, so you saw a video of me pleasuring myself? And Sujit said that he did have the video, and he had this video on her phone. And Cassie says, well, it's not me pleasuring myself because you said somebody else was in the room. And Cassie repeatedly had asked, can I see it? Can I see it? Can I see it? Then she goes into, and this is probably the part that kind of may have worked in the defense's favor. She says, I will kill you. I will kill you. I'll put you in a desert. I will cut you. She says, I'll get somebody else to do it because you're effing with my life. She had said that, this sugar honey iced tea is not cool, and you can take the first letters of those entire words to see what I'm talking about. But essentially it was just kind of her screaming as she confronted Sujit about this sexually explicit video I had talked about during the lunch hour. I can understand why she would be noticeably angry about this, right? Like, it's a private video that somebody randomly kind of has in their possession. And so, we all say things that we don't necessarily mean, such as I will kill you. We kind of say that when we're mad. We may say it in jest. It's unclear she actually wanted to pursue this or anything like that. But for the most part, again, I can understand her rage in saying these things, but for the defense, it definitely was something that they were trying to paint it as. Maybe you're not as, meek and quiet as you kind of portray yourself to be. You can get aggressive, you can go and be confrontational, and then you can use your boyfriend and his power to kind of make the threat a little more serious. Because when Cassie was under direct examination, she had talked at great length just about this meet up with Sujit and how Diddy security was involved and how they had this whole meetup about this, and it was kind of a group meeting, and that a lot of people were scared and concerned. So then when you hear it kind of coming from the audio, it was just kind of a little stark contrast. And but she was again forthcoming about her being just embarrassed or upset if this video were to get leaked or to get out into the public. And so that was the pretty much the essence of this video, but or excuse me, this audio recording. But you could definitely hear her rage and her kind of upsetness about this whole incident.
Well, I tell you, I think what the defense might have been doing was saying, man, she didn't want this tape to get out, and she made sure, and Combs did everything in his power to make sure this tape didn't go out. And it's not so much, hey, this is a criminal trying to cover up his criminal activity, but this is a guy who's trying to make sure that Cassandra Ventura and he are protected from the tape coming out. Again, recharacterizing some of Sean Combs' behavior. That's what I took away from it. But by the way, I have to ask this real quick. Jonathan Oddi, so Jonathan Oddi, this, he was the guy that allegedly shot up the Trump property in 2018. This male performer, at the time of his arrest, he told investigators he was a sex slave of Sean Combs, mentioned Cassandra Ventura. At the time, nobody really knew what to take of it. He came up with regarding this recording today?
He definitely did, but not necessarily regarding this particular recording when it comes to Sujit. As far as the recording goes, that mentioned Jonathan Oddi, it was about this secret video that he had taken of Cassie and Diddy at a freak off, and Diddy was trying to make this video go away. And according to Cassie, while she was testifying, that Diddy spent a significant amount of money so that this video wouldn't get released. And then Cassie had explained during her cross today that essentially she and Diddy never used Jonathan again after he had did this. He said that she had said that he was never used again in a freak off because she was concerned about this situation because Oddi had threatened to release this video. When Cassie spoke to Diddy just about this recording, Diddy essentially said, I'll take care of it. And the defense said, would this video be embarrassing if it was released, especially for Diddy, because Diddy is a celebrity, but it would be embarrassing for you too, right? Because you're also a high profile name around this time period. And so that was definitely the Oddi mention that was, kind of clicked in my head today, because he was someone brought up a couple of days ago when Cassie was under her direct examination, because they put up a whole bunch of exhibits, a whole bunch of photos of the escorts that were used in freak offs, and the face that definitely stood out to me was Jonathan's face. And so just to kind of hear essentially why Jonathan was never used again during a freak off, this kind of explains it.
Now, there was a lot of testimony regarding the 2016 incident at the Intercontinental Hotel in Los Angeles, where you have this videotape footage of Combs appearing to beat Cassandra Ventura. We've talked about that ad nauseum. I mean, it's one of the key pieces of evidence. But there was a lot more about the communications that came up after this happened, right? Can you talk to us about those communications? What were Combs and Ventura talking about after this 2016 incident?
So the defense was essentially asking Cassie, was Diddy blacked out during this incident? Cassie said she had wrote a message to Diddy around this time. You get effed up the wrong way. You always want to show me that you have the power to knock me around like a rag doll, a message that I think we have seen even prior to trial. The defense was kind of insinuating that Diddy had did this because he was combining a mixture of drugs and alcohol. Even during yesterday's cross-examination, they were kind of insinuating that Diddy had a bad batch of drugs when he had attacked Cassie in that hotel room. Esteban she kept on during this moment, and I actually kind of wrote this down, she kept on kind of forgetting to submit stuff into evidence. At one point, she even said, I'm sorry, and it was just kind of a whole incident. And so Cassie was talking about, Diddy had sent a message to Cassie saying, I'm so horny for you. Cassie had responded, you are. What made you feel that way? And these text messages were sent after the physical assault that happened at the Intercontinental Hotel. She said while she was on the stand today that it was essentially strange for Diddy to even kind of say that. Cassie had responded in a message to him saying, we need a different vibe from Friday being the night that the day that the hotel incident had happened. And Diddy responded to Cassie F Friday and F-U-C-K Friday. Diddy had also said, I don't want to do that again. And Cassie had responded, LOL, true. And I'm kind of paraphrasing these text messages because they went by so fast. And then Diddy had responded to Cassie, what are you doing? And Cassie later sent a text message essentially saying, I love you. And so I think that what the defense was trying to do there is just insinuate that even after this brutal and physical assault that happened, that they just kind of went back to their normal pattern of just saying I love you to one another, kind of putting a Band-Aid over the situation, but still it wasn't a situation where she had called things off completely or anything like that. Then Cassie was asked about the photos that she had took of her face after the assault. And Cassie said she actually didn't remember taking those photos. And these were photos that we had seen inside the courtroom. It's of Cassie in the back of the Uber after this assault happened. She had sunglasses on, but you could definitely see a busted lip or a fat lip as she had called it. But you could also see a black eye because she said she got hit in the face before she even left that hotel room, before we had seen that surveillance video that she was actually assaulted first in the hotel room before everything else happened in the aftermath of that. And so I think the defense, again, trying to kind of paint this as this was a domestic violence thing. This was something that always happened, but this was something that had happened because Diddy was on drugs during this time period. I was really kind of thinking that at some point today they would show that apology video that Diddy had done that we had all seen that was posted to his Instagram story after the video was released. But at no point today did either the government or even the defense bring this video up, because if you're going to be talking about how drugs were at the crux of this and he was so effed up from all these drugs when all of this was happening, that you would think that because Diddy had said during his apology video that I was so messed up during this time period and that I was thinking that, essentially that he was so messed up from the drugs, that they would try to paint that picture. But that video didn't even come in today. We haven't seen it. We haven't seen it, but it's possibly we haven't seen it yet too.
Mm-hmm. I mean, there was that message where she says, I'm not a rag doll. I'm somebody's child. That's pretty impactful message, to say the least. Now, another really difficult moment that they spent a lot of time questioning about was the 2018 alleged rape, right? So she had testified that Sean Combs raped her, and that there was another time after that they had consensual sex. What was the cross-examination like regarding that alleged rape? Because that is a key alleged moment in this case.
And a moment too, especially in the courtroom, because this was the moment that Alex Fine had to get out of the courtroom, because again, as we've been talking about this kind of a couple of days now, that the defense might possibly call Alex Fine as a witness to impeach his own wife's credibility, something that I think is kind of a very interesting tactic for the defense to kind of take. But inside the courtroom, Alex Fine isn't listening to this portion of the testimony. He actually just kind of walks out and sits, I guess, outside or in a private room, kind of waiting to get the call to come back in. But as far as the 2018 alleged rape that had happened, the defense was kind of asking Cassie a little bit about why she and Diddy were meeting around this time. And Cassie had said that she was actually no longer with Diddy at this time period. She was actually dating her now husband, that being Alex Fine. So around this time, Cassie had sent a message to Diddy saying, I love myself more, paraphrasing, because again, a lot of messages going back and forth. She said, I love myself more. I forgave you. And that she never went away. She being Gina, somebody who has been very much of a talking point throughout Cassie's testimony, because according to Cassie, she being Gina kind of helped with the dissolve of the relationship, because Cassie had seen a photo of Diddy and Gina together, as Cassie was thinking that at this point the two were monogamous and that Diddy was no longer seeing Gina. So Cassie had sent a message to Diddy saying, I promised I wouldn't be with you anymore. So around August of 2018, they had a closure conversation, and during this time period, Diddy was trying to get Cassie to go to Burning Man, a big music festival that I guess the two had gone to a number of times throughout the course of their relationship, because I think we have to always kind of put in context that these two were together for a long period of time, a longer relationship than I've ever had in my life, minus my parents, and so 11 years is a long time period. And yes, they were on and off for a lot of periods of time, but it seems like from these messages that Diddy was kind of thinking, maybe we'll get back together, maybe this isn't truly the end or anything like that. So around this time, the defense was kind of bringing up the rape allegations that were made in Cassie's federal lawsuit, which we know was settled the next day, because the defense was trying to say that you had said this happened in August, but in your lawsuit, you said this happened in September and not August. You met with prosecutors in 2023 after the lawsuit was filed in New York. And the defense says you told the government that this incident happened in September of 2018. And then the defense says that Diddy was acting strangely, that Cassie had said that Diddy was acting strangely to the government during a 2023 meeting that the two had, that Cassie had with federal prosecutors and federal agents, that she was kind of describing the alleged rape that happened and said on that night that Diddy was acting pretty strange. The defense says that Cassie had told the government Diddy was kind of acting anxious as well too, something that wasn't necessarily talked about during her testimony when she was recounting the alleged rape. The defense asked Cassie that you told the government that Diddy was bipolar and that he actually wasn't in his right state of mind. And so then we got more text messages, these being from August 21st of 2018. Always paraphrasing, just got to say, Cassie wrote to Diddy, hit me when you can. Hit as in like, let me meet up with you. Diddy had responded, okay, I'm at an investors conference. You good? Diddy said, I'm calling. It's going straight to voicemail. Cassie said, thank you. And then Diddy said, I know I look bad to you. And so I thought that was kind of an interesting point, because maybe it is kind of helping her claims a little bit here that things just weren't necessarily right. And so we saw more text messages from that day where the defense says that Cassie told the government in April of 2025, just last month, that the rape happened in August of 2018. And I think they were trying to point out that you said it happened in August. Did it happen in August? Did it happen in September? So then after we saw these text messages from August of 2018, Cassie was asked, do you hate Diddy? And she said that she even still doesn't hate Diddy in the present time. She still has love for the past. We saw more text messages. This one's from August of 2018. Diddy saying to Cassie, can you call me, please? Cassie saying, I'm so heartbroken. Diddy saying, me too, have a good night. The defense kind of trying to point out if the rape happened in August, why is this texting going back and forth? Or maybe this is verifying that this happened in September. And so then we saw some September text messages where Cassie asked Diddy, how was the yoga treating you? Diddy was apparently sleeping with a yoga instructor. That's kind of what the insinuation was, that he was having an intimate relationship with his yoga instructor. And then Diddy responded, what does yoga have to do with me? Cassie wrote to Diddy, I heard you were dating. Cassie said, who do you think I'm dating? Cassie said, I actually need to stop even caring. And Diddy said, do you even want to start dating? Let's talk about it. We fast forward to just a week later where Diddy said, do what you got to do. Cassie said, well, let's just talk tomorrow. Diddy said, I don't want a combo where you break up with me again. Cassie said, I do love you. I don't want to I don't want to be your girlfriend anymore. Then we kind of get into Alex Fine a little bit, her now husband. And so around this time, this also being in September of 2018, that Diddy found out that Cassie was seeing Alex Fine when the two being Cassie and Diddy were intimate together, because I guess Alex Fine had called Cassie around this time. And it's pretty important to understand a little bit of why Diddy was possibly upset, because at around this time, Alex Fine was a personal trainer. Diddy actually hired Alex Fine to train Cassie. So that's just another point that the defense always kind of tries to make there. After Cassie had told Diddy that she had a great night with him, the defense asked, if Alex found out about Diddy. And when the alleged rape was talked about, the defense asked, so did your husband punch a wall when you found this out? And Cassie said, the defense was kind of trying to say it as the rape had happened when Alex was calling. Cassie was kind of trying to clarify that that's not the time that this alleged rape had happened. But essentially the defense was like, when Alex had found out that this had happened to his now wife, that he was just so angry that he became violent and punched a wall during this moment. So I think if, Alex Fine is called as a as a defense witness, that this will definitely be a point that they'll talk about during his testimony, if he does take the stand for the defense, because he might have to.
Yeah, it's tough to know about that if he's actually going to. Probably not. Yeah, you know what's interesting, Elizabeth? Apparently they were communicating, 2020? Like recently, 3 years before she filed the lawsuit against him? Talk to us about that.
Yeah, and according to Cassie, they still communicated after their breakup. So you see more messages, some from March of 2019, but the ones from March of 2020, they were still even communicating. This was the time around COVID. Not sure if maybe that kind of played a part into the two still communicating. But I think it's important to kind of note about here. During 2020, Cassie was already married to Alex Fine. She, I think at this point, was pregnant, maybe with their first child at this point. But Diddy had wrote to Cassie, again, this being in March of 2020, miss my best friend. Cassie responded, miss you too. Hope you're taking care of yourself. Diddy responded, again, always paraphrasing here, sending you nothing but love. But the text messages was a lot longer than that. Cassie responded, send my love to them being his children, because they were talking about his kids and how they're doing well and stuff like that. Diddy had wrote back to Cassie saying, you are my ride or die. I thank God for the time that we had together. Again, the defense kind of trying to paint it out that there was love even as recently as just 2020 between the two. And it's interesting because I had noted in my notes, my many of notes, and I'm out on notebook 3 now, that Diddy kept looking at Cassie during this time. He wasn't kind of doing the over analyzing of playing into his defense. He was kind of looking directly at Cassie. Maybe that was a soft spot for him. Not 100% sure, obviously not in his mind or anything like that. Then Cassie responded a little later from the whole ride or die text, where Cassie said, I took my time to gather my thoughts. The things you said blew my mind. I wouldn't be in this beautiful time without you. The beautiful time being, her family that she now has with her husband. And then they actually asked for a closure meeting around this time. Again, this being 2020. Then Diddy responded to Cassie saying, tears of joy. I'm happy you found someone. You deserve the world. You deserve to be loved and respected. Please let me know if you want to have a sit down and talk, and I'll make myself available. And even while Cassie was on the stand today, I think she was kind of insinuating that this is something that she had always wanted to hear. But then if you think about just these dates, Jesse, these were in 2020. Cassie said that around this time, she was still kind of doing illegal drugs around this time up until 2022. Then she went to rehab in 2023. And then that's when, she was starting to kind of get these flashbacks and starting to kind of through her trauma therapy and stuff like that, still kind of reprocess everything that she had gone through. I mean, this is somebody that she was with for 11 years. This is somebody that she was with throughout all of her, most of her adult life, I should say. And so I think, just putting everything into context, it kind of makes a little sense. Who doesn't break up with someone and then message them, a couple of years ago talking about the good times? Because that's sometimes things that people do. This is a normal reaction. And so for the most part, I think the defense was trying to point out that this essentially, that they ended with love, that Diddy, even after, still cared about Cassie. But for the most part, it seemed like, Cassie still, for the most part, it seemed like Cassie still, again, doesn't necessarily hate Diddy or necessarily possibly wish him harm or anything like that. But I think the defense was trying to just point out that there was still love between the two as recently as a couple years ago.
And that's something the defense is going to have to work with, right? And the jury might be saying, how could she not hate him? How could she stay in contact with him? How could she write messages like, I'm so lost without you, when she's now saying that he sex trafficked her? And it's a very, very complicated analysis that is not going to be resolved with her testimony. I believe we're going to have a mental health expert to discuss this a little bit further as well. We saw flavors of this in other cases too, like Harvey Weinstein. But it's a lot for the defense to work with. That is clear, right? If the idea is to say that this was consensual, that's one hand, versus coercive on the other. Not easy for the jury to match it up here. But one of the things I was wondering whether or not the defense is going to work with this when she went to therapy or when she went to rehab, there was a discussion about memories. And would I be wrong to say the defense was trying to suggest that, and I've seen this before in other cases, that her memories were being manipulated? So in other words, the defense might make the argument everything was consensual, yet when she goes to rehab and she gets therapy, her memories of her time with Sean Combs are being manipulated to make her feel like she's a victim of a crime or sex trafficking. Am I totally off with that?
No, not at all. I honestly thought, them talking about her rehab stint was, to me personally, just completely inappropriate. But to your point, Jesse, I could see possibly why they were trying to do that. They were essentially talking about how she was treated for neurofeedback. Her brain was hooked up to a bunch of wires to a machine to kind of regulate her brain and regulate her brain activity. She said this was something that while she was there for 45 days at Lilith Star, or Willow Star, I believe it's called, that she did this treatment about 5 or 6 times during her entire stay. So she said it was essentially about once a week. And she thought that the neurofeedback would essentially help her with her trauma. She also did this MDR treatment, another thing for trauma therapy, which helped her recount her memories. And again, to your point, Jesse, I do think that, a professional expert kind of talking about this and kind of explaining this to the jury about why people kind of do this. It's kind of new age even for myself that this type of machine is even possible. But, if you think about it, especially because we cover so many of these types of cases, right? Not just with the Diddy trial, but all across the U.S., sometimes outside of the U.S. too, that, we all know how sometimes it is, as far as victims go, there is delayed memory. There is delayed disclosure as far as disclosing some of the things that you went through, because when something traumatic happens, who doesn't try to block it out of their memory? Who doesn't try to, try to get their head out of it or not process it the way that it's processed? But it seems like through this time period that she was really just trying to better herself around this time. This was a time where, again, she's already married to Alex Fine. She already has children, but it seems like she was finally like, okay, I'm seeking treatment for myself. And then that this trauma therapy really kind of exploded everything into her recounting just maybe all the things that she had went through that she thought were okay at the time and then realized they weren't.
And then it became a question of, what does the prosecution do? There was so much discussion. Well, how's the prosecution going to arguably rehabilitate her testimony, right? The redirect was interesting because at one point she got emotional. You've talked before, Elizabeth, how she was quite calm and cool and composed. Talk to us about what happened on redirect and also the moment when she actually got emotional.
Yeah, and there were a couple emotional points that she had during her redirect testimony. The government kind of coming back to kind of refocus everything in, where they essentially asked Cassie, about having to do these freak-offs while she was having a UTI, something that may kind of play into the force, fraud, and coercion. Cassie's messaging Diddy saying, I want to see you, but I'm an emotional wreck. I don't want to do it. They brought those messages back. The government asked, did you review every single report from the government, especially when they were, especially when the defense was kind of talking about her recounting what she told the government in something in April or in something in 2023. And Cassie had said she didn't review all those reports from the government or federal agents. The government asked her about the affectionate messages, and that Cassie admitted, that Diddy was kind and loving, but it always just didn't last. Cassie said that when he wasn't happy anymore, that it just affected everyone. That she being Cassie was affected by Diddy's moods. They affected her entire life, her career, her self-worth. And that's when, when she starts talking about just kind of, I think, reflecting on her self-image of herself, especially around that time that she was with Diddy, that she does get super emotional. She said that her work essentially would take a back seat to having to do these freak-offs. The government asking, what all does a freak-off entail? She said physical prep, getting supplies, contacting the escorts. And she essentially said that she hung on to every single word that Diddy had said, because remember, she was, 19 years old, still a teenager when she and Diddy had met. And so she said she was asked about Diddy opening up her world, and she said that it was kind of chaotic. She just essentially wanted approval. And the government asked, well, who do you want to have sex with? And she essentially said, Sean and Sean only, this during their 11-year relationship period. The government brought back the defense exhibit of the 2009 messages. The defense kept bringing up the 2009 messages, but even again, you're thinking of the time frame. It's when Diddy and Cassie were first together, and so of course they're a lot more loving, a lot more nurturing in nature and that sort. And Diddy asked Cassie, "You're supposed to be seducing me," and Cassie said she kind of knew what this insinuated, that he just wanted to do a freak off. And so kind of when they were talking about the settlement and the financial situation, that's when she definitely started to get emotional, because during her cross-examination, she was talking about around the time that she had filed her lawsuit, she was actually going to be going on tour and going on tour in like Australia or New Zealand and that sort. And then she said she had canceled the tour, and they were essentially saying, oh, you canceled the tour because you got the financial payout. You didn't need to go on the tour anymore because your finances were already fixed. And then she said, no, she actually canceled the tour because she was overwhelmed after filing her civil claim. Again, that was settled a day after. She said that she was addressing the past and just didn't want to be away from her kids. And then the government asked, would you give all that money back if you never had to do a freak off? And that's when she started really getting emotional. She said that she just wanted agency and autonomy, because again, who wouldn't? I mean, it's your body, it's your choice. And then that the government was kind of honing in on the fact that Diddy was the one who initiated these freak offs, whether or not she was on her UTI, whether or not he was beating her during these sessions. She said that she didn't matter to Diddy, that she kind of felt like nothing. And she said that she admitted, yes, she was open at the beginning, but then that kind of changed over time. And I think that also kind of plays into the whole consent issue. She said that once she was done with Sean Combs, that she didn't do any more freak offs. And then she said that she had told Sean more than once that she didn't want to do these freak offs. She said that she had worried for her safety, for her career, and worried that he just didn't want to be with her anymore. And I think that's why she kind of kept doing this, essentially just to make him happy, something that she had been very forthcoming about. But I also think, there were points that the government really kind of honed in on the fact that this might play into, count 2 of the forced fraud and coercion of sex trafficking, where she was doing these things. She didn't want to be doing these things. She told her partner she didn't want to be doing these things. And yet, according to Cassie, this just became like a job for her. She felt like a sex worker, but that part got struck from the record.
And talking finances, by the way, it also came out that she got a settlement from the Intercontinental Hotel. I don't believe we knew about that.
Yeah, I was honestly surprised that the defense attorneys didn't bring this up during their cross-examination during the first time. They actually brought it up during recross. Now, there's been a lot of rumors and speculation, especially even prior to trial beginning, about how much Cassie received from Diddy in that settlement payout just for her federal lawsuit, right? So I think it was very much a moment where a lot of us were just like, whoa, she got a settlement also from the Intercontinental Hotel. And again, this was something that the defense, Ana Maria Estevao, brought up literally right before she got off the witness stand, where she was asked, did you get a settlement from Intercontinental Hotel? Because she was asked, do you have any more pending lawsuits or any more demands that you had made out for money? And Cassie said that they did reach settlement negotiations very recently. She said about either last week or last month or so, and it was for $10 million. And I think what the defense was trying to do, again, kind of painted out that she was just her the reason for her wanting to do this was essentially for money or financial reasons. And I'm not sure how much of a sticking point that really was for jurors, but I was, again, kind of surprised that they didn't bring this up during the cross-examination. But maybe it was a point that this could be something that the jury just kind of left with. Left with that impression of Cassie once she got off the witness stand.
I have a feeling that if the judge didn't impose the order that she had to finish up her testimony by the end of the week, this testimony would have gone well into Monday. But the judge wanted to make sure, she's pregnant.
Oh, yeah.
1 week down, make sure she leaves the stand, because there was so much more to get into. Now, she apparently was not the only witness who took the stand. There were 2 more witnesses who took the stand today. I got to talk about first this special agent. Who was this special agent? What did we learn from this special agent?
Oh, we learned a lot, Jesse, from Special Agent Yazine Binda from Homeland Security Investigation. She was questioned by AUSA Madison Smizer. At first, when she had taken the witness stand, I was kind of like, I'm wondering what she's going to testify, what she's going to talk about. She's coming after a very critical witness, and this special agent had a lot of very critical information. And so she was essentially somebody who had handled the arrest logistics of Diddy. The arrest happened just in this past September. And so we got a kind of inside look into what all was in the Park Hyatt Hotel right here in Manhattan. And so we saw a lot of exhibits and a lot of notable exhibits, I will say that. And so the warrant was executed around 11:30 p.m. that day. And this happened on September 16th of 2024, a notable date. That's the date that Diddy got arrested. And so her role was essentially to be a photographer. So she photographed the entire hotel room. So we saw a bunch of exhibits. We saw exhibits of the room layout where you can see a bed, a TV window, a desk, a hallway closet. You saw a closer image of the bedroom and the bathroom closet. You saw the hallway closet. You saw a bag at the bottom of a closet. You saw a hard drive. You saw, more interesting, a Ziploc bag of, you may guess it, Jesse, baby oil and Astroglide, something that a lot of us were just like, whoa, because this is coming right after Cassie's testimony. Diddy's defense team is trying to paint him out as somebody who just kind of left the freak offs behind, left the drugs behind. But then you're seeing that as recently as just this past September, he had a bag full of baby oil, 5 bottles of it found in the bathtub, Astroglide in the lube in the bathtub. Then you see a nightstand. It had a Louis Vuitton bag, a Louis Vuitton med bag, something that Cassie had talked about during her testimony. And I think the government really did a great job in kind of presenting this after Cassie's testimony, because I think once we saw the baby oil, we were just like, whoa, because again, this was very recently. And so we saw clonazepam given to an alias, Frank Black, somebody that Cassie had talked about while she was on the witness stand. It was one of the aliases that Diddy had used when he was booking hotel rooms or getting escorts and that sort. What is clonazepam? I believe it's an ED medication. Then we see lube in the drawer of a nightstand. More baby oil is found. You see a nightstand with a red iPhone. That iPhone was seized as well as a phone that was on Christina Corum's person, another phone from the hotel, and the hard drive. You see a bottle of medications in that in these exhibits. You see a lighting device in the living room, and the special agent was describing it as mood lighting. Again, Cassie says during these freak-offs that the lights and the directions, this kind of played into it. So then you start to see a pink baggie. And it was interesting because the government said that this pink bag tested positive for MDMA and ketamine. And I think because it was in a pink bag, we kind of know that it possibly another thing, it's called pink cocaine. And so then they passed around this medicine bottle with the pink baggies around to the jury. And I will say, this is what I did see from the jurors, is a lot of them really overanalyzing it. A lot of them kind of looking into it, seeing what these little pink baggies are and stuff like that. Then you see a black fanny pack in one of the exhibits. And according to the special agent, that black fanny pack had $9,000 of cash in it. To me, I thought that was like, whoa, because again, if you're trying to paint it to be like that, this was just a thing that they had done so long ago or anything like that, but this was as recently as just September 16th of last year. It was a lot kind of going on. So I was wondering how the cross-examination would go about this, especially because this seems really kind of damning in my opinion, because I think even when the baby oil was shown, a lot of people were just like, and I think, I couldn't see Diddy's face directly or anything like that when it was shown, but it was just kind of like, where's the defense going to kind of take this? And so what the defense did was essentially kind of harp on, that this warrant talked about seized cash and bulk cash, and that wondering why the cash was taken and stuff like that. But I think that, given that these are federal agents who made this search, like really what other kind of questions could they ask to kind of poke holes in things beyond just, why did you guys seize the cash? Why did you seize the $9,000? And so I thought Special Agent Binda's testimony today was very compelling, and it very kind of verified a lot of Cassie's claims, especially when it comes to like habits that Diddy had, like keeping medicine in a Louis Vuitton bag, something that he had still did even while he was with Cassie. The baby oil. I know a lot of people talk about the baby oil, but the fact that there were so many bottles of baby oil in this hotel room that didn't look the biggest or anything like that from the pictures that we saw, but who knows? It might have been a humongous suite, but again, you know how photographs go. But I thought Special Agent Binda's testimony was very much like, whoa, okay. After
Well-
they got Cassie off the stand, I see where the government did an excellent job of kind of making those connections there.
It looks like, I think a fair argument could be, even after all this time, right before his arrest, he might have been about to engage in a freak off. And so if you have the bottle, the baby oil, you got cash, freak off, you know, transportation to engage in prostitution, it just corroborates a lot of what was said. So I can understand why that's an important witness. And now we move on to the final witness of the day, who definitely did not finish her testimony today, will be back next week. So that now brings us to Dawn Richard. This is somebody that we thought was going to be the next witness. Huge witness. This is somebody who had filed their own lawsuit against Sean Combs, former member of Danity Kane. Took the stand in the last 15, 20 minutes of the day. Talk to us about what she testified to so far.
I'm pretty surprised that the government even called Dawn Richard to the stand today because we were so close to the 5 p.m. deadline of court being done for the day, the jury going home, especially to enjoy their weekend after just a long week of testimony. But she was called to the stand as the third witness of the day, the first being Cassie, of course, the second one being Special Agent Binda, and then now Dawn Richard taking the stand. She walked into the courtroom. From what I could see of her, didn't pay any type of attention to Diddy or anything like that. Similar to Cassie, just made a direct line straight to the witness stand. But what I will know, Jesse, about kind of seeing Dawn Richard and just her tone, she didn't seem like she really wanted to be there. She seemed very uncomfortable, and I can only imagine why. This was someone that she had a professional relationship and even possibly a friendship with for a number of years. She had worked with him on her music for a number of years. He had first discovered her when she was auditioning for making the band. She made the band, that band being obviously Danity Kane, and then still continued to work with Diddy for a number of years, even after Danity Kane disbanded and even after Dirty Money disbanded as well, too. Another group that Dawn Richard was in with Diddy, as well as another performer named Kalina Harper. And so as far as just the 20 minutes of the testimony that we got today, we kind of started out with those foundational questions, right? How old is she? She being 42 years old. She's from New Orleans. She was very soft-spoken on the witness stand. There was a moment where she did have to identify Sean Combs, aka Diddy. She did kind of point over to him. And what I saw from Diddy was something kind of interesting where he did this with his hands, where he kind of just raised his hands up at the stand. I don't know if it was like to do a wave or just to, I don't know what it was, but it was just a very interesting moment that he had did, and nothing that was called out afterwards about it. But she was asked just about her relationship with Cassie, how often that she saw Cassie and maybe Diddy together, and she actually said she saw them all the time. So this was around the 2009 period. And the 2009 incident was definitely brought up, something that she had spoken about or alleged that happened in her civil claim against Diddy as well, too. It was an incident where she had said that Cassie was attacked by Diddy. He had come down the stairs, he was screaming, and essentially beat her in front of Dawn Richard as well as the other band member, Kalina Harper. And because he was demanding Cassie to get him food, and she said that she had seen Diddy frequently beat Cassie, but this particular incident was something that the defense was very much kind of a little bit agitated about, and I'll get to that point in just a second. But at this point, Cassie was cooking Diddy breakfast. Diddy comes down from the top level of his home, and Diddy, according to Dawn Richard's testimony, says, "Where the F is my eggs?" And then Diddy allegedly took this pan, this skillet, and attempted to hit Cassie in the head with it. Cassie, according to Dawn Richard's testimony, gets into a fetal position. She hides her head, and she said Cassie didn't fight back during this incident. She just fell to the ground. She said she saw Diddy punch and grab Cassie's head, drag her up by the head up to the upstairs. And then the next thing you know, she's hearing glass breaking and yelling. And then she said that she was, and this is a point why I do feel like she was a little kind of maybe upset with herself about, or just kind of embarrassed to say out loud, where she said that she was scared to do anything, meaning that she didn't intervene in the situation. She didn't call the cops. And she said that when this happened in 2009, that she had never seen anything like it before, and that she thought if she were to intervene, that it just might get worse for herself, because if she's seeing, a boyfriend and a girlfriend get into this spat, she only thought what could happen next. To herself. And so she says the next day, Diddy actually called her to record, just to go back into the recording studio, because that's what they had to do, go back to work. And so this was also something that she had talked about at great length in her civil claim, that around this time, the day after this incident had happened, that Diddy gave Dawn and Kalina, her other bandmate, some flowers, and told them that this was just a passionate argument that Cassie and Diddy had with one another. And it was just between them and their relationship, and essentially said not to say anything about it, because he wanted to take this group to the. And he said people go missing. And that's where Mark Agnifilo gets up and he objects. They go to a sidebar. They discuss it back and forth, because they wanted to strike this testimony, because they think that it's kind of a reach to kind of be making these claims that missing equals death threats and that sort. But the government, from their perspective, they think that this kind of goes to, and these were the arguments that were presented outside of the jury's presence. So the jury didn't get to hear any of this portion, but the government essentially argued that these threats were made to witnesses reflect Diddy's consciousness of guilt. He said he gave the witness, or the government said that Diddy gave witnesses flowers and locked them in the door being in the recording studio. Again, kind of going to their point of consciousness of guilt. And this kind of all goes to the abuse of count two being the trafficking count in his indictment. And the defense says, well, anytime Diddy is violent toward Cassie, is it sex trafficking, and calls it prejudicial testimony of her saying, her making the missing point there. The judge said, but if the government alleges it's force, fraud, and coercion, the jury could draw this. Why wouldn't this be relevant? And the defense argued Cassie didn't mention it. It didn't happen because Cassie didn't mention it. It's just speculation of violence from this event that it affected Cassie, and said it's prejudicial when Dawn said Diddy makes people go away. And again, that kind of makes this connection that these go to death threats. But the government brought back Cassie's testimony from the transcripts, where Cassie said she actually didn't remember every single act of violence because there was just so many. So maybe she just genuinely didn't recall this incident happening, or maybe this was something because so many, according to her, violent encounters had happened, that this wasn't a moment where she talked about it on the witness stand. But it seems like this will kind of be a point that will definitely be brought up on Monday, whether or not we'll kind of hear more of the alleged Diddy threat of making people go missing if they speak out against him. I think that's a point that the government will definitely start again on Monday, bright and early Monday morning, as Don Richard gets back on the stand under direct.
And I know you're going to be there. Elizabeth Milner, have a restful weekend. You deserve it after an incredible week of reporting from that courthouse. Thank you so much. It was great seeing you. You're our eyes and ears. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it, Elizabeth.
Thanks, Jesse.
And that's all we have for you right now here on Sidebar, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us. And as always, please subscribe on YouTube, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Jesse Weber. I'll speak to you next time.
At one point, Chris Brown's name was brought up, and it was mentioned in the context of Combs's defense team saying, you both would get jealous. And at one point, Diddy got jealous because you were dancing with Chris Brown at some sort of a nightclub or an event, and he took your phone, and he wanted to see what was in your phone. So this is one of many instances that we're hearing about jealousy. We've also heard from the prosecutors that Combs was incredibly jealous when Cassie at one point was dating Kid Cudi, when she was dating actor Michael B. Jordan. So, again, it's just another famous face that we're hearing about in the courtroom.
And I think people, when they hear that Chris Brown's name was brought up, expected it to go somewhere, but it kind of halted pretty quick and they moved on. Can you just kind of touch on that?
It was just a second. So there's so many headlines right now with celebrities being mentioned, from Michael B. Jordan to Britney Spears and now Chris Brown. But these are brief mentions. They're not really getting into really the nuts and bolts of it. And remember, these are celebrities. They went to huge parties. They were at nightclubs. They were at events together. So it's only natural that those are the names that are in their orbit. But again, some of these names are coming up to paint Combs as being a jealous boyfriend.
And there was a brief mention about a bipolar disorder, which Sean Combs has denied in the past. Kind of talk about how he's denied this and wondering if maybe in the future of the trial, we might learn more about it.
So there's been a lot of discussion about drug use on both sides. There's been a lot of talk about their state of mind and their mental health. At one point, Cassie talked about having gone to a treatment center for 45 days to recover from trauma that she experienced in the relationship. At another time, they actually talked about Combs going to rehab, and they talk about a video of him being in nature and trying to get help. But something interesting came up was when Combs' defense team referenced his bipolar disorder. And that's really the first time that we're hearing that he might actually have a diagnosed clinical condition. We know that he has talked about his temper, his mood swings. I mean, that's how he got his nickname, right? Puffy, because he huffs and he puffs. But it's no laughing matter. We know that he's capable of incredibly terrifying violence. Just take a look at that 2016 security footage of Cassie being brutally beaten by him. And so, now we're learning that perhaps he might have been on medication. He sought treatment and he may have bipolar disorder.
And there was a shocking recording played in the courtroom today. I don't know in the courtroom if there was a reaction, but kind of give the context to that and what the reaction was.
One of the things that the government keeps bringing up is that Cassie felt like she was being blackmailed by Combs, that he had videos of these drug-fueled sex parties known as freak-offs, and that he threatened to release those videos publicly, and that at one point he even showed them to people, and that this was to embarrass her, to silence her, and to force her to keep having freak-offs, that he hung it over her head. And in one shocking moment today, I was in the courtroom. They actually played audio of Cassie screaming at a man named Sujit. This was after she had learned that he might have actually seen one of those freak-off videos. But in that audio recording, that Cassie actually was the one who recorded herself talking to Sujit. In this recording, she is screaming at him, saying that she'll kill him or that she'll have someone else take care of him and kill him. And it's a different side of Cassie that really none of us have ever heard before. I definitely don't think it's the last time that we're going to hear that audio recording. I think at some point we'll see the defense or even the prosecution circle back to that. The overall vibe today in the courtroom is that Combs' defense team is struggling. There's a lot of stopping and starting because the prosecutors are constantly objecting to the evidence that they're trying to admit. The judge is even getting frustrated at one point, saying that we need to set ground rules. He wants things to move more smoothly because at times the defense attorney who is leading this cross-examination, she appears to seem a bit scattered or maybe isn't well versed on the material. Again, there are a lot of lawyers on this team, and this particular attorney, she only recently joined the legal team, and this is a star witness. This is a big moment. There is a lot of material and years of text messages to go through, and it's not going very smoothly. Something that we've seen throughout this whole trial is that Combs is heavily involved with his defense. He's constantly putting his glasses on and looking at the monitor every time that exhibits are being put before the jury. And you also see him writing on Post-it notes, passing it to different attorneys, whispering to one of his attorneys, Brian Steele, who famously represented rapper Young Thug in his Atlanta RICO case. So again, Combs, he's intently listening. He's looking at the jurors, he's looking at Cassie, and you can tell, I mean, look, this man's life is on the line. And so he is paying close attention.
In New York, the prosecution's star witness, Cassie Ventura, she is back on the stand. It's a second day of cross-examination by the defense. Sean Diddy Combs, of course, is on trial there. No cameras allowed in the courtroom, but we have Kelly Craft joining us now from outside the Diddy trial, outside the federal courthouse, is our legal correspondent, Kelly Craft. Kelly, good to see you. Good morning. Happy Friday to you. Fill us in. She's back on the stand. How is she holding up, and what can you tell us about what has transpired so far this morning?
Hi there, Ted. A lot of fireworks so far this morning on this Friday here in New York City. Right now, court is on a break, so they just took a break inside this New York City courtroom. But before the break took place, outside the presence of the jury, the judge chastised the counsel, saying, "We are not going to be proceeding in this fashion any longer. So it was an interesting exchange to watch what took place, and the judge is not happy with how defense counsel has been introducing exhibits, taking a long time. Also, the prosecution then is objecting. So it's really taking up a lot of time and not being as efficient as he wants it to be. Now he has set some deadlines at night, saying that by 7:30, you need to be letting co-counsel know, defense counsel know, and vice versa, what exhibits you are going to be introducing the next day, so we do not have these prolonged periods of questioning and objecting as to what's being introduced. Also, some of the testimony has been a little bit explosive. I know we're going to put up a full screen of something that just took place recently, but we can put up something first. So first, Ventura was testifying that she believed Combs was intoxicated. This is in the jury was seeing some text messages between Ventura and Combs from a few days after the beating. So that's what she was referring to, because at the beginning of court proceedings today, they were talking about that video again at the Intercontinental Hotel. So Ventura had said that Combs had expressed desire to engage sexually with Ventura. So they were talking about that. But this was kind of the big thing afterwards. We're talking about a threat in which we heard Cassie on the phone. But let me first tell you about this. Okay, so this one here. The jury is hearing the recording of Ventura threatening a man who said he had sexually explicit videos of her. Ventura is heard saying, "I'm going to kill you," and then saying he's going to kill you. So this was an interesting exchange to hear inside the courtroom. So what happened is defense counsel played this audio clip of Ventura talking to a male, because under direct examination, we heard that there was a video out there of these freak-offs. And so, of course, no one wanted these videos to be released, but a video somehow was out there in the public domain. Ventura then, on cross, was asked about this situation, a video being out there in the public, if she believed that it was. And then they played this audio of her threatening a man, saying exactly what I had up there on the screen about she is going to kill him if she doesn't let her know where this is, saying, "I've never killed anyone before." So defense counsel continuing, Ted, to put out there, not only was she a consenting, strong adult participating in these freak-offs, now showing a side of Cassie Ventura in which she was threatening people as well.
So that they were together in all of this, and one would presume that this male was the person that they thought was in possession of this video. Is that what I'm getting from it? That this video that might be out there and this person is in possession, or at least they thought that this individual was. How is she holding up now? You know, we've heard that her due date is possibly this weekend. This is arduous for any human being to be exposed to the witness stand for multiple days, and she's 8.5 months plus pregnant. How is she doing?
Ted, she's holding up pretty well. In her responses, she is polite. She's inquisitive at times in regard to what the questions are being asked, making sure she understands them correctly. Very soft-spoken, not tons of inflection in her voice, but she has been holding up pretty well, to say the least.
The next day, they go to dinner. Diddy says, "Do you want to do a freak-off?" And Cassie says, "Yes." So the prosecutor said, "Well, why did you want to do a freak-off?" And she said, "Because I was afraid he'd threaten me again." Well, if we have to pick a winner this week, clearly the prosecution won. Cassie Ventura was prosecution's star witness, and it is not unexpected that she would really tell a compelling story, and in some ways really damage Diddy, which she did on the stand. It was not everything I expected. I thought prosecutors were going to close more of a loop. At the end of this, I want to give you what I believe is the closing of the closing arguments for both the prosecution and the defense. The things I believe, based on what I heard this week, each side would say to the jury before they walk away and let the jury go into the jury deliberation room. So we will do that at the end of this. But let me just go through a couple of things. I think the defense made a huge blunder when they talked about Diddy's possible bipolar disorder and talked about him blacking out when he attacked Cassie in the hallway at the Intercontinental Hotel in 2016. I think that was a massive, massive mistake on the defense's part when they cross-examined Cassie. And I say that because 3 or 4 months ago, I interviewed Mark Agnifilo, the lead lawyer in the case. And Mark said what they were going to do was they were going to be harder on Diddy than the prosecution, and saying that the video showed despicable conduct, unforgivable conduct. They were going to go in so hard on Diddy that it would sound like the prosecution was almost weak describing what everybody sees on that screen. That's not what they did here. These are excuses saying that, well, he did it because he was bipolar. He did it because he blacked out. That is a huge, huge mistake. And I think that the defense is going to pay for that, because making an excuse for that video is terrible. Along those lines, I think they also made a big mistake when they showed a text of that Cassie had sent the day after the beating. The text was sent from Cassie to Diddy, and it said, "You treated me like a rag doll. What you did to me was awful." Essentially, that's what it said. Well, it sounds like that would hurt Diddy, and it should, and it did. But then they go on to show a couple of days later, she's writing LOL, and that they end up talking about another freak off. This is Stockholm Syndrome. What they are doing is ignoring something that's been around since the 90s, that people who are victims of domestic violence often stay with their abusers because they think it's their fault. They don't know how to get out. And just because Cassie reset and started talking about wanting freak-offs again, I mean, jurors understand this now. This is not a high concept. And to say, well, she was willing to do another freak-off, so how bad could the beating have been? Well, they saw how bad the beating is, and yet she went back. I don't know why the defense did that. It just made absolutely no sense to me. So 2 major blunders. Now, something the prosecution did today, which I was baffled by the other day, is they closed the loop on a really important thing. That, remember that when Cassie was in Cannes with Diddy on a boat, he accused her of stealing drugs and then threatened to release some of the freak-off videos with Cassie in it. Then they got in an airplane the next day, and they're flying back to New York, and Cassie is sitting there alone. Diddy walks up to her seat, sits down next to her, and shows her the videos and threatens to release them. The next day, they go to dinner. Diddy says, "Do you want to do a freak-off?" And Cassie says, "Yes." So the prosecutor said, "Well, why did you want to do a freak-off?" And she said, "Because I was afraid he'd threaten me again." But she never said that when he showed the video, he was saying, "Do a freak-off or else." It seemed like she was talking about, "If you ever steal drugs from me again, I'll release the video." The prosecutor never closed the loop. And we talked about this, others talked about it. Well, guess what? Today, on redirect, prosecutors closed the loop. And they went back and they asked her about the whole plane flight. And this time she said, well, he said, "I would release the video unless you do a freak off." So she was very clear this time around. If the jury believes her, that's it on the charge of coercion. That's classic coercion. Basically, I'm blackmailing her. I'm blackmailing you. And I'm saying, do a freak off or I'm going to release this tape and destroy your career. That's blackmail. That's coercion. That's having sex where you force somebody to do it. And that meets the elements of the crime. So that to me is a big win for the defense, or excuse me, for the prosecution. One of the things that I'm baffled by and still don't understand is it came out in testimony that Cassie settled with the Intercontinental Hotel for $10 million, saying the hotel paid her $10 million related to this incident inside the hallway in 2016. I don't understand that. And I don't understand what the liability was in the part of the hotel. The security guard came up after the beating, so there was nothing the security guard could do. It's not really about calling the police because there was no duty to call the police, although they should have, but she could have called the police too, and she didn't. So I don't understand what the duty is there that they didn't follow that would require them to pay $10 million. That part did not make sense to me. Okay, closing arguments. And this is what I think is interesting. By the way, we have 7-8 weeks to go in this trial, so anything could change. But two things really struck me. One side for the prosecution and one side for the defense. And on the prosecution side, what I was thinking was that if I were giving a closing argument, I would probably end it this way. Because remember, the thing that is seared in everybody's mind is that video at the Intercontinental Hotel. With all the evidence, with all the freak-offs, with the urination and the baby oil and, blowing up cars and all of that, the visual that everybody walks away with is that video. So I would, if I were prosecutors, end with something like this, and I'm kind of making it up as I go along, but this is the thought, that you would say, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you have seen what Sean Combs does when he does not get his way. He brutally beat Cassie in the hallway. And whatever it was about, whether it was about a freak off or a cell phone or anything, when Sean Combs didn't get his way, look what he did. And he even did that in public. He was so bold, he did that in public. Well, if he is that bold in public, what do you think he did in private? When nobody was looking, when there were no cameras rolling, when Cassie either said no to what he wanted or in some way expressed no physically. What do you think he did? Do you think he said, okay, Cassie, that's fine? Or do you think he duplicated what you saw with your own eyes in a public hallway at a hotel where he was almost naked and she wanted to get away and he beat her to a pulp? What do you think he did to her in private? And if you think he did something similar to her in private so that she would do a freak off, then we have proved our case beyond a reasonable doubt. That's what I would say if I were the prosecutors at the end. So the defense. So what do you say to that? And I was thinking about it. And again, I haven't really prepared this, but here is the thought. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the government could not get Sean Combs on tax problems or business problems. Sean Combs is a titan of industry, a flawed man for sure, and a violent man. But what did the government do to get him in this case? They went inside his bedroom and they didn't like the way he was having sex. And maybe what you see here is abhorrent. And it is in many respects. But there were willing participants in that room for much of the time. And do you want the government to intrude into your bedroom and judge you the way he's been judged? Did he do things wrong? Yes. Does he regret what he's done in many ways? Of course. Do you want to send somebody to prison for what they are doing behind closed doors? Do you want that? And if you do, you think about what that may mean down the road. So I don't know. I mean, which argument there is going to prevail? I think a lot is going to depend on what happens during the next 7 weeks, but we're going to be here Monday through Friday giving you the lowdown on what happened in court.
The most powerful part of Cassie's testimony today, and probably out of all 4 days that she was on the stand, came during questioning about the $20 million settlement she received after that civil lawsuit against Sean Diddy Combs. The defense tried to imply that money was tight for her at the time and asked her if the reason why she canceled her scheduled tour overseas was because she now had millions of dollars. She responded by testifying and crying on the stand, saying, "I'd give that money back if I never had to have freak-offs. If I never had to have freak-offs, I would have had agency and autonomy, and I wouldn't have had to work so hard to get it back." Her husband left the courthouse after sitting through testimony nearly all week, listening to his wife detail all the alleged sexual abuse she endured over 11 years. An audio recording was also played in court of her confronting someone named Sujit, who said they had video on their phone of Cassie pleasuring herself and having sex with someone who wasn't Diddy. More texts between Diddy and Cassie were shown of Cassie showing enthusiasm for the freak-offs, not something she said she wanted to do, but did it to please Diddy as her career took a backseat, saying it became like another job, setting up the freak-offs, preparing for them, and recovering from them. Cassie also testified that she went to rehab for opiate addiction and still takes medication for it. One of Cassie's lawyers spoke out after she wrapped testimony.
Everything that she's gone through in the 10 years or so with Sean Combs, her drug addiction and her recovery, to be able to come into this courtroom and testify for the last week on these very graphic subjects is a true testament to her character.
And her husband, Alex Fine, released this statement in part saying, "I did not save Cassie, as some have said. To say that is an insult to the years of painful work my wife has done to save herself. Cassie saved Cassie. She alone broke free from abuse, coercion, violence, and threats. She did the work of fighting the demons that only a demon himself could have done to her. All I have done is love her and as she has loved me." And Cassie also in part releasing this statement, "This week has been extremely challenging, but also remarkably empowering and healing for me. I hope that my testimony has given strength and a voice to other survivors and can help others who have suffered to speak up and also heal from abuse and fear." Cassie also revealed that she received $10 million from another settlement involving Intercontinental, the hotel where she was captured on TV, on surveillance video rather, being beat and dragged and kicked by Diddy. Now, through her lawyer, she adds that she's asking for privacy at this time as she prepares for the end of her pregnancy and her growing family. We're live outside federal court. Michelle Ross, Fox 5 News.
I'm Eva Pilgrim. Thanks for streaming with us. The first week of testimony in the high-profile sex trafficking and racketeering conspiracy trial against Sean Diddy Combs coming to a close. After 4 days on the stand, Cassie Ventura, Diddy's ex, and the woman whose civil lawsuit really cracked open this case, wrapping up her testimony. Earlier in the day, attorneys getting heated over completing her questioning today. She's 8.5 months pregnant and on the verge of going into labor. Prosecutors claiming the defense dragging it out, trying to force a mistrial. The testimony, again, graphic. Ventura's husband, Alex Fine, at one point walking out of court as his wife was peppered with questions about allegedly being raped. Also today, Dawn Richard spotted entering court, the former member of Diddy's girl group, Danity Kane, who prosecutors also called to the stand. The hip-hop mogul has firmly denied all allegations in this case. We have a lot to get to, including a new statement from Cassie right after she wrapped up her testimony and why Chris Brown's name came up while she was on the witness stand. But first, let's get right to our chief investigative reporter, Aaron Katursky, who has been inside the federal courthouse in Manhattan all week. He joins us outside court right now. Aaron, Cassie Ventura completing her testimony. She's been pretty stoic, but this afternoon she broke down in tears.
She did, Eva, and she had kept her composure for most of her 4 days on the witness stand under really uncomfortable cross-examination and testimony generally, the most intimate, graphic, demeaning things that you could imagine she spoke about in open court in front of everybody. And she broke down today when she was asked by prosecutor Emily Johnson on redirect examination whether Sean Combs had beat her during freak-offs, those marathon drug-fueled sex sessions with male prostitutes. And she said yes. And then she was asked, after the defense had suggested she might have been motivated by money here, would she give back the $20 million that Sean Combs gave her as part of a civil settlement? She said, I would give the money back because I would have agency and autonomy, and I wouldn't have to work so hard to get those things back.
Aaron, at one point during Cassie's testimony, her husband actually got up and left.
He had to. Alex Fine was told by the defense that he might be called as a witness. So when Cassie Ventura started talking about the alleged rape she said Sean Combs committed in 2018, that's when he had to leave. It couldn't have been comfortable anyway for him. But the defense had tried to raise questions about Cassie's recollection. At first, she said it was September 2018. Then the defense pointed out how she changed the time frame to August of 2018. And then the defense suggested she made it up when her now husband, Alex Fine, found out that she was having a sexual night with Sean Combs, because apparently Fine had FaceTimed her. She didn't answer the call. And later, when she was explaining what was going on with Sean Combs, she said, Sean Combs raped me. Now, of course, Cassie disputes that, and prosecutors tried to clean that up on redirect, but saying that Cassie Ventura had no doubt that Sean Combs did indeed carry out that rape.
Aaron, you've been in court all week. Have there been any reactions from the jury that stood out to you?
Couple today. The jury was very interested in the exchange over Cassie's recollection of the rape allegation. They were paying close attention there. They got a little bored in the middle of the day when cross-examination seemed a bit disjointed and meandering, no real one topic or one time frame. But then toward the end, the jury got to hold some of the evidence. They got to see the money, the drugs, the baby oil that federal agents said they found in Sean Combs' hotel room in Midtown the night he was arrested.
Aaron, after Cassie got off the stand, 2 more witnesses were called. Who did we hear from?
So the federal agent who helped coordinate the search of Sean Combs' hotel room, she's the one that held up $9,000 in cash, kind of fanned it like a deck of cards for the jury to see. She also testified that there was ketamine and MDMA found in Combs' hotel room and other, kinds of supplies that Cassie Ventura said he would stock for freak-offs. The night he was arrested in New York back in 2024, and then Dawn Richard, the member of Diddy, Dirty Money, and Identity Kane, she said she was a witness to Sean Combs attacking Cassie Ventura.
Aaron Kotursky for us there outside court in Lower Manhattan. Thank you so much for joining us all week. Let's bring in our ABC News legal contributor, Brian Buckmeyer. You were also there at court today. What do you think was the standout moment of the day?
So I think it was kind of hard to piece together what the standout moment was because, as Aaron Kotursky pointed out, the cross-examination seemed to meander at times. And I think on top of that, never really got to land the plane to the point they were trying to make. But as I've been following this case, I thought the timeline was very interesting because we know certain facts about this case. Cassie Ventura, when she releases her album, of course, when Kim Potter, the mother of Sean Combs' twin daughters and one son, when they had those children, when they broke up. And what's really important, I think, is near this end, because this is what the defense is trying to really hone in on, that all of this back and forth, the alleged rape, the consensual sex that she had after the alleged rape, when her now husband finds out about all of this, what the defense is trying to make a point of is the breakup between Cassie and Combs really happens just before Kim Potter dies. And we all know very publicly that Sean Combs comes out and says Kim Potter was his soulmate. And I think they're trying to make the argument that that's why this all broke up. Not because of the alleged rape, not because of the freak offs, but because of this, really trying to weave in this narrative of jealousy in this case.
They really were trying to kind of talk about the jealousy, the infidelity, that pattern between the two of them. Chris Brown was mentioned today. Apparently Combs accused her of dancing with him. She denied that. What was this all about?
So we heard a lot of celebrity names, like you're correct. Chris Brown being one of them, dancing with Cassie, according to Sean Combs. We also heard about her dating Kid Cudi for a point of time. And also talking about, of course, Alex Fine, who she was dating at the time, but had that consensual sexual encounter with Sean Combs while, and the defense pointed this out, while she got a call from him. And that was a very tense moment in court because I think they're trying to point out this infidelity, jealousy, back and forth, and a lot of big names were mentioned in this case.
Also in court today, there was this heated argument between the attorneys over when they were going to finish Cassie's testimony. What was that all about?
So interesting enough, if you watched us yesterday, we touched on this about the bit of the gamesmanship. And so it did get really heated for a while because at the end of the day, this case has been going on for a while. And the judge had said this cross-examination, redirect, all of that with Cassie Ventura must end by today because she's 8 months pregnant and she has to go off and live her life and give birth. Well, the defense was really, really running out the clock. And I think in an attempt to try to get the last word there. But through some miracle, they were able to get all of the exhibits in. They did end early. There was a recross, redirect, recross, redirect. We went back and forth for a while. Ultimately, Cassie Ventura was off the stand. No issue of mistrial, which the government brought up. And then now we're continuing the case.
All right, Brian Buckmeyer, we're going to have more with you in just a little bit. As Brian mentioned, Cassie Ventura is nearly 9 months pregnant, and there was some urgency to wrap up her testimony today because she's due any day now. I want to bring in ABC News medical contributor Dr. Alok Patel. Okay, so break this down for us. How urgent was it really for her to be done with this testimony?
You know, Eva, there is an urgency to discuss a safe and healthy birth plan when someone is at 9 months. Generally speaking, if somebody is in a healthy pregnancy and everything's going okay, people can safely work up until their due date. This can obviously change depending on the situation. You also have to think about if a job is high risk and the long hours and the physical and mental toll it must take to sit in a courtroom all day long. This is why this is an important decision that has to be taken with an individual and a healthcare team for the safest option and to make sure there's enough of a buffer to prepare for that delivery.
And Cassie Ventura testified today that throughout her pregnancy, she's continued to take the drug Suboxone. Can you explain what that medication is used for? Does that make her pregnancy more high risk?
You know, Suboxone is a medication that is commonly used to treat opioid use disorder, and it can be used in pregnancy. It's actually made up of two medications. One is to kind of reduce the risk of cravings, and one is to reduce the misuse probability. And so it can be used safely in pregnancies, and this is much safer than having a pregnancy in someone who has an untreated opioid use disorder, not only when it comes to the effects this could have on a pregnancy or developing baby, but also the risk of overdose. So technically speaking, any pregnancy where substance use disorder is involved is considered high risk, but a pregnancy where someone is being medically supervised with medication-assisted treatment and taking Suboxone, generally speaking, can be safe. And this is much better than someone going through a pregnancy without any treatment, both for mom and for the baby.
And just to be clear, you are not her doctor. You are a medical doctor, and we are really grateful to have your analysis. This has to be a stressful experience. Are there any risks that come from high stress so late in pregnancy?
You know, even multiple studies, including recommendations from national organizations such as the March of Dimes and ACOG, the American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists, have warned about the potential effects of both chronic and acute stress on pregnancy health. This can increase the risk of blood pressure, blood flow to a baby. This can affect the immune system and potentially cause some complications such as preterm labor. Now, again, it depends on the individual, but this is why managing stress alongside a whole host of mental health conditions is so important during pregnancy.
Dr. Patel, thank you so much for being with us. Still ahead, Cassie's message to her supporters after getting off the witness stand. Stay with us. Welcome back. You're watching Burden of Proof, the case against Diddy. Week one of testimony in the Sean Diddy Combs trial coming to an end. We've got Brian Buckmeyer stepping into the shoes of the defense, Bernardo Villalona as the prosecution. Both of you were in court today. But before we get into it, Cassie Ventura's lawyer read a statement for her. Let's listen.
This week has been extremely challenging, but also remarkably empowering and healing for me. I hope that my testimony has given strength and a voice to other survivors and can help others who have suffered to speak up and also heal from abuse and fear. For me, the more I heal, the more I can remember. And the more I can remember, the more I will never forget.
I'm curious to hear both of your reactions to that, Bernarda.
She's a survivor.
She's a survivor, and she's a survivor where you can actually, having done this for so many years as a prosecutor, when I prosecuted domestic violence and sexual assault cases, you see a lot of women that are broken. And those women that are broken, it takes a lot of courage and a buildup of their self-confidence to be able to, number one, say that they are a victim, number two, to cooperate, and number three, to go forward with the case. And it took a lot of courage for her to do that. And throughout these 4 days on that stand, you saw a woman that is clearly broken, but that has built herself up with therapy and rehabilitation to be able to sit forth and testify against Sean Combs, but also built her life up. And I think where we saw it even more of what she went through is that towards the end of her questioning, when she was asked about the $20 million settlement, she would give it all back for her to be herself again.
Everything that Bernardo said, yes. Whenever I sit here, I am a person of two hats, I think. I think of as a person, I think of as an attorney, as a person. No one's questioning whether or not Cassie's a victim. That's period, right? And I think Bernard and I have seen enough cases as a former prosecutor and a former public defender where we can probably say this is probably one of the more extreme instances of abuse that we've seen in terms of injuries, in terms of her psychology, of how it impacted her, how she even talks about it now. You can still see she's working through it. As an attorney, I think the defense may try to use that statement in some way, in the same way they've used her past statements, that she is talking about abuse and not trafficking. I hope they don't go there. I could see a reason why they may go there. I think Cassie has done what she needs to do in terms of testifying in this case, and hopefully she can go be a mother, a wife, a person, and no longer a victim, and just move on from this.
All right, let's get into what happened in court today. Brian, how do you think the defense did?
Let's go, Brian. We were both there.
Bernardo laughs because I try to be as polite as possible. I think that the defense is struggling. And I know that a lot of reporting, both on ABC and other places, have talked about meandering. I do not think it is meandering. I think that people who are not attorneys interpret it as meandering, because what is happening is we saw a defense attorney who is not prepared. Either not prepared because she does not have the time to be familiar with this case. And I say that in the sense of we saw just like the rapid, how this team came together. You have to live and breathe a case like this for months, if not years, to really be able to fluidly move through the case. Or this person does not fully understand the rules of evidence to be able to ask a question in a way to land the plane, to get that answer that you want that is not objectionable by the judge or the government, or the answer is not objectionable. And we saw so many times getting closer and closer and closer to making the point, and then couldn't ask the question in a way that actually landed the plane and got you what you wanted, and it messed up. And that's a big thing for not only a cross-examination, but if you can't get that ammunition to make an argument at cross-examination, you're not going to have it on summation. And so we can already see there's going to be problems in this case for the defense going forward.
How do you think the prosecution did?
Well, the prosecution really just had to sit there and actually listen to the questions and actually object when they needed to object, and they did. And every time they objected, it threw off that defense attorney. So they did what they needed to do in order to, of course, with their direct examination, they were excellent. But again, this home court advantage when you're talking about direct examination, you know what to ask your witness because you've been prepping with your witness. But I think when they came back on redirect, they were also very strong. So when I stated before, when they started talking about asking her about the $20 million settlement, like, would you give all of that back to have not gone through this? I think they did an excellent job with redirecting and bringing the focus right back to, look, she was a victim. These freak-offs happen so often. There's no way that someone who endured having someone urinate on them, actually, that was one of the redirect questions, that she wanted this. And I think strategically on one of the questions, doing a redirect, she asked, well, what other job did you have? I was a sex worker. Objection sustained, but guess what? You can't unring that bell. The jury heard that, and being a sex worker is part of these charges.
One of the things that the prosecutor asked her, this was the question, do you have any financial stake in the outcome of this trial?
And she doesn't. She doesn't, because her cases has settled already.
No alleged victim has any financial stake.
If they have a civil lawsuit, they do.
No. But the financial stake is in the civil lawsuit.
Yes, in the civil
not in the criminal case. So that's a trick question. It's a throwaway, but it's nice to talk about on TV.
You're annoyed by that question.
Yeah, because as a defense attorney, like, and an attorney, we all know that you have no financial stake in the criminal case.
But wait. During the opening, the whole opening for the defense towards the end of that opening was like, there are millions of reasons for someone to come up with these charges or to cooperate. That was pretty much half of the theme of their case, that it's all about money here. So when the prosecutor asks whether you have any financial gain and she says no, then that's deflating the balloon.
She has a financial gain, yes, not a financial gain in the criminal case. Those are two different things.
Okay. At the end of the day, this is all going to come down to those 12 jurors and what those 12 jurors think. They're going into the weekend. As the prosecution, what is it that you want them to be thinking about over the weekend?
Well, let's talk about that last witness. That last witness testified that she observed Sean Combs beat Cassie. Take, what was it, a frying pan and threw it at Cassie when he came down in a roar talking about, where are my eggs? So that's how they ended the day. That's how they ended the day, where the jury has 48 hours to think about the case. So aside from Cassie having testified, sure, they tied that up with a bow, but having that extra witness, and actually the witness before that talk about the baby oil and stuff like that, and the drugs that they recovered, and $9,000 that was recovered from Diddy's hotel room when he was arrested. When you bring it back again to the violence and how scared Cassie was, because that's what she testified, that Cassie was scared, because remember, we're talking about the coercion and the control. That's a good note to end on.
Is that a good note to end on for the defense?
If you're the defense, I'm hoping that at least 4 or 5 more weekends from now, they forget about this testimony. I'm hoping, if I'm the defense, that by the time summation comes around, they can't really remember how poorly the cross-examination was. They can't really remember all of the violence. And I'm hoping by then we can start afresh in the summation.
It's always so good to have both of you. Thank you for being here with us. Brian Buckmeyer, Bernardo Villalona, thank you both. Coming up, why so many people are searching for making the band clips of Combs and Danity Kane. Our Kelly Carter has the answer when we come back. Welcome back. Court has adjourned for the weekend in the Sean Diddy Combs trial, but people's interest in this still very active online, which brings us to our segment, Searched, where we break down some of the day's biggest searches tied to the case. Today's biggest search terms include Danity Kane and Lauren London. Kelly Carter joins us now from Los Angeles. She covers entertainment and pop culture for us. So a lot of interest, Kelly, surrounding Danity Kane members, including Dawn Richard.
Yeah. Dawn, of course, was the last person who took the stand today. She actually filed her own civil suit the end of last year, where she makes very similar allegations that we saw Cassie make in her own civil lawsuit. And of course, as we see now in the federal courts. But, Dawn was a member of Danity Kane. We met her on the reality TV Making the Band that aired on MTV, where Diddy was trying to put together a super pop group. And she also was a part of his Diddy Dirty Money group as well, where they toured and did mostly like smaller club dates as opposed to the arenas that she did when she was part of Danity Kane.
And we should also note that Combs denies any allegations in that as well. Now, there were names that surfaced in testimony this week. That was also a big search topic, including Lauren London.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure that one out. The best that I've come up with is that she was in that 2016 movie where we talked about a lot, that premiered days after the hotel incident that we all have seen in the video. She also, mentioned a couple of years ago when her longtime partner, Nipsey Hussle, was gunned down, that Sean gave her some really solid advice going into that very public funeral service. Other than that, not quite sure why she's popping up in court and why people are trying to draw connect the dots with this one.
And this is an interesting question that we're also seeing out there. What does Cassie do now?
What does she do now? Well, immediately she's going to have a baby and very soon. And I think that in the aftermath of that, we probably, in light of the statement that both she and her husband gave via their attorney, I don't think we should expect her to be on a glossy magazine detailing kind of what her experience was like as a survivor. But we might see her act again. Just a few years ago, she actually had a pretty sizable role in a Christmas movie. It was actually called a hip hop Christmas movie, believe it or not, where she starred alongside people like MC Lyte and Redman, and that aired on VH1. It was fun. I watched it. I liked it. And maybe we're going to see her do a little bit more acting in the future.
We'll have to wait and see. Kelly Carter, thank you so much.
Thank you.
And thank you for joining us. We'll be back with new episodes every day of the trial. The show streams right here on ABC News Live, Disney Plus, and Hulu weekdays at 5:30 p.m. Eastern. For even more on the Diddy trial, make sure to follow our podcast, Bad Rap, the case against Diddy, hosted by our very own Brian Buckmeyer on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you listen. I'm Eva Pilgrim in New York. Have a great rest of your day.
Here we go.
Another day.
Another day at court. My
Yeah.
goodness. Is Diddy's defense getting to Cassie? How is her demeanor in court today?
To watch someone who is visibly pregnant sort of take deep breaths at times, she's keeping her cool. Honestly, she didn't cry or anything like that. Obviously, early on in the testimony, there were some things that had her in tears. But today, she's been very calm, very measured, especially considering the audio clip that we heard of her threatening to kill someone. I looked over at the jury box because I was wanting to hear their reaction as we're hearing in real time her voice threatening several times to kill someone because she's concerned about this freak off video, and the jurors were shocked. I saw the eyebrows raised. I saw them listening. And I think to hear her voice in court and see how calm and measured she is, and then to hear that side of her, again, it was in 2014 that this audio clip was something that she recorded, but clearly she's threatening someone who she thinks might release a freak off video, and she's worried about it.
And the person that she was threatening was one of Diddy's associates.
Correct.
Okay. So you saw the jurors' reactions to that audio tape. What was Diddy's reaction? What was Cassie's own reaction when she heard her audio?
She just kind of looked down. I mean, she wasn't, and it was hard for me. I have a great shot of the jury in terms of where I'm sitting. I can see Sean Combs. I have to sort of raise up to look at Cassie Ventura, but she seems to be very calm. I mean, I think she knows that some of this evidence was going to come out. So she's answering the questions, yes, no. When she doesn't remember something, she's very clear about that. But the prosecution, the defense has been trying to poke some holes into the testimony she gave about the alleged rape that she said took place toward the end of their relationship.
How are they trying to poke holes in that alleged rape that took place?
The timeline. They're looking at the timeline. They're asking her questions. Well, was it this time or that time? They're also looking at around that same time she was still talking to or dating, as she says, her now husband, Alex Fine. So they're trying to really, in many ways, I think what they're trying to do is question her credibility.
So Cassie was asked about receiving a FaceTime from her now husband while she was having sex with Diddy. Is that again the case of the defense trying to poke holes in her story?
I think that's where it goes back to how much can we trust this person, because they're entering evidence with phone records and different things to show, well, you were with this person at this time, or you sent that message, but yet you were dating this person. This is about a criminal enterprise, and there are several elements to that don't necessarily speak to if she was in bed with Diddy or if she was FaceTiming her now husband. So I think they're trying to use what they can, again, to discredit her overall as a witness, because this is also about beyond a reasonable doubt.
Right. Diddy's personality, his temper has come up. And today, his own defense lawyer said, could it have been his bipolar disorder? What was the reaction in the court?
Right. So again, this is a moment where the prosecution's asking Ventura about testimony that she gave. I didn't see a reaction, so to speak, from the jurors necessarily when this issue came up. But again, it speaks to these mood swings that they've been talking about that he has, that Ventura has said 1 minute he could be nice and he could be kind, but with the drugs and with the alcohol, it was a completely different person.
The prosecutors are hoping that Cassie's testimony wraps up today. They're afraid she's going to go into labor over the weekend. What are you hearing inside of the courtroom and rumblings as to, whether or not she will be wrapped up today, and what would happen if she doesn't finish her testimony? What would happen to the case?
To watch someone who is that far along in their pregnancy breathe, kind of take their time, ask for breaks. It's not shocking that they want to get her off the stand so she can focus on having her third child.
Even more text messages are being revealed today. And one text message in particular, Cassie writes, I'm lost without you. How damaging was that text message?
Honestly, Rachel, there have been several text messages where she shows that she wants to be with Sean Combs for the rest of her life. We know now that she called herself Cece for Cassie Combs. We know now that she wanted to have a child with him. She saw herself as a wife. So to say those things at this point is not that surprising. But even the defense ended their argument with a text message from 2012, which appears to show Combs saying, I want to do our last freak off. And then she says something to the effect of, I don't want it to be our last freak off. I want it to be the first for the rest of my life. That's what she said. But what was so interesting is on redirect, the prosecution showed the context of that text where she then says, I don't want to do freak offs anymore.
That's the head spin right there.
It is. And I think you could feel that energy in the courtroom.
Right.
Because I looked over at one of my colleagues and I like, did I write this down correctly? So yeah, I mean, but that's sort of what makes this case so interesting, because you have someone who was in this long-term committed relationship, and they say they had breaks at times, but 11 years is not something to sneeze at. And that was a long time that they were together, but it was complicated, it's complex. But Cassie Ventura maintains throughout that she really didn't want to do these freak offs, that she just wanted to be with Sean Combs.
We're anticipating that on Monday, Dawn Richard will be taking the stand. What might we expect to hear from her testimony?
Yeah, Dawn Richard was famously in that Making a Band that was created by Combs, and she filed a lawsuit last year, a civil suit, saying that she was physically and emotionally abused.
Wow. More explosive testimony to come.
Absolutely. The book.
Oh, yes.
So
tell me about the book.
Something else that I thought was interesting is sort of this timeline that the defense laid out. And they showed that Combs and Cassie Ventura had been in contact with each other via text in 2020. This is around the time she had just had her first child. He's congratulating her and saying Frankie's beautiful, so using her daughter's name. And it seemed like they were both sort of having this exchange of sending love and sending light, and I hope your family's well. And one of the last texts Cassie Ventura sent was something to the effect of, I hope one day we'll have an opportunity to talk soon. The defense said, and you never got that opportunity, did you? That was in 2020. Then they built up the case and said, oh, by the way, in October of 2023, you moved back home. Is that correct? And she said, well, yeah, I moved back with my parents. You guys have a modest home, your family home where you grew up. And she said, she said, yeah, you know, modest home. So they reiterated, so your mother, your father, your husband, and your two children moved back to Connecticut to move to LA. She talks about, yeah, we were transitioning. We wanted to come to the East Coast. Then they said, where was your financial income? Where was the money coming from? Your husband was a physical trainer. That's correct. She answers the question, yes, he was a physical trainer. They're getting to this idea that money was tight around this time. She moves back home. She's not necessarily feeding into that narrative on the stand. But then they go to that November 2023, a settlement is filed in which she winds up getting $20 million, which we now know. But today we learned that the book that she wanted to offer the rights to Sean Combs for $30 million, she called it The Dark Times. For anyone who's been following this story, many of us know that in 2022, Sean Combs at the BET Awards literally shouted out Cassie and said, thank you for holding me down during the dark times.
Wow.
Yeah.
Plot twist. That is wild.
But again, it's all about them trying to create this narrative that money was down. She never got the opportunity to have this sit down that she wanted. But to show that things were apparently all good in 2020, almost 2 years after they split up, they're sending each other light and love. And now here we are, 2025. And not only was there a civil settlement, now you've got someone facing criminal charges.
I also found it interesting that when asked if she hates Diddy,
she said, I never hated him.
And still to this day
doesn't hate him to this day. Yeah. It's a lot to parse out.
I'm Mike Marza with a recap of day 5 of the Sean Diddy Combs trial. The first week of testimony is now over, and the Combs defense team wrapped up their cross-examination of the prosecution's star witness, Cassie Ventura. This after trying to paint participation in these so-called freak-offs as consensual. But prosecutors say Cassie's testimony is just part of this case. More witnesses, of course, set to take the stand in the coming weeks. We'll talk with legal contributor Bernarda Villalona in just a moment. But first up, Eyewitness News reporter Darla Miles with more on what happened today in court.
Cassie Ventura, the centerpiece of the federal sex trafficking and racketeering trial against Sean Diddy Combs, wrapping up 4 days of sometimes graphic and explicit testimony Friday afternoon. The legal team for Combs continuing to try to discredit Ventura with more readbacks of emails and text messages when she was the one suggesting more freak-offs in their on-again, off-again 11-year relationship. One text message thread begins with Combs writing, "I want to freak off one last time tonight." Ventura responding, "What? You can't read?" He responds. Ventura saying, "I don't want to freak off one last time. I want to freak off for the first time for the rest of our lives." But with thousands of messages and evidence, the cross-examination by defense attorney Anna Estavo disjointed at times. At one point, she says, "You can take this exhibit down. I apologize." Another time asking Ventura, "Were you?" but then catching herself saying, "Withdrawn." And another time saying, "Can you pull up defense exhibit 1022, please?" "Oh, withdrawn, withdrawn." Combs seemingly becoming anxious, passing Post-it notes across the defense table to Estavo. Ultimately, the 55-year-old hugging Estavo after finishing up the cross-examination. On redirect by federal prosecutors, Ventura bursting into tears for the very first time during her calm, soft-spoken testimony, telling the court the freak-offs were also violent. Prosecutors asking, "How did you feel during freak-offs when Sean beat you?" Ventura responding, "Worthless, just like dirt, that I didn't matter to him, like I was nothing."
To be able to come into this courtroom and testify for the last week on these very graphic subjects is a true testament to her character.
The next witness after Ventura, a federal agent testifying about what they recovered from Combs' hotel room after his September 2024 arrest in New York City. $9,000 in cash, illegal drugs, baby oil, lubricant, and mood lighting. Now, the very last witness to testify today is Dawn Richard. She is a member of Danity Kane. That is a musical group founded by Combs. She testified today that she saw Combs beat Ventura in a Los Angeles hotel room in 2009.
Our thanks to Darla Miles for that recap. We're now joined by ABC News legal contributor Bernarda Villalona. Appreciate you being here. So much to get through.
Yes.
You're into the first week, and it seems like so much has already happened. What was your biggest takeaway from today?
Another emotional day. But if I have to sum it up in one line or one answer, it would have to be the answer that was objected to and it was sustained. And that was when Cassie was asked, "What was your other job?" And Cassie said, "I was a sex worker." Because that's really what this entire case, according to the prosecution, is all about. So while that objection was sustained, and the jury's not supposed to use that, you can't unring the bell. So the jury has now heard exactly how she felt and who she was during those 11 years of a relationship. So throughout the day, the cross-examination still, we know he had issues with the presentation of the cross-examination, trying to get answers, and that's due to the defense attorney, not due to Cassie, because she was very open forward in terms of answering all the questions. But today, very emotional. Cassie cried from time to time. The defense was able to get a few things out in terms of showing that there was a loving Sean Combs, that there was a caring Sean Combs, that there was a Sean Combs that wanted to protect her in terms of that sex tape that they believe may have gotten out. But still, the prosecution was able to come back and bring it back to like, look, a relationship can be loving from time to time, but this is 11 years of where she was being manipulated, how the power that Sean Combs had just overcame her will. So she wasn't a willing participant.
There was also a moment, too, where jurors were able to hear Cassie Ventura.
Yes.
Not soft-spoken.
Yes.
Not quiet.
Yes.
Not reserved. What happened there?
So that was a moment that there was testimony about the possibility that there was a video of one of these freak-offs that might have been leaked or that someone was in possession of. So Cassie was very emotional in the sense of that she was upset that, oh my God, this can get out. So she did get in contact with Sean Combs, but at the direction of Sean Combs, she felt like she had to take care of it. But that was the first time you heard
a different side of Cassie.
They played an audio recording,
yes,
right? Yeah,
they played an audio recording. So Cassie, during this entire week, was soft-spoken, very reserved, very calm, cool, collected. But they heard a different side of Cassie where she said, "I'll kill you. I want the tape." I'm summarizing this. So that was a different side. So I think for the jury, that kind of like highlighted wait, what's going on? This is not the person that we've been watching for the last 4 days.
Yeah, it was 4 days, some 20 hours. And at one point today, Cassie Ventura was talked about that, much covered and much talked about now in this trial. The $20 million she got in the civil settlement a couple of years ago with Sean Combs. And she said something striking and she broke down.
Yes.
When she said, what did she say?
She said that because they were trying to cross her in the sense of saying that, oh, you got $20 million out of this, and that's the driving force for you coming forward. She said she would be willing to give it all back to get her autonomy back, to turn back the hands of time for her to have not gone through these 11 years of being brutally beaten and treated as a sex worker.
How did the jury take that?
I think that was a strong note to end with, but by the prosecutor, because in the end, when you look at Cassie testifying on the stand and you're in that room, you can see a woman that is broken. A woman that has undergone so much trauma and how much work it took to get her even to the stand, to be the woman, to be able to sit down and face the person that caused her so much pain. So I think that was definitely an emotional moment.
And by the way, she's 8.5 months pregnant.
Yes.
There was a rush to get her testimony in. What was, some have described it as sort of gamesmanship by the attorneys, the defense attorneys accused of trying to stretch out her testimony. What was going on there?
So you have to think that for the defense had thousands and thousands of pages having to deal with text messages. And yes, the prosecution took a day and a half to do their direct examination. And the judge said, well, you'll have a day and a half to do your cross-examination. That's only fair. But I think it's not fair in the sense because the prosecution had all this discovery, all this material way before the defense had this material. But I think with the defense, again, the attorney that did the cross-examination, I just don't think she was up for the task of cross-examining such a star witness with so much material and confronting her with that material. But in terms of gamemanship, what would have happened if Cassie would have had to stop trial and not be able to conclude her cross-examination? It could have been a mistrial. Could have to start this all over again.
So high stakes. That's why the judge said her testimony had to be done.
It had to be concluded because if not, you forcing a mistrial to take place.
Just a couple of more. We did hear from 2 more witnesses today, and that included, we heard Darla mention it, Dawn Richard, who was a member of Danity Kane. Sean Combs put together this band.
Making the Band. I grew up on Making the Band.
Well, I watched the show.
Right, I watched it as well.
It was a reality show, and it talked about the process, and it showed the process of literally making this band. But we heard a dark side of what was happening. Dawn testified that she witnessed Sean Combs assault Cassie Ventura. What happened?
So she testified that there was one moment that she was in the house where she was taping this, making the band, that at one moment that she heard Sean Combs say, "Where are my eggs?" And she's in the kitchen with Cassie, and that Sean Combs took a skillet and flung the skillet, and that Cassie was on the ground trying to cover up her face. So why is that important and why does it come in? Because it's corroborating the testimony that Cassie has been given for the last 4 days. The thing is that when it comes to violence between intimate partners, violence, sexual violence, as well as physical violence, you never know what's going on behind closed doors. And that's why it's so scary. So we got a little bit of an insight with this last witness testifying to say, look, I saw this. So it's not just the word of Cassie Ventura.
Wrapping up, we're making a turn now to week 2. Some high-profile witnesses next week, as well as Cassie Ventura's mom, I believe, is supposed to take the stand. But how, at this point in the trial, where do things stand? How do you feel it's going?
Well, as of now, you had your star witness testifying. With Cassie Ventura testifying, remember that she has, in terms of the indictment, that 2 of the charges specifically pertain to her, as well as the racketeering conspiracy charge. So in terms of where we stand now,
I think at the very least that the prosecution was able to make out the transportation to engage in prostitution, because it's very clear whether she wanted to whether it was voluntarily that she engaged in these freak offs. In the end, they were paying escorts and prostitutes
in different cities.
Yes, and flying them in order to engage in these sexual acts. But again, this is only the beginning. People need to wait. Jury's going to have to wait until other witnesses come in to testify, because I know a lot of people are criticizing, well, she wanted to stay in this relationship. You know, she could have left so many times. That's why an expert will come in and testify as to why women stay in these types of relationships and why the behavior that they engage in are common behavior of people that are under the control of their abuser.
See how it all plays out. Bernarda, thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
So next week, the case returns to court. Of course, we'll be there. Stay with Eyewitness News and ABC7 NY all day of the trial. We have a real-time blog of the developments that are happening inside that courtroom, as well as the details are unfolding in the Sean Diddy Combs trial.
It wouldn't even be a case. I mean, it was her civil lawsuit against Diddy that was settled by Diddy within a day that led to these criminal charges. So I agree with everything you said. And the prosecution,
the freak off events and try to track her down. Those are the ways I think she specifically helped at those charges. Would I be correct? Week 1 of P. Diddy's criminal trial is in the books. Compelling opening statements, surveillance footage of a savage beating, photos of alleged injuries, and disturbing accounts of alleged sexual exploitation, abuse, and humiliation. A lot for the jury to think about. But after week 1, who's winning? Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. Well, it has certainly been quite the week in the Sean Diddy Combs trial. Actually, it was the first week. It was week 1 in a trial where he's facing racketeering, sex trafficking, prostitution charges, a trial that could end possibly in his conviction and possibly a sentence of life in prison. That's what we're talking about. Opening statements, witness testimony, pictures, videos. There was a lot the jury saw so far in this trial. Here's the question, though. After week 1, who's winning? Who's winning the case? Now, obviously, I have to give the caveat. It is impossible to know that exactly. It's impossible to know what the jury is thinking about. But from a legal point of view, I want to try to dig into who may be winning. And we're going to go through all of the major moments this past week. And to do that, I want to bring on former Palm Beach County State Attorney Dave Aronberg, who I love having on. First thing I'm going to ask Dave, though, is before I even get into the Diddy conversation, Dave, because you are a multifaceted, multi-talented individual, tell everybody where they can find you and all the different programs you're hosting.
Jesse, it's always good to be with you, man. I have a show on Legal AF. So that's on YouTube. It's called Legal AF. I do periodic case reviews of intersection of law and politics and occasionally true crime. So find me there. Also, I'm the managing partner of Dave Aronberg Law. But most importantly, I'm a guest on Sidebar.
There you go. That is the most important. All right. So, Dave, I am not going to ask you yet. I'm not going to ask you right now. I'm going to save it for the end. Who you think won week 1? We'll talk about that. And yes, I know that rhymes. That'll be my last question to you, but I want to go through this step by step. So to be clear about something, at the time of this recording, this is before the testimony wrapped up on Friday. So just keep that in mind. But we have a great sense of the whole week in general. So let's start off. Opening statements on Monday. Now, it started with Assistant United States Attorney Emily Johnson explaining to the jury that Combs allegedly committed 20 years of crimes and that he had a team to help him. Bodyguards, chiefs of staff, assistants. These are crimes like kidnapping, arson, drugs, sex crimes. In fact, here's a quote. For years, the defendant used his inner circle and his company's resources to sexually exploit multiple women, including women he forced and manipulated into having sex with male escorts, meaning men who the defendant paid to have sex with women while he watched. No matter what, the defendant and his inner circle made sure he got everything he wanted. Many times that involved committing crimes together and then covering up those crimes. She went on to say, let me be very clear on this next point. This case is not about a celebrity's private sexual preferences. The evidence will show that the sexual conduct at issue in this case was coercive and criminal because the defendant made women have sex when they did not want to because he threatened them. He drugged, he lied, and he even used violence to make them do it. And she talked about the multiple alleged victims in this case, like Cassandra Ventura, who we're going to talk about a little bit later because she testified this week. An unidentified alleged victim known as Jane, a single mother that prosecutors said this person was coerced into freak-offs. There's also Mia, Combs' apparent former employee, who will apparently also testify that she was allegedly sexually assaulted. Hey, by the way, you know we plan to cover every aspect of this Sean Combs criminal trial for you. And one of the reasons we can do that, one of the reasons we can keep bringing you this content is because of the incredible support that we get from our sponsors like Upside. Now, Upside is great. It is a free app that gets you cash back when you buy daily essentials. So I pump my gas, I can use Upside. I go out to lunch, I can use Upside. Get something at a convenience store, I can use Upside. And why not get cash back when I do all these things, right? This is real cash back. It's money that appears in your Upside app that you transfer right into your bank account. So once you have the free Upside app, you claim an offer for whatever you're buying on Upside. You pay as usual using a debit or credit card. You follow the steps on the app, you get paid. So to find out how much you could earn, click the link in the description to download Upside or scan the QR code on screen, and make sure to use our promo code SIDEBAR because you'll get an extra 25 cents back on every gallon on your first tank of gas. Hope you can check it out. So Dave, I've kind of summarized it here from the prosecution. Did they deliver in their opening statement? And I know opening statements are not evidence, but man, oh man, are they important. Tell me, do you think the prosecution delivered?
Yes, I thought they were great. I thought that the prosecution did what they needed to do in the opening statement. I thought it was really important for them to distinguish between weird sexual conduct, which the jurors probably just can't even comprehend, this kind of freak-off stuff, from the actual crimes here. Because it is Diddy's defense that, hey, sex isn't illegal. Domestic violence is illegal, but he's not being charged for that here. So at worst, this is a domestic violence case. Kick it back to state court, let them deal with it, case dismissed. So I thought the prosecution did a really good job in keeping the jurors' eye on the ball.
The only thing I'll say is, and I did a previous sidebar on it, it felt to me they spent a lot of time explaining to this jury why this is a crime. And let me tell you, racketeering, sex trafficking, very complicated. I try to explain it to people about what this case is about. They can't understand it, and that's no fault to them. But when I try to explain, oh, okay, look, you're dealing with sex trafficking. So you're dealing with somebody who was allegedly harbored, transported, maintained for the purposes of commercial sex work. Something of value is being exchanged, and force, fraud, or coercion were used. That's confusing. When I mentioned racketeering conspiracy, that there was a criminal agreement to further racketeering activity, a pattern of illegal activity, that there was a criminal enterprise that had a common purpose. There were all these alleged crimes they committed. Sean Combs at the top, kidnapping, arson, forced labor, sex trafficking, bribery, obstruction. That's not easy to digest. I've said it before, I'll say it again. It's not like a classic case where you have a shadowy organization that's kidnapping girls from another country, taking them to another country and selling them off to the highest bidder. As disgusting as that is, that's not quite what we have here. Do you feel that the prosecution has a little bit of an uphill battle where they have to keep explaining why this is a crime?
Yes, and that's why they took so much time to do that in the opening, and I thought that was smart to do so. There's an old adage in politics, when you're explaining, you're losing. Not quite the same in the law, but it is true that if you have to spend all your time trying to explain complex charges, that's not ideal. You would rather just make it like, hey, we all know why this is a crime, obviously, and the stuff is horrific, but they do have the shock factor on their side. And just the images and the descriptions and the baby oil and all this stuff that comes out, the urination and all this stuff has got to be so shocking that I do think that helps the prosecution. The other thing that helps the prosecution is that their key witness, Cassie, and I know we'll get to it, is 8 months pregnant. I mean, you want a sympathetic witness? Put someone 8 months pregnant on the witness stand talking about how she was sexually assaulted. Good for the prosecution.
Real quick, before we go to the defense's opening, are you saying that there could be a chance the jury decides this case not on the black letter law, not on meeting the elements, but because they're so angry and they're so inflamed at what they're seeing day in and day out that they want to hold Combs accountable? Because he could have sexually assaulted Cassandra Ventura. He could have beaten Cassandra Ventura. It doesn't necessarily mean it's sex trafficking or racketeering. And I'm going to get to the defense's opening statement, but I agree with you. There are really despicable things that are being alleged here. And again, we'll get to her testimony. But are you saying there's a chance the jury could be persuaded by emotion?
Absolutely. Jurors come from their own world experiences, their life experiences, and they come in here and they hear about the celebrity doing these shocking things. And yeah, they may just say, let's punish this dude. On the other hand, the defense is aware of that too. And they have the same strategy. if you can tarnish the key witness, then maybe the jurors have said, to hell with both of them. A plague on both their houses.
So as we know, jurors are not supposed to make a decision based on emotion, but you said they're human beings. It happens. So let's keep that in mind. Now let's go to the defense. So the defense opening statement was from Tenny Garagos, and she characterized the case as the following, quote, Sean Combs is a complicated man, but this is not a complicated case. This case is about love, jealousy, infidelity, and money. This case is about voluntary adult choices made by capable adults and consensual relationships. This case is about those real life relationships, and the government is trying to turn those relationships into a racketeering case, a prostitution case, and a sex trafficking case. It will not work. Now, Garagos emphasized that this is about Combs' private sex life, swinger parties, that yes, Combs was violent, that yes, he had a temper, but domestic violence is not sex trafficking. Dave, turn it over to you. Did the defense, did they do a proper job of at least trying to say to the jury, hey, listen, what you're about to hear, doesn't amount to the crimes that he is being charged with, and everything was consensual?
Yeah, I thought this case has been really well lawyered up to now. I really do think both sides did what they had to do. I thought the defense focused the jury on the actual charges. It's interesting how they said that it's a complicated relationship, but not a complicated case. That goes to what you were saying earlier when you're explaining, like the prosecution was, all the details, why this is so complicated, then yeah, that's tough. That's trouble for the prosecution. The defense is saying, we've got simplicity on our side. All you have to know is there are a lot of relationships like this. They don't end up in federal court. So I do think both sides did what they needed to do, but it's the testimony that leads me, and I'm not going to say which side won the week yet, but it's the testimony that leads me to conclude which side is ahead.
Oh, I wonder which side. I wonder which side. All right, well, here's the thing. The fact that they owned up to the violence, right? They didn't explain away the 2016 tape of Combs appearing to beat up Cassandra Ventura. They said it's indefensible, although I'll get into that a little bit later because I think they almost provided a defense to it. But they said, look, he was angry, he beat her up, but these aren't state level charges. These are very specific elements. I think this case is all going to come down to closing arguments, personally. I think it's all going to come down to closing arguments and how it's articulated. But owning up to his violence, that's a bold strategy. And I wonder if that could potentially backfire.
Yeah, they were saying that it's over jealousy, and you can see how he's grabbing at her cell phone, and it's a cell phone issue, not a human trafficking issue. It had nothing to do with the freak off, whereas Cassie was saying it's because of the freak off. So that's important, but the video speaks for itself. I mean, people lie, video does not. And Diddy forever had denied everything against anyone until that video came out. Then he had to come clean and say, okay, that happened, but nothing else did. Everything else is a lie, but that happened, and here's why it happened. That video is going to be etched in the jurors' minds. It is so powerful, so devastating to see her there lying on the floor after a brutal beating. I do think that emotion can get involved.
Yeah.
And if jurors are confused about the charges, state versus federal, they may just default back to that video and say, I don't like this guy, guilty.
Well, and we'll get into this when she testifies, but the idea being, why did you feel there was a threat on you? Well, if I didn't do what he wanted, Exhibit A, look at the 2016 tape. Okay. So now I want to move on to the first witness, Israel Flores. So this is the hotel security guard who responded to Sean Combs' assault on Cassandra Ventura in 2016, testified that Combs had this devilish stare on his face when he responded to the incident, that Combs tried to allegedly bribe him with a wad of cash saying, don't tell nobody, that he saw Cassie with a purple eye, that he filed the report, but didn't call police, recorded the security video on his cell phone to show his wife, even said at one point that he pinned Combs up to the wall after Combs allegedly grabbed another security guard's phone. I thought that he was very, very interesting there talking about it. But, under cross, they basically said, Combs never attacked you. You didn't report it to the police. Why didn't you put certain things in your report? I believe that was a part of his cross-examination. Do you think he was valuable to the prosecution?
Yes, because the more they talk about that video, the better it is for the prosecution. Although the defense scored points because they couldn't show that that incident was directly related to a dispute over the freak off. It could just be a domestic violence incident over a cell phone. That witness really didn't help when it came to why that incident occurred. And it is Diddy's counsel's theory that it only occurred based on basic domestic violence, and this is not a domestic violence case, so you should just delete that from your mind, the whole incident. But jurors can't delete it from their mind. The more that the prosecution gets to talk about that video, the better it is for the government's case.
But didn't he help prove bribery as an underlying predicate crime for racketeering? And correct me if I'm wrong, in order to be convicted of racketeering conspiracy, the prosecution has to have the jury agree to 2 underlying predicate crimes, right? So whether it's kidnapping, arson, forced labor, sex trafficking, bribery, obstruction. I mean, if he's saying Combs offered him money to stay quiet, and you're saying that Combs is operating this criminal enterprise where he engages in pervasive abuse of women and uses his money and his power and his resources and his staff to cover it up, was it a bribe? Was it not a bribe? I don't know.
Yeah, you need to have at least 2 predicate crimes, and bribery would be one of them. But you also have to show this is an ongoing criminal enterprise. And what is a criminal enterprise? The human trafficking, the pleasing him with these weird sex parties. But if it's just a domestic violence case, then the whole racketeering thing goes away, and thus the bribery thing doesn't matter here. So that's why.
Can I ask you about that? Let's say the jury goes, I don't know about the freak-offs, but I'll tell you what, I think he engaged in kidnapping. I think he engaged in arson. I think he engaged in bribery that was connected to a domestic violence incident. Does the racketeering charge, does the jury have to believe that there was a sex trafficking operation going on, or just sex trafficking in general, in order for him to be convicted of racketeering?
Got to be a criminal enterprise. Remember, these laws were created to go after the mafia. You have this whole structure where the Don and the capos are involved, and they're all on the top. And so that's why you have to show that this is like a business, a whole enterprise for the benefit of Diddy. If it's just a lover's quarrel, then there is no racketeering here, even though you have evidence of bribery, arson, and other crimes.
Is it a problem he didn't call police?
Yeah, well, yeah, because you may wonder, this is really a crime. Why didn't you call police? Plus, what's wrong with you? I mean, how can we believe you? We want to sympathize with you. You're a trustworthy individual, but you didn't think it was big enough to call police. Why? Because you wanted to show your wife for your own prurient interest so you can maybe sell it to TMZ. I mean, you can just see how you can poke holes into the credibility of this witness.
Yeah, taking a video of the surveillance in order to show your wife, jury might wonder what that's about. But look, I will say this. I said it before. I'll say it again. I thought that this was brilliant on the part of the prosecution. Before you bring Cassandra Ventura, you bring a witness to talk about the 2016 tape, corroborate her story about being attacked, allegedly sees her with these bruises. Again, I think that is an important witness, just as important as Daniel Phillip, the next witness who took the stand. So there were 2 witnesses who testified before Cassandra Ventura. I think that's really great. And I've said it before, but remember when Cassandra Ventura filed her lawsuit in 2023, she laid out a lot of allegations. It was hard to know whether or not they're real or not. What do we take away from him? As soon as that tape came out, it changed the whole game. It not only corroborated that part of her lawsuit, but it arguably corroborated everything she was saying. So to begin with the videotape, to begin with the security guard, I think that's key. And then you go to Daniel Phillip. So this male performer talks about being paid to have sex with Cassie, that Combs was directing their sexual performances, testified about rubbing baby oil, role playing, Combs pleasuring himself while this is going on, recording them, red couches, Astroglide, lubricant, that Combs was dressed up in a bandana covering his face. It was very detailed. He also testified that he observed Cassandra Ventura on drugs, believes that he heard Combs slapping her, saw her being dragged by Combs, her allegedly saying, "I'm sorry." Combs allegedly throwing a bottle of liquor at Cassandra Ventura. Combs taking a picture of his ID for insurance. Was that a form of intimidation or not? And on cross-examination by Sean Combs' defense counsel, he was pressed about inconsistent statements to authorities about whether or not he was a stripper or dancer when he was assigned to perform for Ventura and Combs, important for transportation to engage in prostitution. That he didn't even want money during these encounters. Quoted as saying, "In my head, I was just excited. I was in this world and happy to be involved with people of such notoriety." He expressed his feelings towards Ventura. Quote, "If she ever gave me a chance to date her, I absolutely would have." And he testified that Cassandra Ventura paid him, right? So Dave, reliable witness, valuable witness, who did he benefit more, the prosecution or the defense?
I think it was a push. You're dealing with a sex worker. Yeah. You're dealing with a sex worker. So sorry to say, but sex workers don't generally have a lot of credibility with jurors. They look at this like you get paid to have sex. And then he questions whether he really was being paid. And then because of the cross-examination. And so, boy, that would eliminate the Mann Act charges, which says you cannot transport individuals over state lines for purposes of prostitution. And then he's talking about how they had feelings for Cassie and, maybe in another world they would be together. And so that goes to the whole issue of consent. And now that is the defense's claim here. That's their main defense is consent. Because if you have consent, you don't have force, fraud, or coercion. You need force, fraud, or coercion to have human trafficking. And if there's no human trafficking, then the whole racketeering thing sort of falls apart. And so that's why I don't think this witness was great really for either side. I think the prosecution was able to score some points with him. But on the other hand, the cross-examination was powerful enough that I would call it a push.
Well, I'll tell you what, it's interesting you say that because we think there's going to be multiple alleged escorts or male performers or dancers who are going to take the stand too. So that'll be interesting. Okay. Now let's move on. Big witness of the week, Cassandra Ventura, star witness for the prosecution, alleged victim number one. Her direct examination, meaning being questioned by the prosecution, lasted 2 days. She testified about being coerced into freak-offs, these elaborate sexual performances done for Sean Combs' pleasure that began during the first year of their relationship, these voyeuristic sexual episodes where she would perform sex acts and have sex with paid escorts in front of Combs, including when he pleasured himself. They are at the center of the racketeering and sex trafficking charges that, despite her objections to the freak-offs, sometimes, by the way, even documented in messages to Combs, she claimed she was forced to partake in them. She testified how Combs beat her up. This, too, was apparently documented in photos. There is, of course, the 2016 hotel incident. She describes horrific episodes, including her being forced to be urinated on, that she had to partake in freak-offs while having UTIs and sores in her mouth, that Combs used security and assistance to help him, including tracking her down, punishing her, that he would videotape freak-offs and leverage them against her, including one incident where he allegedly showed her on a plane these tapes or a tape, essentially intimidating her, and then right after, allegedly pressuring her into a freak-off. She testified the freak-offs happened in all different cities, frequent, weekly, so the transportation element important for sex trafficking. She identified a bunch of escorts. She talked about the environment she was around, alleged violence, that he had guns, and she ended her direct testimony talking about how Combs allegedly raped her. Dave, how effective was her testimony for the prosecution?
Her direct testimony was extremely powerful, not only with her words, but also the fact she was 8 months pregnant. The defense knew that was trouble for them, so they asked the judge to keep her in the witness box, so to conceal her stomach from the jurors, so that when the jurors walked in, they would not see how pregnant she was. And the judge said, nope. And so she walked right by the jurors on the way to testify, and the jurors got to see her 8 months pregnant. They got to see her emotional. They got to see her ask for breaks. There were some tender moments. I mean, her voice, apparently, according to all observers, is pretty tender, and she comes across really sympathetically. Now, I do think that the prosecution probably could have done a better job taking the sting out of what would come out in cross, where you saw that some of those text messages back and forth were mutually raunchy and showed consent for at least some of the freak-offs. I think the prosecution indirect could have gone into that more to eliminate the surprise, because she came across so well on direct. And then I thought it was left up to the defense to tear her down. And I think, at least in part, they did.
So we're going to talk about the cross because, look, I think they tried to build that up a little bit. She did. She goes, look, I engaged in freak-offs voluntarily at the beginning. I wanted to make my partner happy. And then it escalated. Now, I think from a legal point of view, and correct me if I'm wrong, these are the ways I think she helped the individual charges. So sex trafficking, there is a charge dedicated to victim one, sex trafficking, physical injuries, blackmail tapes, the plane incident, allegedly controlling her life, her career, her appearance, the freak-offs in multiple locations with paid escorts, the acts during freak-offs. I mean, how could someone agree or consent to urination or having to do freak-offs with UTIs and sores in your mouth? the idea of, you talk about the payment of these escorts or an escort being used in multiple locations, transportation to engage in prostitution, and for racketeering, when she testified that there would be assistance and people who would help Sean Combs cover up the freak off events and try to track her down. Those are the ways I think she specifically helped the prosecution at those charges. Would I be correct in thinking that way?
Oh, absolutely. And she was their most important witness. She connects all the dots for all the charges. And without her, there wouldn't even be a case. I mean, it was her civil lawsuit against Diddy that was settled by Diddy within a day that led to these criminal charges. So I agree with everything you said. And the prosecution did try to take some of the sting out of what would come on cross. I just think maybe they could have done more on that.
Well, let's talk about the cross, okay? So the cross by Anna Estevao, one of Sean Combs' lawyers, confronted Ventura with text messages and emails that she sent to Combs, seemingly encouraging and wanting these freak-offs. Ventura wrote in one text from 2009, "I'm always ready to freak off, LOL. Baby, I want to FO so bad." So was it done to appease him or not? That she heated up the baby oil. She goes to buy candles, or at least said she was going to go buy candles, that she was instrumental in setting all this up. More texts expressing their love for one another. "I love you so much, it makes me cry." This is a text message from Combs. "Love my baby. I love you so much, it consumes my life. How did it happen?" That's Combs writing Ventura. Ventura responding, "I wondered the same thing, who I was before we decided to be together." So you're seeing this kind of loving relationship, that there was jealousy in the relationship, that she was jealous of Kim Porter, that she needed attention, that she had a burner phone when dating Kid Cudi to keep it from Combs, that Diddy suspected she had a relationship with Michael B. Jordan, that she filed a lawsuit against Sean Combs, the one that we know in November 2023 that was done to ruin his career. So you have love and jealousy fueled their relationship. You have cross-examination alleged inconsistencies in her statements, that she was the one who was doing drugs and that Combs got angry at her for taking drugs without him, that there was no drugs in the baby oil. So it kind of pushes back on the drug trafficking claims of racketeering and claims that he would drug alleged victims to keep them compliant. On cross-examination, it was also argued that maybe he wasn't controlling her life by talking about her physical appearance, but giving her legitimate feedback, that he was a fashion executive. Dave, did the defense have wins here?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I thought the defense did a really good job because you have to be very careful when you cross-examine a sexual assault survivor, especially one who is 8 months pregnant. But the woman who did it did an excellent job. She even complimented the witness, saying, "You're so beautiful." I mean, wow, I don't think I've ever seen that.
I thought that was weird a little bit. No?
Yeah, but then Cassie said thank you, and it was a really weird moment. But I think that it showed that the defense was rather, they were erring on the side of too much deference to her, being too kind, which I think is okay because this is a very touchy area. She's a sexual assault survivor. She's a domestic abuse survivor. She's 8 months pregnant. She had all the sympathy of the world from the jury. So you come in there, guns a-blazing, you're going to get bit.
Was it the idea that, you're so beautiful, you're so charming, you're manipulative? Do you think that's where they were going?
I saw some people thought that. And perhaps I sort of think this is a way for the defense lawyers to win over the jury, because it's not just the defendant who's on trial. Really, it's the defense lawyers too, because if the jury does not like the defense lawyers, they're not going to like their client. So if they like the defense lawyers, they're a lot more likely to like their client. So I think they were just playing the game and, knowing that Cassie had a lot of sympathy amongst those jurors. So they were trying to poke holes without offending the jury's sensibilities. So I thought they were effective at it. And I think that they were able to score points in showing that not only did Cassie consent at some point to the freak-offs, but also helped organize them, buying the candles, setting it up. And I think what they did here was to tarnish Cassie enough that perhaps they could put some reasonable doubt in at least one juror's mind. All you need is one, and it's a hung jury. And that's what they're trying to do. Maybe have a juror think, oh my gosh, both these guys, they're living in this weird world. What are we doing here? There's plenty of doubt. Essentially, as I said earlier, like borrow a phrase from Shakespeare, a plague on both their houses. Now, overall, I think Cassie did extremely well, but the defense definitely did score points.
I do wonder if the defense went too far, maybe in the wrong direction at one point. So there was all this discussion about Combs being a drug addict. And remember, he kind of admitted the same thing in his 2024 Instagram apology video about the 2016 tape, saying he was messed up. And I think this is where they were going in Cross, that his withdrawal symptoms maybe made him prone to anger. And leading up to the 2016 tape, or around the 2016 tape too, which would be interesting because didn't they say in their opening statement that tape, what he did on that tape was indefensible? I wonder if they went too far there.
I agree with you. I thought the same thing. I don't know which way the drug abuse goes, because the drug abuse is not a defense to human trafficking and freak offs and racketeering. A drug defense is maybe a mitigating factor if this was a domestic violence case, perhaps. But this is a human trafficking case. So you can be on drugs and still commit force, fraud, or coercion, and it's not a mitigating element that you were on drugs during the time. So that's why I thought it was kind of weird. Maybe they were just trying to have maybe a few of the jurors who had some of their own substance abuse issues, or family members who had their own issues, to get some sympathy for this defendant, saying, yeah, he wasn't in his right mind. But again, that doesn't negate the elements of these crimes.
I will say the judge wanted to ensure in every which way that Cassandra Ventura, a pregnant Cassandra Ventura, finished up her testimony in the first week. I mean, even the prosecution, they filed a letter with the court saying, this what happened last night, that they wanted the court to jump in and to stop the cross-examination by 4:30 p.m. Friday. And again, Judge Jeroen Subramanian himself expressed frustration at the possibility of her testimony continuing to next week. The judge shot back in court yesterday. In what universe did you not understand this is what was going to happen? You're not telling me this wasn't everyone's understanding that this witness was going to be done this week. So, it's interesting to see what'll happen. Again, at the time of this recording, she hasn't wrapped up her testimony. And before I ask you the $1 million question about whether or not who won this week, at the time of this recording, we believe Dawn Shard is expected to testify next. And this is a former member of Danity Kane, filed her own lawsuit against Sean Combs. She allegedly witnessed the alleged abuse of Cassie. What can we expect from her testimony? And do you think this is a wise witness to bring on next?
Yeah, you need corroboration. After the defense scored points against Cassie, you need corroboration to show that Cassie's story is the one to be believed, and that you can have a complicated relationship. And you can even consent perhaps at one point and be into freak-offs, but then you can also withdraw that consent and you can say no. And that's where the defense is going to try to cloud things up, because they're going to try to say it's either all or nothing. Once you consent, once you're into this weird relationship, you can't come back and then decide that you've changed your mind because it wasn't clear to Diddy. You have to make it absolutely clear. And it was never clear. It's complicated. Whereas this other witness may say, no, it was clear. She didn't want to do it. She expressed it. Diddy knew it. And he used violence. He used force to compel people to do what he said.
So I now ask you the $1 million question. Who won week one of the Sean Diddy Combs criminal trial?
The prosecution won week one. They had their best witness, person who's the key to their case, and she came off really well. The defense did score points, and so it's not a knockout. If this were a boxing match, I'd say the first round goes to the prosecution, but there are many rounds to come. And because there was not a knockout, I think it's going to go up to the scorecards at the very end. And so anything could happen. So I hope you have me back to make a prediction on the result. I've been asked by others, who's going to win this case now? And I said, you can't tell by the first week. But right now, to use another sports metaphor, the prosecution is ahead in the clubhouse.
It's interesting, and trying to read the jurors. Elizabeth Milner, our reporter, came on yesterday and said, at one point, the jurors during cross-examination of Cassie looked kind of checked out. It's impossible to read they could be tired. They could be like, oh, I've heard this so many times. I get the point. It's impossible to know. But I think it is an interesting legal exercise to have right now after week one to try to make sense of the wins, the losses for both the prosecution and defense. Dave Arenberg, great seeing you. Thank you so much.
Thanks for having me, Jesse.
And that is all we have for you right now here on Sidebar, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us. And as always, please subscribe on YouTube, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever you should get your podcasts. I'm Jesse Weber. I'll speak to you next time.
More dramatic testimony today from the ex-girlfriend of Sean Diddy Combs in his sex trafficking trial. Cassie Ventura was back on the stand being cross-examined by the defense, who questioned her on everything from her allegations that Combs abused her to graphic details about those so-called freak-offs. Joining me now is Nima Rahmani, a former federal prosecutor who has been closely following this week's developments. There is a lot to get to. Nima, thank you so much for joining me today.
Of course, Michelle. Thanks for having me. Excited to be here.
So this is the fourth day of testimony from star witness Cassie Ventura. What are your key takeaways so far?
Well, this is probably the most important day of testimony because it may be her last. And really the takeaway, it comes from cross-examination and how well she's holding up. And it's been a little bit of a mixed bag. She testified on direct that she was coerced and forced to participate in the freak-offs. Now, her emails and text messages, they tell a different story. This is a Cassie who's using words of affirmation and saying that she loves and wants to and wishes to participate in the freak-offs. Now, I believe her. I'm a victim's lawyer, and this is part of the psychology of abuse, but there are a lot of people, including maybe some of the potential jurors, that are asking themselves, well, why did she stay in the relationship, and why is what she's saying in writing very different from her saying that she wanted nothing to do with any of these sex-filled orgies?
Now, you said this could be her last day on the stand, but that's not so clear because in a letter to the judge overnight, federal prosecutors said defense lawyers for Combs are trying to prolong their cross-examination of Cassie Ventura into next week, hoping to risk a mistrial if she goes into labor. How much of a strategy do you think that is, and how much do you think it's at play here?
This is part and parcel of the legal strategy and the gamesmanship in any case, and the lawyers are playing chess here. So obviously Cassie Ventura is very pregnant, 8.5 months pregnant, and one of the reasons the prosecution wanted to get her on first or almost first is because she may go into labor and she may be unavailable. But from the defense's perspective, this is the government's star witness. They were together for more than a decade. It was her bombshell lawsuit in November 2023 that really started this whole thing. And then civil lawsuits followed and the criminal investigation. So they're arguing, look, my client's life is on the line. I can't just let this person go without finishing that cross-examination.
But at what point would the judge step in and say, you know, you're revisiting some of the same topics that we've covered already?
Well, the defense is going very slow, methodically through these emails and text messages, and Judge Subramanian is really trying to move this along. Judges have a lot of discretion to control their courtroom in this manner. So if the judge says, we're done, that's going to be it. Now, maybe it's an argument the defense can use on appeal if Combs is convicted, but they're not going to be able to keep Cassie on longer than the judge wants.
Now, RICO cases are notoriously difficult to prove. First, break down for our viewers what's required, and do you think the prosecution is on the right path in proving that?
I do. RICO is generally used for criminal organizations like the mob, street gangs, drug cartels. You don't typically see them in these types of cases, although we saw it in the R. Kelly case and Nexium, another sex cult case. So prosecutors are using it. Here's what you need to prove RICO. First, you need a criminal enterprise, and you don't need a rigid organization. It can be a loose association of two or more people. And Diddy's entourage, that qualifies for a criminal enterprise. Then you need a pattern of racketeering activity. And again, for that, you don't need a whole lot. You need 2 or more RICO predicate acts within a 10-year period. So what are those acts? We're talking about sex trafficking, which has been charged, bribery, extortion when it comes to the videos, prostitution. So some of the things that are being discussed are RICO predicate acts. As long as the government can prove 2 of those within that period, they establish RICO. And the important thing about RICO is it brings a lot of people and a lot of evidence into the case that may otherwise not come in. And of course, it carries a potential life sentence.
All right, let's look ahead now to next week. Who do you expect to take the stand and have more explosive testimony?
So what we're going to see next week are more victims. What the government wants to do here is put on people that weren't in a loving relationship with Combs, that don't have those emails and text messages, but are going to tell the same story of physical and sexual violence. They're going to say that I was trafficked, I was sexually assaulted. And sometimes jurors may have a tough time believing the testimony of one witness. Someone like Cassie was in a long-term relationship. They may think, you know what? This is a disgruntled ex. She has an axe to grind. Not saying I believe it, but some people may feel that way. But if victim after victim is telling the same story, Michelle, when the jurors go back in that deliberation room, it's going to be very hard for them to disbelieve everyone. So the government wants to overwhelm the defense with the sheer number of victims.
Former federal prosecutor Nima Rahmani, we hope to have you back again. We know this case is expected to stretch for about 8 weeks. Thank you so much today.
Of course, we'd love to be back.
I'm Carlos Greer, senior reporter at Page Six, and it's the end of the first week of Sean Diddy Combs' trial. And like so many of you, I've got questions. Here to break down what happened in the courtroom this week is entertainment lawyer, former litigator, and legal correspondent Lisa Bonner. Lisa, how are you doing, my friend?
I am well, Carlos. How are you?
I am doing well. Needless to say, it's been an explosive week for Diddy's trial. Cassie testified, and we got a real glimpse into their very dark and violent world she was living in from her mouth. But she's not on trial. Diddy is. And there are too many headlines to keep up with, frankly. So before we dive in, remind us how Diddy got here. What are the charges that he's facing?
The defendant is facing several charges. The defendant is facing a RICO charge. He is also facing the sex trafficking and the transportation of individuals for the purposes of prosecution. This was all framed under a RICO statute as well. So I think it's important, and we'll get into that and how that works. But that is the nutshell of the case.
Well, tell me, how does that work?
Basically, what the SCNY is trying to establish is that the event, and I'm going to read directly from the indictment. So to be clear, the defendant abused, threatened, and coerced women and others around him to fulfill his sexual desires, protect his reputation, and conceal his conduct. To do so, Combs relied on the employees, resources, and influences of the business empire that he led and controlled, creating a criminal enterprise whose members and associates engaged in and attempted to engage in, among other crimes, sex trafficking, forced labor, kidnapping, arson, bribery, and obstruction of justice. And they are bringing this through a RICO case. And the way the RICO case is generally brought is, I like to talk about a RICO like a funnel, right? A RICO, generally, you charge as many people as you can to get to the mob boss, the crime boss, the John Gotti's, if you will. But it's important to remember in a federal case that they don't need to disclose who their witnesses are going to be, who anybody who is going to testify is going to be. That can be kept under seal. That's why there's so much anticipation and questions over who, what, why, when, who's next, what are they going to say, all of the things. So basically what they're saying is that the RICO, the enterprise, existed for the purposes of Combs and other members and associates of the Combs enterprise to engage in these unlawful acts of violence, sex trafficking, forced labors, right? And securing absolute loyalty from the members of the Combs enterprise through acts of violence and through threats.
So this is so much bigger than Cassie, which everyone has been focusing on this week.
It has very little to do with Cassie. Cassie is one of many people that the feds are going to come forth and proffer this, this information, this testimony, this witness of how this RICO and how this criminal enterprise worked. Dawn Richard is supposedly next up on the stand. The members of Danity Kane. There are a lot of people who are going to come forward that we believe are going to come forward and testify. Cassie went on probably as the first witness, one, because she is the star witness, but also she is 8.5 months pregnant. So when you were listening to the prosecution's opening statement, they said, we're going to paint a picture of all of this, and that might not be linear, but you're going to understand how this works. So they put Cassie, because literally her testimony had to be finished today because she is 8.5 months pregnant and can go into labor at any time. At that point, if she were to go to labor on the stand, that could immediately cause a mistrial for the prosecution.
Right. So essentially they're setting it up.
Correct. They are laying just a bit of the groundwork. Week one of potentially an 8-month trial. So an 8-week trial. So we've got 7 weeks essentially to go.
Right. So you've been following this trial very closely. And, as you mentioned, we heard from Cassie, who gave an explosive testimony. What's your reaction to the first week, and what stood out to you?
Well, what stood out to me was Cassie's very graphic testimony, which both of them acknowledged was, Diddy acknowledged in his people in his opening statement, his defense attorneys established that, listen, he was abusive, he was violent, but his violence don't amount to crimes. That's what they said in the opening statement. But in the prosecution's opening statement, they said he was violent, and the sexual violence and the domestic violence is just part and parcel to this RICO charge. So they are right now just laying out the elements. Cassie showed you how allegedly he took away her agency. She was forced, she was coerced. Sure, she had some participation in the freak-offs, but at what point is her consent removed? And that's what we're looking for. We're not looking at each individual time. You're looking at the totality of the circumstances. Overall, looking at this 19-year-old girl, he was 37 when they got involved, almost twice her age. Did this man remove her agency? Did she feel like she had free will to leave? And they are establishing times when she tried to leave. The video established she tried to leave. He brought her back. She tried to leave. Some gentleman came next to me and sat on the plane and showed me an iPad full of tapes from the freak-offs. People he sent to bring her back. Some of his associates, employees, people that work for him were sent when she would leave. She repeatedly established that she tried to leave, and he would bring her back. You're not looking at the 19-year-old girl now on the stand. You're looking at a 38-year-old woman who has been through therapy, through trauma therapy, to try and deal with what she has gone through. And we can talk about that later and how that factors into the case.
Yeah.
But it's very important.
And I would imagine that you're probably going to hear a lot of this from whomever takes the stand in the upcoming weeks as well. But this is a very serious case, obviously. And Diddy, he is facing life in prison. What is the strategy? What did you notice about the defense's strategy?
Well, the defense's strategy is she always had consent. She was there as a willing participant. She was jealous. Diddy was on drugs. They're using that to poke holes in his state of mind. It doesn't matter if you're on drugs and you commit a crime. It doesn't matter. So they are throwing a lot of red herrings. I mean, they're trying to do the best with what they have. But one thing that people need to understand about federal cases and the SDNY in particular, generally when the feds come to you, they have a case.
Yeah.
They have a case. The SDNY has over a 95% conviction rate, and they are the largest and most powerful district court in the country. The borough of Manhattan, the financial centers are all within the jurisdiction of the SDNY. They have plenty of evidence and plenty of experience in prosecuting RICO cases, sex trafficking, and these kidnapping and arson cases. This is a very serious case. And it's also important to remember that Harvey Weinstein, Jeffrey Epstein, all of these prior defendants were convicted of the same thing.
Yeah.
Some in state court and some in federal court. But the only thing the difference is the state of mind. State court has a lower presumption and a burden of proof.
Right. So what are your thoughts on how the prosecution is arguing their case?
I think that they are, again, we talked about them just laying out just step one of their star witness and really establishing the fact that she did not have free will. She was not really overall consenting. And what people are saying, well, she stayed. That really is not the correct way to look at a case like this. What you are doing is, what did he allegedly do to make her think that she did not have the ability to leave?
It's hard to put into words how honored I have been to represent Cassie Ventura. Since we filed her civil complaint in November of 2023, she has shown such great courage and bravery for stepping forward, and she has now testified throughout this entire week. She's done so under the most difficult of circumstances, just about to give birth to her third child, and under some very difficult circumstances because of the subject matter of what she testified to. Putting that aside, she was able to do so poignantly. She was able to do so graciously, and it's a real testament to who she is and the support that she has. I have a statement from her, and I also have a statement from her husband, which I'll read in a moment. But before I do, there's a few people I want to thank. Most importantly, I want to thank my partner Meredith, who's here, as well as the other attorneys who worked on the case at our firm, including Kat Bask, who's also here. And I also want to thank, of course, the excellent attorneys in the U.S. Attorney's Office who have really been great lawyers, but also just great people who have made Cassie feel comfortable in the process. Would also like to thank the court staff who have made our appearance this week easy, the Department of Homeland Security, the marshals, and with that, I'd just like to read a statement that Cassie just prepared, as well as her husband. They're two separate statements. I'll read Cassie's first. This week has been extremely challenging, but also remarkably empowering and healing for me. I hope that my testimony has given strength and a voice to other survivors and can help others who have suffered to speak up and also heal from abuse and fear. For me, the more I heal, the more I can remember. And the more I can remember, the more I will never forget. I want to thank my family and my advocates for their unwavering support, and I'm grateful for all the kindness and encouragement that I have received. I'm glad to put this chapter of my life to rest. As I turn to focus on the conclusion of my pregnancy, I ask for privacy for me and for my growing family. And then I have a statement from Alex Fine. Over the past 5 days, the world has gotten to witness the strength and bravery of my wife, freeing herself of her past. There has been speculation online surrounding how it must feel for me to sit there and listen to my wife's testimony. I have felt so many things sitting there. I have felt tremendous pride and overwhelming love for Cass. I have felt profound anger that she has been subjected to sitting in front of a person who tried to break her. So to him and all of those who helped him along the way, please know this: you did not. You did not break her spirit nor her smile that lights up every room. You did not break the souls of a mother who gives the best hugs and plays the silliest games with our little girls. You did not break the woman who has made me a better man. I did not save Cassie, as some have said. To say that is an insult to the years of painful work my wife has done to save herself. Cassie saved Cassie. She alone broke free from abuse, coercion, violence, and threats. She did the work of fighting the demons that only a demon himself could have done to her. All I have done is love her as she has loved me. Her life is now surrounded by love, laughter, and our family. This horrific chapter is forever put behind us, and we will not be making additional statements. We appreciate all of the love and support we have received, and we ask that you respect our privacy as we welcome our son into a world that is now safer because of his mom. Thank you, everybody. We really appreciate the media's attention to this case as well. Thank you.
Cassie Ventura and husband of 6 years, Alex Fine, share an emotional embrace in this resurfaced video. The moment recorded in 2019, right after he finished a 50-mile run to benefit domestic violence victims.
I think the little things count more than the big things sometimes.
The clip taking on new meaning as Cassie, who's 9 months pregnant, gives her tearful testimony in the federal sex trafficking trial of her ex, Sean Diddy Combs, who maintains his innocence against all charges. The two were together on and off for about 10 years, and this week she's detailing alleged abuse that included sex parties with male escorts, some lasting up to 4 days.
She said that Sean Combs directed everything from what she had on to the lighting in the room to how she was supposed to interact with the person that she was having sex with.
She claims the so-called freak-offs left her with sores, frequent UTIs, and stomach problems.
She explains how she used makeup, how she had to hide the bruising.
Diddy's defense team is arguing Cassie helped plan the freak-offs and even enjoyed them. She's been allowed to enter court through a private entrance away from the media. But cameras have captured her husband Alex arriving through the main doors. He's been there all week in support.
Are you proud of her for testifying?
We're on mile 40 out of 50. Really no preparation for it.
Alex, who's an actor and a personal trainer, ran this 50-mile ultra marathon the day after he and Cassie got married 6 years ago. At the time, he dedicated it to his mom, who is also a survivor of domestic violence. It wasn't until 2023 that Cassie filed a civil suit against Diddy for rape and physical abuse, which was settled out of court in a day for $20 million.
There's always these ceilings that, women have to break through in order to be respected. At the end of the day, if you made the decisions you made them, and they don't define you.
I think everyone said that, marriage and kids was going to be hard, but it's actually fun, and I don't remember what it was like before I even had kids.
Easy when you're with your best friend, right?
Exactly.
Hey guys, it's Scotty Schwartz, and tonight we've got a half-hour special wrapping up the week in the Sean Diddy Combs sex trafficking trial, where today star witness Cassie Ventura finished 4 days of harrowing testimony, but not before defense lawyers continue to try to poke holes in her account that Combs was an abusive partner who forced her into drug-fueled sexual encounters over and over again. The issue of consent and coercion came up, and for the most part, Cassie kept her composure on the witness stand.
She has shown such great courage and bravery for stepping forward, and she has now testified throughout this entire week.
Next up, singer Dawn Richard, who testified today that she saw Combs attack Cassie, hitting her in the head with a frying pan. And tonight was the final day on the stand for Sean Diddy Combs' ex-girlfriend, Cassie Ventura, the star witness in his sex trafficking and racketeering trial, with the defense wrapping up its cross-examination and Combs' lawyers continuing to try to paint Cassie as a willing participant in these so-called freak-offs. The last text they presented from Cassie was this one from 2012 that said, "I don't want to freak off for the last time. I want it to be the first time for the rest of our lives." Here's a statement from Cassie that her lawyer read after court.
This week has been extremely challenging, but also remarkably empowering and healing for me. I hope that my testimony has given strength and a voice to other survivors and can help others who have suffered to speak up and also heal from abuse and fear. For me, the more I heal, the more I can remember. And the more I can remember, the more I will never forget.
And even though Cassie's testimony has been the big headline here, there is a lot that paints a huge picture that we're just barely scratching the surface on. Jury was played this recording of Cassie threatening one of the escorts today, who allegedly had video of one of the freak-offs, repeatedly saying that she would kill him if that video got out. That is one piece of evidence. The defense also attempted to break down the credibility of Cassie's rape allegations against Combs. And after Cassie finished, Dawn Richard, another singer, took the stand and testified that she saw Combs attack Cassie with a skillet. For more, here's NBC's entertainment correspondent, Chloe Malas.
In her final day on the stand, Cassie Ventura spoke again about the day Combs brutally beat her in a hotel hallway in 2016. Ventura, who is potentially days away from giving birth, testifying that Combs was blackout at the time of the assault from drugs and alcohol. At one point, reading a text she sent him after the violent attack. "I am not a rag doll. I am someone's child." Following 20 hours of testimony this week, her attorney Douglas Wigdor speaking outside the courthouse, reading a statement from Ventura.
I hope that my testimony has given strength and a voice to other survivors and can help others who have suffered to speak up and also heal from abuse and fear.
Today's cross-examination focusing heavily on Ventura's allegation that Combs raped her in 2018 after they had ended their relationship, which he denies. The defense showing text messages between the former couple the day after the alleged rape, including one in which Ventura sent a heart emoji to Combs. Combs' team also trying to poke holes in Ventura's timeline.
That is not the gotcha moment that defense attorneys think it is. I mean, at the end of the day, witnesses are not great on specific dates, particularly when they go back years ago.
The defense also pointing to a text exchange between Ventura and Combs from 2012, in which she wrote, "I don't want to freak off for the last time. I want it to be the first time for the rest of our lives." At times today, the defense appeared to struggle to maintain momentum, facing frequent objections by prosecutors and regularly stopping Ventura's questioning to whisper together. Combs appeared to be actively involved, passing his lawyers notes. In a striking exchange with Combs' lawyers, Ventura saying, despite it all, "I don't hate him. I have love for the past and what it was."
We also saw musician Dawn Richard take the stand. She said that she witnessed Combs be violent with Ventura over the course of their relationship. I just want to remind everyone that Combs denies all of the allegations against him. Back to you.
And let's bring in Lauren Conlin, reporter and podcast host for Pop Crime TV on YouTube, who's been in the courtroom this week, who's also been all over our For You pages. Lauren, thanks so much for being with us. You were in the courtroom. I want to get your sense of how the jury was reacting to Cassie's testimony throughout the week, especially the pictures and the text that they got to see so far.
Well, I was in the overflow room today, but the consensus about the jury is that they've been pretty stoic. There was one juror who seemed to have a bit of a reaction when they were shown sealed photos. I believe it was about 2 days ago. These were freeze frames of Cassie and Sean Combs and an escort in an alleged freak-off still shots. So there was a little bit of a reaction there. But again, overall, the consensus also in the overflow room is just that people are shocked at a lot of this testimony, a lot of the evidence that's coming in. And it's tough. We are seeing, I guess, just like this side of Cassie that, unfortunately she's had to disclose to all of us to help get a conviction for Sean Combs. And you really feel for her because she's remained so composed throughout, her cross-examination, her the redirects, and she's 8.5 months pregnant. And we didn't see her lose her temper or just get, angry at all or frustrated. And I find that to be pretty incredible.
And we also heard this, we didn't, or we saw the transcripts, but in court, they heard that audio recording of Cassie threatening one of the escorts who allegedly said he had a video of a freak off. I think we've got the transcript here. She said, "It is my effing life and I will kill you, hide you. If you have it, put it up or I will kill you and he will kill you." And what's the reaction to this? And where did this piece of audio come from?
Well, let me clarify, because I think we're talking about two different things here. What you're talking about, this audio, this actually came from one of Cassie's devices that, she gave to the government, and the defense got it. And she said, "I will kill you right now. I will kill you twice. I will put you in the effing dirt." And she said, "It's not going to be my hands. Someone else is going to do it. Blood won't be on my hands." And again, I wrote this down word for word because it was so shocking. But allegedly, she was hosting a party in Atlantic City, and one of their mutual friends, they just called him by his first name, Sujit, told her that he had a video of her doing some explicit things. And she texted Sean Combs and he said, "Don't let him out of your sight." And Cassie testified that she felt pressure from Combs to get this video, elicit something out of him. So when we heard this, it was pretty shocking. But concurrently, we also heard that there was an escort by the name of Jonathan Oddi. She alleged that he picked up his phone during a freak off and she told Sean Combs, and Sean Combs, we believe, paid him off and he had to sign an NDA. And the reason we believe this is because this escort came out, I think it was last week, to the Daily Mail and a few other outlets claiming this after this video was taken of him after another crime he committed in 2018 in Florida, and his interrogation was released. And I think at the time everyone thought he was crazy, but now it all makes sense.
Yeah, and on that one, we've been trying to confirm and double and triple confirm this all week long, just because of the implications here. But you just mentioned Jonathan Oddi, and we know that there person with the same name who allegedly opened fire at the Trump Miami golf course back in 2018. At this point, NBC News, we still have not been able to conclusively confirm this is the same guy. We're hoping that comes out a little bit later in this trial. But this Oddi from the shooting, at the time, you just talked about that interrogation. He seems to talk about Diddy and online, like that possible connection is getting a ton of traction. When do you think we may know conclusively in court? And what are people saying about all this?
Well, I believe it was day 2. Cassie was shown quite a few images of escorts that they had used, and we could also see them. And Jonathan Oddi's picture popped up, and I recognized him immediately just from seeing him in the news a week before. And then we heard today that, you know, the whole, I guess, the context behind what happened with him and why he allegedly got paid. But I feel like this, I mean, who knows? We don't have a witness list here, and it sounds like I don't want to say they're going out of order with the witnesses, but clearly they had Cassie first because she's very pregnant and due to scheduling. So who knows? But I know that we are going to hear from more escorts. That's just inevitable here.
Yeah, it's so fascinating that you said that, because this is something a lot of people have been talking about. It seems to be that the public is kind of seeing all of this out of order. Obviously, she is the star witness, and she is the one that we remember from that attack that happened at the Intercontinental that was caught on camera. And yet, the question is, like, are they doing this because she is pregnant and they kind of have to get her on and off the stand as quickly as possible? And the sequence of events is going to be scattered, or did they start with her first because she lays the groundwork for everything? Being close to the courtroom there, what is your sense? Is this out of order because of the pregnancy, or is she the star witness and everything is going to kind of trickle down from her?
You know, I don't think she's necessarily the star witness, because I'm not sure her testimony alone is going to get a conviction on all of these federal crimes. I think a lot of it was foundation and you know, just laying it out here that, you know, she was allegedly coerced here and she was a victim of his. But I personally think that we're going to see a lot more when his staff testifies, you know, his bodyguards, his assistants, the people that worked for him. So the people that allegedly organized these sex crimes and you know, and some of these criminal activity. But it's interesting as well, because as you're listening to a lot of this testimony and they're being questioned by the defense and by the government, they jump around with all these dates, and it is sometimes very hard to follow, because it's like, wait, this is 2012. They were dating for 2 years. Now we're up to 2018. They're about to break up. So there's just a lot being thrown at us, and I have to wonder what the jury is thinking as well, and if they are able to follow.
Oh, Lauren Conlin, we have been glued to your coverage. Appreciate all of that insight. We hope you'll be back, and thank you so much for filling in a lot of these gaps for us. Let's bring in criminal defense attorney and former Manhattan District Attorney Jeremy Saland, and NBC News legal analyst, civil litigator, and former sex crimes prosecutor Kristen Givens-Fedden. So, Jeremy, I do want to start with you. That was fascinating to hear, you know, whether this is sequential or whether it's because Cassie is pregnant here. But we did see the defense set out to break down the prosecution's case that Cassie was not a willing participant in all this. Do you think that they managed to do that with her?
Yeah, I mean, there were some good hits and there were some misses. And whatever she's going to say, you know, the prosecution is going to turn around and have an answer for it. So, for example, you heard something about, did you cancel your concert, your tour because of the $20 million? No, and a great response and a powerful one. It was almost set up wrongly for the defense was, no, I would have done that anyway to get rid of these freak-offs and never have to do them. That's some powerful things to say. But by default, in terms of that organization, they had to get her on the stand. You know, you do wonder if they came out a little bit too strong because everything else may get a little mundane, if that's even an appropriate term here. But they had to come out with that evidence because of the timing. And it's very powerful to captivate, to set the stage and the foundation. But did they really poke the holes in her that they needed to? You know, this isn't 1980s or 1950s where, you know, all of a sudden you said a woman came back and she must be, you know, must love him. You could have different events in different times. It's a marathon. That trial's a marathon. That relationship's a marathon. Mile 1 may be different than mile 2 and mile 7. I don't think they did the job they needed to do, but there's more ahead, meaning the defense didn't poke the holes they needed.
And Kristen, again, I mean, so much of this is about sex trafficking and this is about racketeering. And yet a lot of focus over the last couple of days has been about this rape allegation that Cassie made. There's some discrepancies there. Do you think that like is a tangent here, or are we going to hear more about that?
We may hear more about it, but I do think it is a tangent. Just like Jeremy said, you know, the interesting thing about that 2018 rape claim is that is exactly what was the core of the civil case. And that's really what broke open the broader federal case that we're here today to see. You know, and I think one of the things that's really interesting here is what the defense is doing is what we often see in these types of cases involving these powerful men. They're coming through every message, as Jeremy was talking about, every post-incident interaction to really suggest that Cassie was a willing participant, you know, but what this ignores is the trauma and the coercion. You know, survivors often stay in contact with their abusers due to fear, due to psychological dependency, or even hope or change. And the real legal question here is, was consent freely given, or was it coerced through power, through manipulation, through fear? And I couldn't agree more with Jeremy in that the defense, they had some great punches, but they didn't poke the holes that they needed to through Cassie.
Mm-hmm. And I'm so glad you brought up the trauma of all this. We have a therapist that we're going to be talking to right after this, because that is a very important conversation. Jeremy, I do want to ask you today about seeing Combs all day, very involved with his legal teams, passing notes, talking to them during cross-examination to the point that other people could hear him. Like, is that unusual?
You know, every case is unique, but it's certainly not atypical. You know, I had a trial recently where a guy had a gun in a car and he wanted me to pick a particular juror. I adamantly did not want to. The judge actually got involved to try to explain why it was a bad juror, although not exactly, because he can't do that. You know, people who are accused of crimes, they say things and they want things their way and they want to take a stand and they want their point across. That doesn't mean it's right. I don't tell my physician how to take care of my body, my surgeon on what to do next. I may have input because I know what happened to me. But in that courtroom, people act ways they're not normally going to act. But in terms of Sean Combs, remember, he's a guy who was always in control. And the man who's in control wants you to do it the way he wants you to do it, but it doesn't mean it's going to be right.
Yeah, I can't imagine having a client that at one point was a billionaire. Kristen, like you have the experience of prosecuting Bill Cosby, if I understand this correctly. Like, if you can give me a little bit of context here, like, does this trial correlate to that one? Are there similarities that are very striking to you?
Absolutely. You know, in this case, we see very powerful men, Bill Cosby, Sean Puffy Combs, accused of exploiting that power over time, using that status, using that money, using that manipulation to control and silence women, right? That's exactly what we saw with Bill Cosby. You know, Andrea Constant reported shortly after she was assaulted. And the legal strategy we used in that particular case was we brought in corroborating witnesses. We showed that pattern of that calculated behavior. And what we had to do is we had dismantled the idea of consent when there's that power imbalance. And that is exactly correlated. And what we see in this particular case, in this Diddy case, we are seeing prosecutors really do the same thing. They're using multiple voices to illustrate that narrative, right? They're using Cassie and talking about the 2018 rape, but then they're also going throughout to show how even though they were in a quote unquote relationship, it was really defined by an inappropriate coercion, power manipulation, and rape. They're also bringing in that hotel manager, the male escort, and Dawn Richard as well to build out that narrative of predation. And let's not forget the infamous surveillance video, which also shows how he beat her up. So not only is the jury able to hear it and visualize it through witness testimony, but they're also able to see it. So in both of those cases, I can see the prosecutors doing exactly what we did in the Cosby case, which was to show through corroborating witnesses that narrative, that dynamic, that imbalance, to show that, in fact, there absolutely was no consent.
Yeah, a glimpse at what we may see going forward. Jeremy Saland and Kristen Gibbons-Fedden, thank you so much for all of that analysis. And turning now to, after 18 hours of testimony, Cassie Ventura is off the stand. And in those 18 hours, we have heard about a relationship that lasted over a decade. Quick recap here. Cassie and Sean Diddy Combs reportedly started dating in 2007 after she became the face of the rapper's fashion label, Sean John. The next few years, the couple would start appearing at public events, go on trips together. There were rumors of both breakups and an engagement. And the two officially called it quits in 2018. Now that's 2 years after the video at the Intercontinental. And we've also learned in the last few days, there is a lot to unpack from this relationship. So joining us now to put all of this into context for us is trauma and marriage family therapist, Sanette Damon. Sanette, thank you so much for being with us. Look, like it's so quick that we see the rest of us, society, people at home that don't have the big picture, like judging from the couch what's going on here. But from a therapist's eyes, how do you see this trial?
What I'm seeing is an example of two really wounded people. And with the situation with Cassie, I mean, it sounds like this was a 19-year-old girl who fell in love with a 37-year-old man. It's like close to 20 years difference. They met in the late 90s, early 2000s, is my understanding. And she was with him for a very long time. So you think about like coercive control, a young girl, I'm sure all of us know people that are about 19, 18 years old, where they're at psychologically. And we know men that are in their 40s where they're at psychologically. And so I do kind of start there. Like, what was at the beginning of this relationship? Where were these two developmentally? And I'm sure he must have had some kind of wounds or traumas to even be in this position in the first place.
We've all seen that video of what happened at the Intercontinental Hotel. Like, can you talk a little bit about the trauma and how that may impact people's ability to leave a relationship or people's inability to leave a relationship or keep coming back? Can you unpack that for us?
So there's different ways that this can go down. If you look at domestic violence, there's typically like a pattern of behavior that happens where there's a Jekyll and Hyde kindness that happens, and then abuse that happens back and forth. And it can feel really addictive when you're in a relationship like that. You're constantly seeking things to get to that good place again, for the person who's taken the brunt of the abuse, right? And then for the person who's abusing, there's also an element of like pain and distress that happens, but they're not risking they're not going to die from getting beaten, right? Mm-hmm. So there's different dynamics going on at play in a situation like this. When I have a client who survived abuse, I typically start with looking at their experience as a whole, and then trying to figure out how to help them ground and navigate that trauma and come back into the present and find happier, healthier situations. I don't treat people who are criminals in different ways. Not to say that he's a criminal outright, but we did see him almost beat this woman. You know, he grabbed her by the hair and all of that. If someone were to come to me with those presenting issues, I would likely do like a Harris psychopathy assessment and see just kind of where they're at with their empathy, and then redirect them to something like dialectical behavior therapy.
And real quick, there's a blast radius anytime something like this happens to so many other people involved. You know, people have been talking about how Cassie's now husband has been sitting there supporting her through this trial, what that family is living through. Sean Combs's family is there in attendance as well. All of of those family members, both sides are affected here. Like, what is the path forward if somebody's been impacted by something like this?
So the path forward would be different for everyone involved, right? Because there's the vicarious trauma of the people around. There's us just watching this, the sociological trauma of the reality that women are treated like this all the time. It's totally normalized. You look at what was in the media when these two met, started dating, the types of films, documentaries that were popular, Pimps Up, Hose Down, all of that, right? And then we come into the present, we're here how many years later? Like 20, 25, post-Me Too movement. This is a very different reality than when these two met. And we're all trying to make sense of where we're at today and as a social group, right? As a community, as people. And then individually, when you've lived through these traumas and you see this, you get re-triggered by your own experiences and memories. And it's a lot of healing that needs to take place. Hopefully, both of these people and everyone around them find some type of post-traumatic growth. They go in there and they do to work to heal. And as a society, we look at this. We look at a pregnant woman, an African-American pregnant woman, 8 months pregnant, on the stand talking about this. Like, this is a real risk to her. She's being very brave, trying to help everyone, right? Help women in general. Yeah. I hope something changes for us.
It sure does. And I'm glad you brought up the historical perspective, because we are living in a very different time, and sometimes it takes a while to see that, but really appreciate you joining us today.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks so much. And we've talked about a lot of heavy stuff so far. So just a reminder that if you or anyone you know has suffered sexual assault, there's a hotline you can turn to. That number is 1-800-656-HOPE. So we know that there is the Sean Combs, the artist, the fashion designer, the actor, the businessman, and he has launched careers. He's won Grammys. He's been seen as one of the biggest players in making hip hop mainstream. But how is all of this going to affect the hip hop industry and the culture going forward? Joining us now is Variety's senior music writer, Stephen J. Horowitz. Once again, Stephen, great to see you. Like we were just talking about it, and we did. We've seen changes. We saw Harvey Weinstein's downfall, exposing sexual exploitation in women in the film industry. Like, do you think that we're about to see this possibly in hip hop as well?
I think we are seeing it in some ways already. We've seen powerful men in hip hop be held accountable for the alleged ways they've treated women over the years. Whether or not those claims are substantiated, there have been recent lawsuits filed for sexual misconduct against Def Jam executives Russell Simmons and Kevin Liles. We've seen it happen with L.A. Reid, another powerful executive. Just last month, Soulja Boy was ordered to pay $4 million to a Jane Doe in a sexual assault case. Lizzo had this with her backup dancers. There's many examples here. I think cases like the Diddy one creates a space for women who have suffered from sexual abuse to come forward. I think that's given women the courage to speak out and hold those accountable for their actions. And I think in that sense, a lot of the ripple effect from this could be about empowerment and creating a safer space for women in the music business.
What kind of mark do you think this is going to have overall on the culture?
I would hope that the mark it leaves on a hip hop culture would be that it holds people in powerful positions responsible to learn how to wield their power correctly and act with professionalism. I also hope that it creates more opportunity for women in the hip hop workspace. You have to keep in mind that hip hop only turned 50 in 2023. So that's a relatively short history in the grand scope of recorded music. And it really reached the peak of its powers in the early aughts. So there's a lot of room for growth. And I hope that the mark this case leaves will help create a positive change moving forward.
And Stephen, one last thing, like, what the therapist was just saying about where the culture was in the 2000s, just like the lyrics, right? The lyrics, do you think we're going to see like a big difference in lyrics going forward?
I'm not sure we can say that. I mean, music is about expression, right? Hip hop is about expression. It's about giving a voice to the voiceless. So I'm not sure that it's going to change the actual content of what people are saying. There's been a lot of legal back and forth and cases brought to court where people talk about, rap lyrics and hold rappers accountable for what they've said. It really doesn't stick in these cases. So I'm not sure we're going to see any change in the content of what people are saying. But who knows?
Yeah, a lot to look for there. Stephen Horowitz, really appreciate you joining us. Thanks so much for your coverage all week long.
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about breaking news and top stories on the NBC News app or follow us on social media.
Here's what went down in the Diddy trial this week.
The sex trafficking trial of Sean Diddy Combs testimony now underway after both sides delivered their opening statements.
And today, jurors heard from a male escort who talked about his relationship with Diddy and his girlfriend. Fox 5's Lisa Evers was inside the courtroom today. She's live in Lower Manhattan with more on today's proceedings. Lisa, what's the latest?
Well, Natasha and Bianca, a big day here in federal court in the Sean Diddy Combs trial. It's the start of week 2. Things really kicked up into high gear. There were opening statements. A jury was impaneled. There was even explosive testimony from one witness. Now, the mother of Sean Diddy Combs and his kids left court today after a very rough day. They showed up to support him as his trial kicked into high gear. But some of the testimony was so disturbing that his 3 daughters walked out of the courtroom. Male strip show manager Daniel Phillip took the stand and testified that he was booked by Cassie Ventura to dance at what he thought was a bachelorette party, but it turned out to be only Cassie and Sean Diddy Combs in a hotel suite at the Gramercy Park Hotel. Phillip testified that he was paid several $1,000s to have baby oil massages and sex with Ventura while Combs watched from a corner and then pleasured himself. He said that was the first of many sex encounters in Manhattan at their residences and also at other hotels. Now, the first witness that testified and got on the stand was a security guard at the hotel where Cassie Ventura was beaten in that horrific video that pretty much everybody saw in Los Angeles in 2016. Now, he testified that he shielded her from Combs because Combs did not want her to leave the hotel after the attack, but he says he shielded her, helped her go back to the room, get her bag and her phone, and get her out of there. So a lot happened today, a lot more expected tomorrow, and we're also expecting to hear from Cassie Ventura on the witness stand sometime this week, probably sooner rather than later. That's the latest here from federal court. I'm Lisa Evers, Fox 5 News.
Well, dramatic day of testimony inside federal court in Lower Manhattan as Cassie, Sean Diddy Combs' ex-girlfriend, took the stand.
The R&B singer candidly discussing the disturbing allegations leveled against the music mogul, including the freak-offs. Fox 5's Teresa Briello is here to break it all down and what the star witness had to say, Teresa.
Yeah, it's really shocking to hear that this is the first time we're actually hearing publicly from Cassie Ventura. She hasn't made any sort of public comment about her relationship with Sean Diddy Combs. This all comes after that bombshell 8-figure settlement in her civil case. But her story is what began this entire ordeal, and today she told it in open court. Much of Cassie's emotional testimony focusing on those freak-offs. She said, quote, the FOs became a job where there was no space to do anything else but to recover and try to feel normal again. Much has been made about these drug-fueled sex marathons with escorts or sex workers in homes and hotels around the world. Sometimes they lasted 36 to 72 hours. Cassie told the jury today Combs dictated every aspect of these encounters. It was his fantasy, and he was controlling the entire situation. She said he was directing it. A large component of these freak-offs were drugs, and she testified, for me, it was disassociative and numbing. I couldn't imagine doing any of that without any sort of buffer. A buffer while she said she was heavily objectified by men. She told the court she met Diddy when she was 19 years old. He promised her a record deal and a career. Soon after meeting him, he kissed her and then they had sex. He eventually introduced her to those freak-offs, which he recorded and she said he used as a form of blackmail. She also testified that the freak-offs and other aspects of their relationship weren't without physical abuse. Quote, he would smash me in the head, knock me over, drag me, kick me, stomp me in the head if I was down. When asked how often she was abused by Diddy, she said, quote, too frequently.
The defense, has embraced what they needed to embrace. And as a lawyer, you say you admit what you can't deny and you deny what you can't admit. And all of this at the end of the day is not whether or not he was a domestic abuser or a good person or engaged in this type of sexual behavior. That's not sex trafficking, and that doesn't make him a racketeer. And so really, that's what a jury is going to need to focus on. And that's where the prosecution's challenge is going to be. Because right now we've heard a lot of inflammatory testimony, absolutely. But again, that doesn't amount to sex trafficking under federal law.
The bottom line, Cassie says she didn't want to upset Diddy because she loved him. She's expected to continue her testimony tomorrow.
We do want to begin tonight with Cassie Ventura back on the witness stand in the Diddy trial. The R&B singer Testifying in graphic detail about the physical and sexual abuse she says she was subjected to at the hands of her ex-boyfriend, Sean Diddy Combs. All this as prosecutors showed still images from the videos of encounters Diddy allegedly referred to as freak-offs.
Fox 6's Richard Jacobus is here now with more on the dramatic testimony from Cassie's second day on the stand.
Natasha, Steve, once again, it was a dramatic day in court. Cassie Ventura broke down and cried on the stand. The R&B singer said at one point during rehab and trauma therapy, she didn't want to be alive anymore because she could not take the pain. A key revelation today was Ventura's admission that she settled with Sean Diddy Combs for $20 million in a 2023 lawsuit that the accused hip-hop mogul of raping and physically abusing Ventura for decades. Ventura saying, "I wanted to be compensated for the time and the pain and the many, many years of having to try to fix my life." She says she testified against Combs to do the right thing, and so she no longer has to carry the shame and the guilt. Ventura's attorney saying outside court tonight that today was a powerful one in court.
She's very pregnant. She's about to give birth, but she's holding up strong. I mean, having to recount what happened during those 10 years and beyond, and talking about her contemplation of suicide, really just very powerful.
And one of the most serious accusations Ventura has made against Combs is that he raped her after they had broken up in 2018, telling the court, quote, "I just remember crying and saying no," she says, "but it was very fast." Ventura claiming that she didn't even think Combs noticed that he did rape her. The jury today was also shown sexually explicit images taken from the freak-off videos, a female juror appearing to exhale, letting out a deep breath while putting her hand over her chest, and a male juror seemed to quickly look away when the images popped up. Asked if Ventura was ever injured in Combs' freak-off, she replied that he would, quote, "grab me up, push me down, hit me in the side of the head, kick me, you name it." Attorney and jury consultant Madeline Somerville says tomorrow is the true test, cross-examination. Will Cassie Ventura hold it together and not buckle under pressure?
If I'm prepping her for tomorrow, I would say don't let them rile you up, because they have a couple different angles that they can go with the defense, right? They can say that she was jealous. They can say that she was, this was consensual, that she was essentially willing to subject herself to this for a lavish lifestyle. But the more they push that with her, the worse they're going to look.
Ventura also recalled today that one of Sean Combs' security guards cried when he saw her following a beating from Combs in 2015. She testified that Combs then instructed her to hide her black eyes and knots on her forehead from his son by applying more makeup.
Now to an explosive day of testimony in the sex crimes trial of Sean Diddy Combs. Star witness Cassie Ventura is questioned by the defense, who tried to portray her as a willing participant in the freak-offs.
And Fox 5's Lisa Evers is live in Lower Manhattan. And after spending the day in the courtroom, Lisa is bringing us up to speed. Lisa.
Yes, well, Natasha and Bianca, the court session here ended just a short time ago. That is later than usual. That's because they're trying to wrap up this testimony with Cassie Ventura, the cross-examination of her, within 2 days. Now, just a short time ago, take a look at this video. We saw Sean Combs' sons leaving the court, getting into the black Sprinter that takes them to and from the trial. Combs' 3 daughters were not in court with them today. They were missing yesterday as well. Just moments ago, we caught up with Cassie's attorney, Douglas Wigdor. Here's what he had to say.
There's no credibility issues with her. The facts are the facts. She's telling them as they are, her truth, and they are what they are. This is not a typical cross-examination. There's no issues with her credibility.
There's 2 sides to every story, and you can't rush the judgment, and you have to just wait until all the facts, and we did see the facts, and we did see the receipts as to what was happening in real time with their relationship.
Now, this was Cassie's first day under cross-examination by Diddy's defense team. It was her 3rd day on that witness stand under oath, Natasha and Bianca.
Yeah, Lisa. So Cassie also dropped a bombshell statement about Diddy's drug use. What does she have to say about that?
She did, Natasha. Well, they were trying to show that had this lifestyle that was very, it was an on again, off again relationship. There was a lot of drug use and abuse. The bombshell came towards the end of the session today, where Cassie testified that Diddy overdosed in 2012. She actually drove him to a hospital, and that's the first time we've been hearing that his alleged drug use went that far. Now, his defense team has said that he had a drug addiction problem. She had a drug addiction problem. She talked about that again today, because they're really trying to show that she was right there with him, that she was not in a situation where she was being trafficked. Natasha and Bianca?
Elisa, before you go, we're talking about wrapping up week 1. So what's going to be happening next week? What can people look forward to that?
Well, we have one more day of cross-examination for Cassie Ventura. I think that's why they went a little bit later today, because the judge wants to have it wrapped up by the end of tomorrow. Remember, she's very pregnant. I don't know if she's very close to it. Has to be very close to her due date. So they wanted to get her off the stand by the end of today. Next week, we can look at more of the prosecution as witnesses as they continue to present them. We'll see what that entails. And then, of course, we still have the defense presenting. We have to wait and see what their whole defense is, but we got some pretty good hints today of what we can expect to hear from them. More testimony about Cassie. There were the explicit text messages between her and Combs today, where she was telling him she loved him, that she actually liked the freak-offs, especially when they had made love after the freak-off. So kind of portrayed those in a little bit of a different picture than what we heard yesterday.
The most powerful part of Cassie's testimony today, and probably out of all 4 days that she was on the stand, came during questioning about the $20 million settlement she received after that civil lawsuit against Sean Diddy Combs. The defense tried to imply that money was tight for her at the time and asked her if the reason why she canceled her scheduled tour overseas was because she now had millions of dollars. She responded by testifying and crying on the stand, saying, "I'd give that money back if I never had to have freak-offs. If I never had to have freak-offs, I would have had agency and autonomy, and I wouldn't have had to work so hard to get it back." Her husband left the courthouse after sitting through testimony nearly all week, listening to his wife detail all the alleged sexual abuse she endured over 11 years. An audio recording was also played in court of her confronting someone named Sujit, who said they had video on their phone of Cassie pleasuring herself and having sex with someone who wasn't Diddy. More texts between Diddy and Cassie were shown of Cassie showing enthusiasm for the freak-offs, not something she said she wanted to do, but did it to please Diddy as her career took a backseat, saying it became like another job, setting up the freak-offs, preparing for them, and recovering from them. Cassie also testified that she went to rehab for opiate addiction and still takes medication for it. One of Cassie's lawyers spoke out after she wrapped testimony.
Everything that she's gone through in the 10 years or so with Sean Combs, her drug addiction and her recovery, to be able to come into this courtroom and testify for the last week on these very graphic subjects is a true testament to her character.
And her husband, Alex Fine, released this statement in part saying, "I did not save Cassie, as some have said. To say that is an insult to the years of painful work my wife has done to save herself. Cassie saved Cassie. She alone broke free from abuse, coercion, violence, and threats. She did the work of fighting the demons that only a demon himself could have done to her. All I have done is love her as she has loved me." And Cassie also in part releasing this statement, "This week has been extremely challenging, but also remarkably empowering and healing for me. I hope that my testimony has given strength and a voice to other survivors and can help others who have suffered to speak up and also heal from abuse and fear." Cassie also revealed that she received $10 million from another settlement involving Intercontinental, the hotel where she was captured on TV, on surveillance video rather, being beat and dragged and kicked by Diddy. Now, through her lawyer, she adds that she's asking for privacy at this time as she prepares for the end of her pregnancy and her growing family. We're live outside federal court. Michelle Ross, Fox 5 News.
And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. We have to keep it moving. Major updates out of New Orleans. Live picture this.
Okay, that is something I had wanted to watch. But yeah, so I think we got it all for today, right? And plus we ended it with the recap of the week, several recaps actually. And then we had legal analysis on deck, we had context, we had I won't call it minute to minute coverage, but or minute by minute coverage. I'll call it coverage. And hopefully I can get a hold of 2 more transcripts and I'm missing for them this week. And I definitely want today's, because that would be interesting, right? To see the recross and then the redirect. And I think it was a recross, so, but I'm not sure. And then Dawn took the stand for a few minutes, so she'll probably continue throughout Monday. Anyway, that's all I have for today, folks. So I have put it all on the record. Hey, make sure you do something good for yourself and someone else. Make today a good day and tomorrow even better day. And we are all out of here. See ya. Take care. Peace.